out dismantling the entire terror ecosystem operating from Pakistan. Headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jamaat-ud-Dawa and the Hizbul Mujahideen. Their headquarters were dismantled by the strike that was carried out. As a response, on 8th, also remember, the Pakistani air defense systems were basically neutralized in Rawalpindi and Sialkot and Lahore. We give it to understand that this was part of another retribution that India wanted.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals
civilians
can see some
are near the LOC.
no, this is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
सिलेंडर लीकेज है, लीकेज भी है। हाँ लीकेज है, ऊपर है। आ गया मेरे पीछे नजर आवा, पीछे दूर हो।
ये नुकसान
Is it Chef Ranveer Brar?
Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है.
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है.
मतलब एसआईपी चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है.
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है.
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है.
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह.
सही है.
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी. अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं. 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर. हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ. मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है. ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है. मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं. अभी ये कहना कबल है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है. लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं.
Nine terror camps are reduced to dust, over 100 terrorists wiped out from the face of the earth. And yet Pakistan just doesn't seem to learn its lesson. With the constant ceasefire violations at the line of control and the international border, the Indian military, comprising Air Force, Army, Navy, is on high alert with a clear message that our sovereignty and security will not be compromised. Colonel Sophia Qureshi, the face of Operation Sindoor, embodies India's unwavering resolve against cross-border terror. Meanwhile, global powers are keeping their distance, with China urging calm and the US refusing to intervene militarily. Pakistan's isolation on the global stage deepens, and on the other hand, India's defense systems, including the S-400 missile systems, are proving their mettle. The Harab drones have unleashed precision fury on Pakistan's terror camps, obliterating enemy strongholds with pinpoint accuracy. Now, the era of impunity is over, and India's response is swift and decisive. I'm Niranjan, and you're watching Forces First. Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, the faces of Operation Sindoor, are being hailed as symbols of Indian nationalism and pride. Now, Colonel Qureshi embodies India's unwavering resolve against cross-border terror. And as the face of Operation Sindoor, one of the faces, she has led the official briefings, reaffirming India's stance on national security. A trailblazer in the Indian Army, Colonel Qureshi's legacy is marked by her leadership and strategic acumen. Here's a video tracing her inspiring journey.
लेकिन ऐसा बदला मिलेगा और हमारी फैमिली से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, इसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी। जब हुई तो वी वर शॉक्ड कि भाई इतना बड़ा मौका हमें।
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी
अब यह है कि प्राउड है चीज का कि लड़की ने हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये अपने देश के लिए कुछ किया।
सर आपके बारे में बताइए, आपके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
हमारे बारे में अब हम तो उम्र हो गई, ये भी क्या है, बांग्लादेश की लड़ाई लड़े, अब एज हो गई। अब दिमाग में ये आता है अगर हमको अभी मौका दिया जाए तो हम उनको खत्म करें सारों को जाकर के भी, पाकिस्तानियों को।
क्या कहना चाहोगे पाकिस्तान के बारे में, जो
यही है कि इसको खत्म करना चाहिए। वो ये दुनिया के अंदर रहने जो कंट्री नहीं है। नहीं भाई, प्राउड है ना कि वो गई हमारी पैट्रिकता में है। ये मेरे फादर भी आर्मी में थे, ग्रैंड फादर आर्मी में थे, मैं आर्मी में था, अब वो आर्मी में गई है, वो पैट्रिकता में है।
क्या कहोगे?
देखिए, वो मेरी बड़ी बहन होती है और मेरी आइडल भी है, और जो उन्होंने आज ये मैसेज पाकिस्तान को दिया है उसकी सख्त ज़रूरत थी। हम बहुत टाइम से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि खून खौल रहा था कब इनका बदला मिलेगा, लेकिन ऐसा बदला मिलेगा और हमारी फैमिली से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, इसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी। जब हुई तो वी वर शॉक्ड कि भाई इतना बड़ा मौका हमें। तो उस समय हमारी गर्व से छाती। इस्लाम एक चीज़ सिखाता है कि जब भी कोई मुसलमान हो, यानी जो वाहिदा भी मानता है, तो सबसे पहले ये सिखाता है कि आपकी देश की सेवा और देश का कानून और देश के लिए मर मिटना, उसके लिए कुर्बान हो जाए, इससे बड़ी कोई कुर्बानी नहीं है। और जब ऐसी ही फैमिली देश के लिए सदियों से, चाहे दादा हो, चाहे मेरे फादर हो, चाहे बहन हो, वो देश की सेवा में लगे हैं, उनके लिए लड़े आ रहे हैं, तो इससे और उसमें ऐसा मौका मिले कि दुश्मन ने हमारे को नुकसान किया उसको मिटा दें, इससे बड़ा प्राउड का मोमेंट कोई नहीं हो सकता।
इस बात के लिए कि जो उन्होंने ये खेल खेला था उसका बदला लिया, और हमारी माँ बहनों का जो सिंदूर हुआ था उसका हमने मुकाबला कर लिया, बदला ले लिया, और इसी तरह से आगे और लेते थे। वो बचपन में थे, मेरी दोनों बेटियां ट्विंस हैं, एक थोड़ी छोटी बेटी है मेरी, एक ये बड़ी है। पढ़ाई लिखाई से जब वो पढ़ती थी तो उसको बहुत शौक होता था हर चीज़ को कि ये भाई बहुत कोई फायरिंग कर रहा है बच्चों के खेल का, दीवार वाल का, तो मैं भी ऐसे करूँगी, मैं ऐसे मारूंगी। दोनों बहनों में गिर जाती थी, छुप जाती थी, लो हाँ मार दिया मैंने, कोई इस तरह से करते थे। तो उसको बहुत शौक था कि मेरे पापा, मेरे दादा सब लोग हैं आर्मी में, तो हम रहेंगे। उनकी दादी भी कहानी सुनाती थी अपनी, तो बोलती मैं बड़ी होंगी तो मैं भी आर्मी में जाऊँगी।
As India-Pakistan tensions escalate following Pakistan's missile military attacks, global powers are keeping their distance. Now, China has issued a neutral statement urging calm, offering to play a constructive role in de-escalation without taking sides. US Vice President J.D. Vance making it clear that America will not intervene militarily, saying that it's none of their business, with both China and the US stepping back. And they have to. It's not their business. Pakistan finds itself increasingly isolated globally.
担忧，印度和巴基斯坦是搬不走的邻居，也都是中国的邻国。中方反对一切形式的恐怖主义，呼吁印巴双方以和平稳定的大局为重，遵守联合国宪章等国际法。 中方对目前的事态发展感到担忧。印度和巴基斯坦是搬不走的邻居，也都是中国的邻国。中方反对一切形式的恐怖主义，呼吁印巴双方以和平稳定的大局为重，遵守联合国宪章等国际法，保持冷静克制，避免采取使局势 进一步复杂化的行动，我们愿同国际社会一道努力，继续为缓解当前紧张局势发挥建设性作用。
Pakistan's attempted military retaliation has been thwarted by India's might. Some reports saying that the S-400 missile defense systems were used, some saying it wasn't used at all. But it proves that the era of impunity is now over. Our response has been swift, decisive, and the message loud and clear that our sovereignty, security will not be compromised. Here's how Shilka, L-70, S-400, India's air defense systems are becoming the game changer.
वीडियो बना एयरपोर्ट के बहुत पंप गिर रहे हैं आवाज नहीं आ रही
Is there an element of Turkey's meddling in the India-Pakistan conflict? Now, it would be a catastrophic miscalculation, is what former diplomat Deepak Vora has warned, with India's growing global stature and Pakistan's increasing isolation globally. Turkey's intervention would only escalate tensions, complicate regional dynamics.
My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are talking about a beautiful country but totally messed up. You've probably heard its name. It's called Turkey. I'm not referring to the bird Turkey, but to the country Turkey. Now it's called Turkiye. They've changed their name because people used to laugh and talk about cold Turkey and so on. Turkey at the moment is ruled by a hardcore Islamist, a fellow called, I call him Adha Darban, although his name is Erdogan. This guy is trying to take his country back to the era of the great Ottomans. The Ottoman Empire had, by the way, diplomatic and commercial relations with the Mughal Empire in India. And this fellow now thinks that he's going to be the newest Pasha, the newest Sultan. The problem with Turkey is what I call the curse of bad choice. First World War, they sided with the wrong guys. Second World War, they sided with the wrong guys. Before that, in the 19th century, on the wrong side. In fact, I think it was the Tsar of Russia who referred to Turkey as the sick man of Europe, and then they carved up the Ottoman Empire between themselves, etc. Turkey continues to make the wrong choices. Now, why is it friendly with Pakistan? What does it get? And I'll tell you the reason for this. It's very interesting. Pakistan says, I am the leader of the Islamic world, I have the bomb. Iran says, get lost. I have a much stronger army, I'm the leader. Saudi Arabia said, both you guys go fly a kite because I have the 2 mosques. I'm the leader of Islam. And Turkey says, hey, wait a minute, I'm the Ottoman. I am the leader of Islam. So these 4 chaps are fighting amongst themselves. Now Pakistan, there used to be a cricket player, I think his name was Mr. I.K. Niazi. You knew him as Imran Khan. Initially, Pakistan in his quest for identity said, we are Arabs. The Arabs said, if you are Arabs, then we would be Europeans. Then they said, sorry, we are Central Asians. So the Central Asians said, if you are Central Asians, then we are Chinese. That didn't work. So finally, this Shri Niazi said, no, we are Turks. The Turks were very happy. They said, yep, sure, come and polish our boots, come and clean our streets. Pakistanis rushed there because they didn't need visa. The Turks treat them with contempt. But they flatter these guys because Pakistanis go to Turkey to do what no Turk will do. Amazing, isn't it? You have slaves who willingly say that they are slaves. So this is the situation in Turkey at the moment. Why is it trying to side with Pakistan? Let me also tell you what happened in 2019. You've probably heard of a chap called Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. He was the leader of the Islamic State. He was troubling the Americans a lot. Finally, he fled to Syria and he was hiding in a cave. The Kurds, the Kurdish people whom the Turks don't like, and the Kurds have been fighting for independence from Turkey for centuries, they were helping the Americans. They said, look, this Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi character is hiding in a cave, go blow him up. So the Americans went in. By then, this Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, a great jihadi, by the way, he had figured out that these guys were coming, so he strapped on a vest full of explosives, brought his children and, I don't know, several dozen wives and blew himself up. End of story. Then this Adha Darban, the present chap, who is a hardcore Islamist, I call him Adha Darban, actually it's Erdogan. He said, now the Americans are leaving, they've achieved their purpose, so let's now thrash the Kurds because they're a thorn in my flesh. The Kurds went and told the then president, I'm talking about 2019, who was also McDonald Trump, as I call him affectionately, President Donald Trump. They said, look, we supported you and this guy is beating us up. So then Donald Trump tweeted, if you get a chance, take a look at that tweet. 2019, he said, if in my infinitely superior wisdom, I find out that the Turks are misbehaving, I will obliterate their economy. I have done it before. He tweeted that and the Turkish lira collapsed. Today we are in a situation where Erdogan or Adha Darban is very insecure because there was a Gulenist movement in Turkey. They said this Erdogan is a fake Muslim. He drinks and he eats all kinds of funny things which he shouldn't be doing. So the Gulenists actually almost carried out a coup against Erdogan, and he had to use his own military to put down the coup. And he arrested hundreds of thousands of perceived Gulenist supporters. Many were imprisoned, others were sacked, some ran away, etc. So while the country is right the moment siding with Pakistan, appears to be siding with Pakistan because the Pakistanis say, look, we are your faithful, humble, loyal, free servants, we'll do what you want. The reality is that Turkey itself is internally very insecure. Its economy is collapsing, its exports are nosediving, its reputation is finished. People used to travel to Turkey for tourism. Even that now, after there have been a few terrorist attacks, that is also decreasing. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think Erdogan is making a very serious mistake. Again, the curse of choice. He's siding with the wrong side in the present geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific, of the Asia-Pacific region, of the Indian Ocean region. They keep making these wrong choices. Of course, their dramas, the Turkish plays on their television are very, very popular. And of course, let me just tell you something. Figure it out. A lot of the scripts of their plays are based on films made by our Mumbai fellows, what we call Bollywood. Our Bollywood films are insanely popular in Turkey. So, my assessment to conclude is Turkey is making a mistake. It's going to be very difficult to persuade this buffoon that he shouldn't be doing this. He's going to come. He sent a ship there when the Pakis begged him to send a ship to Karachi, saying in 1971 the Indian Navy had blasted Karachi. Where we sailed out again, we sent a message saying that you shouldn't be doing these funny things, we'll blast you. And of course the warship that Turkey sent, it ran away very quickly. So Mr. Adha Darban, if you are listening to me, get the hell out of our region. You don't want to mess around with me. I will obliterate you. I don't want to do it. in a couple of days. Go away. Go and do what you have to. Go fight the Greeks, go fight whoever else you want to fight, but don't mess around in my region. And forget about the chaps you are supporting. They are going to be infinitely ungrateful to you. In diplomacy and international relations, there's no such thing as gratitude. That's the first lesson we are taught.
Fantastically summarized there by Ambassador Deepak Vora. Okay, so India's Harop drones have unleashed precision fury on Pakistan's terror camps, obliterating enemy strongholds with pinpoint accuracy. With its advanced loitering capabilities, explosive payload, the Harop has proved to be a game changer in India's counter-terror operations. Leaving you with this video.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है
याद रख करियर इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार
वो तो है
बस भाई डटे रहे तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है
सही है
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है
हाँ
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike. Right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror targets. To that extent, it should be non-escalatory. India is prepared to call it off at this stage. Should Pakistan wish to escalate and target Indian civilian or military targets, then it is signing its own death warrant. It will give the Indian armed forces the precise pretext, the precise justification they need to target the Pakistani army, ISI, and the command and control network that dominates the terror ecosystem in Pakistan. The Pakistani ISPR has claimed that India has hit 24 attacks on 6 target clusters. So far, they are saying that they have retaliated by artillery firing on an Indian brigade headquarters and another post. We are yet to get confirmation of this. The next move is Pakistan. It is up to Pakistan to choose to de-escalate or to take any number of steps up the escalation ladder that it wants. India will respond very hard. So far,
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है। सनसेट से पहले म्यूचुअल फंड के मैदान से निकलने का टाइम आ गया है।
अच्छा एक बात बता, तू इंडियन टीम का फैन कब से?
96 से सेमीज तक पहुंचे थे यार, फिर हार गए।
तो क्रिकेट देखना बंद कर दिया?
अरे नहीं ऐसे कैसे, टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर ब्रो।
एग्जैक्टली, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है। लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अगर उन्हें 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना अब हम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से। वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, coward Pakistan is using Turkish drones and a Saudi plane as shield. At 9 p.m. tonight, why Shehbaz Sharif is under intense pressure and why he's being called a coward by his own fellow members of parliament in the Pakistan National Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with my status update on the situation right now that we see vis-a-vis Pakistan. And there was a press conference today. It was at 5:30 p.m. And of course, it had the services represented and it had the Foreign Secretary. Now, what is the main key point out of that press conference? The first and most important news point is that Pakistan has been joined officially, militarily, by Turkey. And Turkey has sent a consignment of drones to launch attacks against India. And therefore, the Turkish government and the Turkish military has entered into a state of war with India. They have exploited a NAS Airlines plane flying from Saudi Arabia as a shield to protect Pakistan from counter strikes by India. But going back to the story about the drone, we are now being told through confirmed sources that the Turkish Asgard Songar drones have been used by the Pakistanis. Ladies and gentlemen, these are very specific drones that have been provided to Pakistan by Turkey. And these drones were used, about 300 to 400 drones were used by Pakistan to attempt infiltration. At 36 locations, there was an attempted intrusion, and with visuals that I showed you yesterday, when there was interception from the Indian side, was when these Turkish drones were being flown into Indian territory by Pakistan. In fact, we strongly suspect that the handlers of these drones, because the Pakistani army is not technically qualified to use these drones, we are told that the handlers of these drones, ladies and gentlemen, are also Turkish nationals who are operating from Pakistan. So that's a major escalation by Turkey in this war situation vis-a-vis India. And it puts us at odds with Turkey, and many people are beginning to evaluate whether we need to have any business or other connections with Turkey, whether people should go there at a holiday, whether they should support Turkish tourism, but more importantly, whether Turkish companies should be allowed to operate in India. That's the first big news. But the second big news is even more alarming. Ladies and gentlemen, we were informed today that after Pakistan carried out these drone attacks on India, naturally they were anticipating a major Indian military or Air Force response or Navy response, and hence to protect themselves, they decided to open up their airspace, allow civilian planes to fly, and by allowing these civilian planes to fly from different locations, they were hoping for a situation that if India attacked, then a heat-seeking missile from India would perhaps end up going and targeting a civilian plane flying over the Pakistani airspace. What this means is that the Pakistanis were using civilian aircraft as shields to protect themselves against a possible major counter-attack by India. The proof of this, ladies and gentlemen, is in the detail of this one plane, which is an Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which is a Saudi budget carrier, which originated from Dammam at 5:50 p.m. and landed in Lahore at 21:10 hours, that's 10 minutes after 9 in the night. And the Indian Air Force got to know about this we got to know that there were these civilian aircraft that were flying, and this data was coordinated and it was checked and corroborated through Flight Radar 24. Any of you can also go online and check this. So basically, this has never happened before, that a country and a country's army uses a civilian aircraft as a shield. It could have been a very, very dangerous situation, because despite anticipating a potential Indian response, Pakistan chose not to close its airspace, endangered civilian lives, and wanted to create a situation where the Indian Air Force could be accused of bringing down a civilian plane. This is how demonic the thoughts of Pakistan are. This is how desperate Pakistan is at the present time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious and evolving situation. As I bring you this broadcast, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having a very big meeting once again tonight with the Chief of Defence Staff, all the 3 service chiefs and the National Security Advisor. Is something cooking? Certainly it is. Is Operation Sindoor over? Absolutely. Absolutely it's not.
Sirens sounded in Jammu on Thursday night as Pakistan targeted over 24 cities along the western border.
The 16th Corps of the Indian Army, that is White Knight Corps, that looks after the counterinsurgency operation and the line of control in the Jammu region. Their headquarters was also targeted by the drones that came from across the border, but both the threats have been neutralized. Apart from this, we are told that a total of 8 threats that were there at the Rajouri base, that has also been neutralized. All the bases have been secured.
Pakistan firing 400 to 500 armed Turkish Songar drones towards India. The targets chosen were military establishments.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं।
As our air defense systems were activated, Pakistan attempted something that has shocked all civilized nations. Using this Airbus 320 as a human shield in the air, their ploy failed.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights.
India has struck Pakistan hard in its response. Our targets chosen were 4 air bases that were used to launch the drone strikes.
Armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Sandhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area.
From targeting civilians and religious institutions to using an international flight as a human shield, Pakistan has stooped to an all-time low.
We have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
From Hoshiarpur to Kutch to Bathinda, the proof of Pakistan's misadventure is there for the world to see. Operation Sindoor continues.
On this rapidly evolving situation, of course, I have Samar with me and I have got Deepak Vora joining us. General K.K. Sinha is with us. Commodore Bikramjit Singh, ex-Indian Navy, is with us. General G.D. Bakshi is with us this evening. And first, I'd like to go across to General Bishambar Dayal. General Bishambar Dayal, the press conference today had two very big headlines. One is that Turkey has got officially involved by giving these Assi-Guard drones in very, very large numbers to the Pakistanis. Now, Mike, I want to start with that first headline with you. Why have they given all these drones? Have they given lots of other drones? How expensive are these drones? Who's managing the drones? Is it true that these drones are being operated by Turkish experts who are operating out of Pakistani soil? Does this mean Turkey has got involved officially into an armed conflict with India?
Arnab, thank you very much. Firstly, Jai Hind. I think we will start your programs always with Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Bharat Ki Fauj. Right? Jai Hind, sir. So let's come to Turkey. The thing is, from last 5 to 7 years, I have been following Turkey and Pakistani military cooperation. And I am of the opinion that this is not overnight. Turkey has supplied these things since post-COVID. Turkey has supplied different drones to Pakistan. And Turkey has also done training for Pakistani pilots, both in Pakistan as well as in Turkey. So this is, and Turkey has completely, there was some contract of going with us in the shipyards that has been scrapped, I think. But Turkey has been totally aligned with Pakistan, Turkey, Azerbaijan. And ever since the anti-drone systems have succeeded in Azerbaijan, Turkey is on 7th heaven. So what I feel is that this cooperation, military cooperation, let's not take it as an alliance that Turkey will come into war openly anywhere. No, Arnab, it will not. Turkey has got larger business interest with India than with Pakistan. But these are sale purchase things. These are normal contracts which have been signed, and training has been part of that. Post-contractual management has been part of that. Spare supplies have been part of that. But if latest they've sent something after the 22nd of April, and our int agencies can then furbish some details, which, believe you me, Arnab, as an Indian, I am myself trying to find out through different, defense industry which is there in Turkey. But till we do not know, we cannot accuse Turkey of aligning. This is sale purchase of military hardware with normal contracts, and training is part of it. And see, the thing is, Arnab, that Turkey drones have also fallen like, peanuts, have also fallen like, weak birds, right? So let's grant the devil where it is due. And one more thing, a lot of us are talking that India opened up everything. India opened up FES 400, India opened up Akash. No, these have been dealt at lower level. Picture is very clear. These have been dealt at lower level by shoulder-fired missiles, by the point defense of L-70 or Ju-23. These have been dealt there at that end. That's the way it is. And we have completely thwarted his last night assault. I'm sure we will thwart tonight. But Arnab, it is not what he's doing. It is what we should be doing here onwards. Maybe all this delay that you see, like we were discussing earlier, it is also part of deception. The 15 days was part of deception. And instead of reacting strongly in first 2-3 nights, maybe again there is a deception which Indian armed forces and the Indian political military leadership is working towards. And probably they will plan something again, a bigger, and give a bigger jolt to take back the initiative. It's a matter of time. They may do it tonight, they may do it tomorrow. I think that is where lies that.
Yeah, I think there's a visual of the meeting today.
That is required from Indian side.
That's totally true. There is a visual of the meeting today that was held by the Raksha Mantri. If you see the body language of those who were in there, can I play the visual, please, full frame? And you see in that meeting, can I play it full frame for a while? Thank you. So you see everybody's in a relaxed mood. The Navy chief is explaining something. Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, that's his name, and everybody is looking at what he's saying. He's explaining something. Some people read a lot into this meeting saying, oh, this is an explanation Navy is giving about a possible attack on Karachi. As I said early in the morning, that's reading too much deductively. But the fact is that there appears to be no pressure as of now, General Bakshi, on our own service chiefs. We are obviously calibrating a response. And I think the best thing in a conflict situation is when you have the conflict under your control. You do not have to be responding. You can set the pace. This meeting that the Prime Minister is having today gives me a sense that this is very much an ongoing situation. We have not yet dealt the final blow. The intervening night events, the first round of strikes on 9 targets was a major strike. But I think we have got a lot of firepower, strategy and intent which is yet to roll out, sir.
Arnab, you are absolutely on the dot. You have judged the body language in this photograph in a very discernible fashion, right? They're all relaxed, there are smiles on their faces, and they are good. They have done a good job. That is why there are smiles on their faces. Arnab, let me just relate to that briefing today by what our girls told us, right? We have an excellent air defense system which can reach out into Pakistan and destroy their aircraft as they get off the tarmacs. The S-400s, the Akashes, the MR Sams, the Barracks, they have proved to be deadly. They can get inside Pakistani airspace and shoot down their aircraft as they rise. We could have done a turkey shoot. What do the cowardly Pakistanis do? Try to shield their aircraft by flying civilian aircraft, so that they are hoping that, like Ukraine, one of their aircraft, civilian aircraft, will get shot down and they'll go to town like they did the last time, blaming the Russians for shooting down, an aircraft with the returned prisoners of war. You remember that, Arnab?
I remember that well, sir.
You remember that?
I remember that well, sir.
They are trying a very devious game. They are just trying to win the propaganda war. And some of our people here are helping them, right? They're just trying to win the propaganda war because they have lost the war on the ground, in the air and on the sea, even before it is fought, right? So, Arnab, where do we go from here? With your permission, Arnab, let me give out a few scenarios, end game scenarios, right? War gaming. So let's
do the war
end game scenarios. Scenario 1. Coup in the Pakistan army. Asif Munir shot dead or put in prison. Either Nawaz Sharif takes over or there is a public upswell and Imran Khan comes back. Scenario 1. Scenario 2. The IMF refuses the loan of $1 billion. There is panic in Pakistan. The Americans apply pressure. They apply pressure through Saudi Arabia, with whom they have damn good relations, and Saudi Arabia is one of the lenders to Pakistan, right? They apply pressure and they force Pakistan to accept a ceasefire and de-escalation, right? Scenario 3, thinking the unthinkable. Pakistan gets into a suicidal mode, want to escalate the conflict further. Then I think we have all the justification to hit it as hard as possible. We've got them where we want them. Their nuclear bluff has been totally called, that India dare not give a conventional response. Is this not a conventional response? You can thump all the tables, you can break all the mics. We'll break your bloody head, right? We have to go for the real perpetrators of all the terror attacks in India. Pakistan's military, Pakistan's ISI.
Yeah. But you know, I just got the statement, this interview that apparently Khwaja Yusuf has given to a...
Pakistan can choose what it
No,
wants.
by the way, I want to go across to one of our reporters, but before that, a bit of breaking news. The Pakistani defense minister is saying, we are told, and he's saying, Deepak ji, that we have no option but to go into a full-blown war with India because of India's aggressive actions over the last 4 days. The statement coming in that we have no option but to go into a full-blown war with India because of India's aggressive actions over the last 4 days. I see this as a desperate seeking of a face saver, or probably positioning, or probably pressure from the army. Because the army says that don't hold us back, let's do what we do, let the country go to hell. But it's also an existential crisis for Asif Munir.
Thank you very much. It's a brilliant question that you've asked. And his making this statement doesn't surprise me. He's been changing his stance every 10 minutes, saying something, I want to talk to India, I don't want to talk to India, I'll give this kind of response, I'll give that kind of response.
Back to the man.
Which is absolutely true. So what is bothering me really about this man, that the defense of that country, legally he's supposed to be in charge of the military. In reality, he is lower than the lowest member of the Pakistani military. You know, when the Pakistani army asks him to jump, the only question he asks is, how high should I jump?
Are they being egged on in this by...
Let me tell you, sir. But my understanding is, when you said it's an existential issue is what he's saying for Pakistan because India is responding. When Munir did these funny things, sent all these guys to slaughter innocent victims, tourists in India, he did not expect us to retaliate so forcefully, which we've done. They were still thinking that, you know, we'll do one surgical strike and then we'll keep quiet. But we have gone out at it in a very consistent way, in a comprehensive response. This is bothering Pakistan. So he's being egged on, I believe, by the military itself. And I am not quite sure, sir, that even the British, I'm not quite sure what kind of a role they are playing in this.
Why?
They just don't like what we have done, sir. You know, sir, Mr. Goswami, the British were the biggest empire builders in the world at one time. You remember that? You're too young, sir. We were the biggest empire busters in the world, sir, because we started the decolonization process. They don't like us, sir. Let's have no illusions about that. I mean, we destroyed the British Empire. You know, so they might just be saying, and Pakistan is their illegitimate child. So they might be trying to egg these guys on, go on, we'll stand by you. My own feeling is, when you said face saving, they have no face left to save, but they're looking for an honorable exit. And that honorable exit would be some pressure. Many people are talking of restraint. That joker who runs a racket called the United Nations is talking also of maximum restraint. They are thinking that this kind of pressure on us, moral pressure, verbal pressure, nobody would put economic pressure, this kind might lead us to say, all right, guys, tell these guys to behave, we'll keep quiet.
All of the Jammu region is on a blackout tonight after the air raid siren warning. We have Gursimran live with us. Gursimran, can I go across to you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gursimran?
Yes, Arnab.
Can you tell me your location, what's happening, whatever you can share? Thank you.
Arnab, right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan line of control. This is the Khod area, and I'll request Sarjivan to show you the nearby areas that all the areas have been put under intense this blackout. The Jammu region, entire Jammu region that has 10 districts, all the 10 districts, especially the 5 districts close to the line of control and the international border, they have been placed under a complete blackout. Reason being that the air raid sirens have also been activated. This has been activated at 8:16 this evening. In a short while from now, we are told that this assessment is being done by the air traffic control. After their assessment, this order has been issued and the civil defense has come out with the air raids warning and a complete blackout. This will be in place till the time the threat is negated. We are told that yesterday also similar intercepts were picked by the air traffic control, after which this alert was issued, and all the Pakistani drones, the swarm drones that entered the Indian territory, they were totally decimated by the... Yes.
We are watching every minute. You remember, Gursimran, last evening, around this time was the swarm of drone attacks. So basically, viewers, just deconstructing the situation for you. We have systematically enhanced India's defense architecture, but we cannot let our, our guard down. Anything can happen at any time. the Pakistanis are making these sort of declarations. Can I play what Khwaja Asif's latest interview is? I'll just run the relevant clip for news reasons, please. Can I please run that?
ये मेरा ख्याल है कि ये ऑप्शन जो है अब इसके अलावा अब कोई हमें अवेलेबल भी नहीं रही। अब इंडिया ने पिछले 3-4 दिन में बार बार जो एग्रेसिव मेजर्स अडॉप्ट किए हैं, अगर हम इंतज़ार करते रहे हैं किसी तरह सिचुएशन डीएस्केलेट हो जाए, लेकिन आई थिंक वो ऑप्शन जो है वो बड़ी
मिनिमल। Now he says this, viewers, I'll play this, thank you very much. Now he says this in an interview earlier today, when he came before the Pakistan Assembly and he was asked, why have you not used your drones? He came with a rather silly explanation. We have visuals. Before that, I have visuals of Narendra Modi meeting Rajnath Singh and the tri-services chiefs. The visuals are just out. Just out, ladies and gentlemen. In 10 seconds, I will be getting the visuals, viewers. So anyway, I was talking about Khwaja Asif right now. He is, okay. So this is the latest chief visuals, ladies and gentlemen. There's an assessment going on, and the Navy chief there, the Prime Minister having a conversation with the Air Chief, the Army Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Navy Chief, the Raksha Mantri, and of course the National Security Advisor. These visuals just coming in here on Republic through our feeds. And it seems to be a very easy and relaxed conversation. They're sitting in living room style in 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and they're assessing the pros and cons of the present situation. And I think the Prime Minister is also giving his views. Viewers, we don't receive, of course, these feeds with audio, so we can only second guess what's going on. But I look at the video out there, I see the visuals, and I see a sense of calm and composure. I think we are playing a grand strategy game out here. We are not playing for pennies. We have our clear intent on our target, and I think we've got the enemy in our grip. General Bakshi, would you like to comment on what you're seeing here? I'm playing these visuals. I don't know if you're seeing them.
Absolutely.
Full frame, please. Thank you.
No, I can see them. I can see them very clearly. And once again, as you rightly observed, Arnab, there is a very calm atmosphere here. I don't see any tensions, any grim faces. I even see smiles. So we've got them where we want, Arnab. It is up to Pakistan to choose national suicide or an off-ramp. We've given them an off-ramp twice. So the rest of the world, as far as, being in the right or being on the right side of world opinion, I think we've done all that we could.
Okay.
I don't think we should be too concerned about what the Americans or the Europeans or anybody in the world thinks.
Yeah, can we get around?
As was very rightly pointed out by our foreign minister, we need partners. We don't need preachers. The rest of the world, whenever we have been in trouble, has only preached, given us sermons.
Yeah.
We don't want sermons, right? It is a matter of the defense of our citizens. Every single Indian life matters, Arnab. Every single Indian citizen's drop of blood counts. And let's do what is in our national interest. Let us not try and impress anybody in the United States, the leftist liberals there. They won't be impressed by whatever you do. We don't have to impress Europe. We certainly have to impress the Pakistani military that they are in deep trouble. They want more trouble? Go right ahead.
A lot of shelling right now, which has restarted in Punch. Our reporter, Arawat, is in Punch. I'd like to go to him full frame. Arawat, establish your location for us. You don't have to use the camera light that exposes you to harm. This is a very, very heavy shelling area. We don't have to be on the 6th window on this frame, please, viewers. Now, I'm just going across to you, Arawat. I can hear you. Can you tell me what's going on? What are you hearing? I'm told there's major shelling in the part where you are. What's your location right now?
Yes, absolutely, Arnav. We have seen that the fresh heavy exchange of fire has been started in the Uri sector this time now, and you can hear the big louds of the here. here in the Uri sector, also we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Here in the Uri sector, also we have seen that the entire area, we have seen, if you can see here in my background, if it's possible to see there, there is the flashlights going on where the fire have been started from this very sector, and then after we have seen the entire area is under the chaos, and we have seen that the blackout has been imposed in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, not only here in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the heavy artillery firing has been started in the Uri sector. Right now we have been told to follow all the precautions. That's why we are also going to underground bunker here as of now, but we have been seen that the heavy exchange of fire has been just started. Also the multiple sirens were also activated before the heavy artillery siren. One big bang has just heard in behind me, and this is the entire area where we have seen earlier we have seen that the properties were also targeted by the Pakistani troopers. Then after we have seen as of now the heavy exchange of fire is from this side, and you can see if Firdaus can show you the exactly there is the fire right now. You can see.
Can't see.
I don't know.
I can see. It's like a dot in the distance. Yes.
Right
what is
now,
that?
But yes, exactly. That's the shell where we have seen in the Uri sector right now, and we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, we have seen that the entire area has been under the blackout. Also, we have been told that this shelling has took place just 15 minutes back here in the Uri sector right now. You can see the red dot there. That's the point where the shelling has started. But we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply from the multiple locations here in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen during the day when we have seen that the evacuation process was underway. We have seen that the administration is on.
So Arawat is in Uri. There is almost a repeat situation of yesterday that we are seeing here, where exactly this time the shelling starts on both sides. But there is no swarm of drones yet. There is no swarm of drones yet. General KK, how are you reading the military situation?
See the calm, I can see the calm. What is yesterday, what has happened and what the briefing we got, that 400 odd, and those are SE Guard Songa, that is a very small range, 5 kilometers, drones which has come. It is just, 10 kilometer radius it can operate, and probably it was not even carrying the payload of explosives. And there are some cameras which they must have put, which they have, because out of 400, only 50 plus 20 has been accounted for.
Yeah.
So, if they have, that was the intention. That is the intention what we have read in the briefing which we got. Then there is certainly something. Are we going to retaliate first, or they are going to retaliate? They will do something because they have carried out probing attack, we say. This is the probing which they have done, which is what the assessment of
roving attack.
Probing attack.
Just to assess. But if they are probing, General KK, if they are probing, is it a probing before a bigger attack?
Checking our defenses.
Yeah, that is exactly what the assessment is. This is exactly what the assessment is when given today. In layman language, it might be that they have come in those areas, they have come with the cameras, word was used with the cameras, they have carried out the recce and gone back. These recce's and all are done, we find the.
So the difference is what you're saying, the difference is, the difference, General KK, what you're saying is that when we go and attack, we have a covert information, we have knowledge, we know where the target is, we know who we want to go after. Down to 5 square meter, we hit the particular target. But when they are hitting, when they came in yesterday, they were just probing the whole area. They do not have any covert information. They have no specific installation. They're just trying to show their power and go away. Now, in this given situation, Commodore Vikramjit Singh, where is the role of the Navy in your view? Where is the role of the Navy?
Just one thing more.
Yes, Arnab.
Yeah,
let him say one thing more. Yeah, General KK, you want to add something? Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, General KK.
Yeah, I want to add. See, when you carry out this, there can be two intentions. One is very serious intentions or a face saving. Face saving that, if it becomes a escalatory ladder, we, carry out something. They wait for it, then they will do something. If they want to get away, if they will get away, that India backs off.
This is exactly the time. I have to go in for some breaking news. This is exactly the time yesterday that there was a major drone attack. I'm hearing news now. What was the input? I'm told there is very, very huge explosions heard in Samba. I'm told Pakistani drones have been intercepted. Once again, we have the video. Let's play it. Let's see what we have. Samba visuals. Audio up. But I'm not seeing on the visual. Yeah, there is one dot out there on the screen, very, very small, almost cannot be seen. It's not a swarm of drones, but these are individual drones which may be trying to infiltrate. Samar, are you seeing this? Can we go back to that visual, please? These are individual drones that may be trying to enter our airspace. Is this?
They're trying to check.
But this is not probing.
I mean, if they're sending it in less numbers, means they're checking out that if we send in less, what is the response?
And which sector can we enter from?
This is Samba. It's a flat ground. There are no mountains or obstructions.
But why are we letting them do this? Every night they come and do this. We use our ADA. What is the strategy?
Our radars are already...
Just coming to you, General. Yeah.
Our radars are already picking up the origin of the flight path of these drones.
Yeah.
So they are not realizing that whenever they are launching these drones, we know the origin of the place where they are keeping them and launching them.
Okay.
So it's going to be once
so these are
and
latest
decisive blow.
These are latest visuals from Samba sector. General Dayal very keen to come in here. General Dayal, this is different from yesterday. Can we put the audio up and then run General Dayal's response? Sir.
Arnab, see, these are very small drones. The terrain in Samba is such that, there are trees, there's plantation. That area is quite thickly plantation. So in this area, small drones will not find any signatures on the radar. And it is night time. During daytime, the sentries will see them. There are posts where people will see them. It is night time, small drones are coming. The best part is that they are still being detected and being intercepted. So let's not, and Samba has got other significance. Samba is very critical when you look at the lifeline from Punjab to JNK.
I think I've seen a bigger swarm now.
Jammu, Srinagar.
We are seeing some more visuals now, and we are seeing some explosions in the sky. It's becoming a little bit clearer. 1 second. We are seeing a feed here. This appears to be like a swarm. This appears to be a swarm drone again. It started in the Samba sector. Are you seeing this, General Bakshi? General Bakshi, are you seeing this? Okay, we had this feed coming in from ANI.
Yes, very much, very much.
What does this look like to you, sir? Another attack, another evening?
I think, I would reckon this is a bigger drone with a bigger payload. The swarm that you are seeing is our air defense guns. They're shooting at it, the L-70s. Look, Arnab, very valid questions you raised. Is this a probing attack, that 350 to 400 drones? Was that a probing attack, or was that a calibrated response to our strikes on the 9 terror camps and then some military targets, 4 military targets, right? Is this a calibrated attack in terms of the escalation ladder? He's also going graduated. If this is a probing attack meant for you to fire away your missiles in panic, reduce the number of missiles you have, then it is serious business. That means he's wanting to do something big. Does he have the thumb? Can he follow through? Can he follow through with that? I'm not very sure. I'm not very sure. But I think we are dealing with it quite well. Most of it, the work is being done by our L-70s and by non-kinetic means, which means electronic warfare, which has been enough to suppress. We also have low-level tactical guns now, which can shoot down these drones. Machine guns which can shoot down these drones. We have catered for this very well.
But you know, this can also be deceptive. Our response to this, you want to add something? Yeah, please.
So, I just want to tell you one thing, that these are deceptionary tactics by the Pakistan forces. They are purposely using these small drones at a lower altitude to basically make us waste our ammunition. They are already in possession of Baryaktar Akinci. Baryaktar Akinci is a UAV drone which can fly at a height of 40,000 feet. 40,000 feet it can fly. It covers a distance of 7,500 kilometers in one go. And, you know, it has 27 different types of payload. Different variety of missiles.
I need to come in. There is a suspected flying object. There is a suspected flying object that has been detected over Ames, Jammu. This is in Jammu. Just 1 minute, please. And therefore, this appears to be some kind of an intrusion here. And we are seeing a visual of a suspected flying object. Flying, this visual taken somewhere near Ames, Jammu. So the question is this probing, is this stealthy, is this bigger payload, right? And there it is, viewers. You can see it quite clearly on this shot. Gursimran, are you there with us, Gursimran? Gursimran, aapne bheja hai. Gursimran, this video, what is it there?
Yes, sir.
What do you see here?
See, this has been taken from a nearby village of the Ames, Jammu, which is in the Vijaypur area of the Samba, and this drone has been, suspected drone has been intercepted a couple of minutes ago, after which there are some loud explosions that have also been heard. It is yet to be made clear by the authorities whether this suspected drone has been brought down or the attempts are being made, but a suspected flying object has been detected over the Ames, Jammu, after which the air defense system that has been installed at a nearby location has been activated by the authorities. A complete blackout is there in the Jammu district as well as the 9 other districts of the Jammu region. Reason being that there is a chatter picked up by the air traffic control that suggests that a drone attack is being launched into the Indian territory or is being noticed close to the international border, after which we saw that there has been an alert. There has been an alert that was sounded. A siren was also played across as a air raid siren, and also the blackout has now been imposed across Jammu region so that if there is any attempt from the adversary to carry out any air raid, that can be stopped well within the time and the air defense system is activated or not.
This is very, it seems almost like deja vu, like this was happening last night, viewers. If you're watching Republic this evening, you'd remember around this time there was a swarm of drone attacks yesterday. Bishambar Dayal, what is this playing towards? The question is, in this quote-unquote game, they're sending these drones. We've sent precision strikes. They're sending these sort of surveillance drones in. What is this all moving towards?
See, Arnab, let's look at his pattern. He's activated the entire LC. He's causing you damage at the LC, right? And from LC downwards, where LC finishes, he's made your IB also into LC with the help of these drones and these few missile attacks and this, and over last 3 days, he's been doing this. We have been so far counter-reacting to him. We all feel we need to have patience. We need to, maybe our strategic thinkers are making a bigger plan, deception plan and all those things. But at lower level, we must understand that all this causes panic in the 10, 12, 15 kilometers of the IB Indian side. Now, I'm of the opinion that, look, all this must be rebutted, not with just counteroffensive. It must be given a very, very punitive response where his villages, where his people in the 20, 25 kilometers area, where they feel the same pain, same panic, and where their military installations get some punishment. I mean, you may not declare a war. You may have your grand strategy. You may bring your grand strategy after 5 days, 6 days, and you can do that. But meantime, I'm of the opinion that that little more than what is required, what we are presently doing. We got to do something much more than this to send a very clear message every night, every hour to the Pakistani people and to the Pakistani establishment. That sort of
what could that be, General Bakshi?
We should wait.
What could that be?
I'm saying.
Okay,
let General Bakshi say, otherwise I have got my own.
Let me put it bluntly. What could that be? Vishambar, have you finished? Can I comment? Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, आप बोलोगे तो हम सुनेंगे ना. आप बोलो, then I can.
What would that bigger? No. Because he asked me, that's why I'm saying. Arnab, what I'm saying is, you want to do something big, then it has to be kinetic action on the ground, supported by massive air power, firepower. Period. You want to do it localized, then your best choice is J&K. You want to use the integrated battle groups, then the entire international border is open, right? The choice is between these two. If you really want to escalate and hurt, you want to play games. We seem to be, both sides, quite fond of playing games. So these are games, please. We have hit the terror camps, very good. We hit them with more than drones. We hit them with the Scalp and the Hammer cruise missiles and the bombs, right? We hit them possibly with BrahMos. We hit them possibly with Smirch and PAK. So that's not games. That was a hard hit. Subsequently, we seem to have been trying to get into a drone war.
Okay, we have a visual of an interception. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. There we have a visual of an interception. This interception is coming in from Uri. India is giving a strong response back to these attempted interceptions. These visuals have come in from Uri. You're seeing this, sir, and it's quite a, you can see these are air defense systems, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know which make this would be. This is L-70. L-70 or Zu-23. Okay, there's a Zu-23 system which is firing. So it's a similar situation like last night. Yes, Jaldeal.
Yeah, Arnab, these are Zu-23 guns or maybe some Shilka guns because these are rapid fire. They fire about 2,000 rounds per minute. The L-70 is a little bigger round and it is a slow rate of fire. What I'm saying is, Arnab, see, General Bakshi and General Sinha have served too long on LC to give you more brief on how LC population feels when there is firing for 6, 8 months. What they go through mentally. What I'm saying is you are letting the bastard, sorry to use that word, for Pakistan, you're letting him to do that all along your IB from Jammu to Amritsar to Firozpur.
What is to be done then, sir? What is to be done?
I'm saying stop his nonsense.
Then what is to be done, sir?
So you must apply your rocket resources also, no? You got Pinakas, you got Smarch, you got your resources, no? You need not fire your missiles. During the day, identify at night before he takes off.
You're saying this drone-to-drone battle will not work?
You start punishing him.
Start punishing him how, sir?
Why should you? You are waiting for his drones. Why should you?
Then it's the escalation that has gone to another level.
See, your Jammu people are scared. Why not Lahore? Why not Lahore? Let it be. Why not Lahore tonight go sleepless with your arty fire, with your rocket fire? Why are you letting your Jammu population suffer? Why should Samba people be suffering? What are we trying to give a message? You wait. I'm not saying you wait for 3 months, 4 months and strike when you leak. Your strategic grand strike can come as you plan.
But the question
then don't let your population suffer. You imagine.
The question then is, General Commodore Bikramjit Singh, is that our strategic intent? Do we want to do that? The question is, the meeting at the Prime Minister's residence has just ended. There has been a conversation. The question is whether we want to go to a situation where we use our Pinakas, where we use our other heavy artillery, where we want to escalate to that level, or whether we want to use drones to continue to make targeted, I'm coming back to you, sir, after Bikramji, whether we continue to use our drone system or continue to do precision strikes, disrupt their air defense systems. But even if you disrupt their air defense system, it should be to something. It comes to use only if you make a bigger attack, isn't it? If you don't have a bigger strike, then what's the use of hitting their air defense systems?
Yes, Arnab, absolutely right. What you're saying makes a lot of sense. But what General Dayal sir is saying also making sense. If you ask me, our India's standpoint always has been that we are not the first ones to escalate or to intrude or to start kind of a conflict. We are here to defend our interest if it comes to that stage. So like you said, you are aware, the External Affairs, the Foreign Secretary also said that escalation was already done by Pakistan when they did Pahalgam. So that was an escalation because they were projecting to the world that escalation has been done by India. On the contrary, they were the ones who had done the escalation. Now, here, what Pakistan is trying to do, I think we have to understand that in the garb of, sending these drones, these kind of, what we call probing attacks, are they trying to build up something which we are missing?
Or are they trying to build up something, or have we put them in a trap? We have more videos from Jammu. As Samar speaks, Samar, the latest breaking news video will play as you speak. Please make your point. But please also refer to these visuals. 1 minute. So these are, again, a repeat of last night. Only, this is Jammu for a second night. The sirens are on over Jammu. And we have our air defense which is firing, which means there is an attempted intrusion once again. Gursimran has a quick update. Gursimran? Gursimran? Please switch off your light, camera light. Switch off your camera light. Yeah, please. Okay, we lost his mic there. Samar.
Okay, now, sir, as per my research, what I have been studying regarding the enemy's attack pattern, they have the AH-1 Cobras who have recently and constantly been flying low at the nape of the earth, practicing attack maneuvers. The Cobra attack helicopters. So firstly, that is the lowest altitude at which they are practicing an attack. Then comes the middle altitude, which are these small drones, which are basically which are making us expend our ammunition, are going to catch our attention.
It can't be only to expend ammunition.
But even above that, an altitude even above that, approximately 40,000 feet, is going to be the Akinci combat UAVs, which has a payload of 1,350 kgs of missiles.
Understood. I got your point. You're saying they're working towards certain definite plan, but General Bakshi, the breaking is that the defense sources, army sources, confirming that drone sightings have happened right now, and the visuals are on Republic in Jammu, Samba, and in Pathankot, and all are being engaged. They all are being engaged. General Bakshi, 30 seconds to you, sir, and then I'm wrapping with you. General Bakshi, how is this moving, sir?
All right. Arnab, the visuals that we saw first was that we saw much larger, that bright
swarm,
larger than the smaller ones we had seen earlier. So from the swarm drones, we seem to have switched to at least what is called males. Mid-altitude, long-endurance drones. These, by the way, in Russia, Ukraine, have proved to be a little easier targets to engage because they have a larger cross-section, larger size of the target, can be picked up on radar depending upon what material you use. So what is Pakistan's idea in continuing to keep us on, on Jammu and on the line of control every night? So my first reaction is increase the firepower.
Increase the firepower.
Throwing at him.
He's been saying it very clearly, sir. I have to wrap because I have to go to Deepakji. Deepakji, what do you think? You've seen some very aggressive postures taken by General Bakshi and General Dayal. Sir, quick word from you, sir.
Thank you very much. This, sir, if I may invert the conventional wisdom, this is the storm which will be followed by a lull. And then there will be the tsunami that we will initiate. This is going to escalate for a while, then it will calm down, They think that we are going to let our guard down, but then the tsunami will
then
follow.
we'll respond. Okay, I close here for want of time, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, I'm going to read the Pakistani mind, the statements they have made, the contradictions, where they stand, and what that tells you about how they are thinking.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
सिलेंडर लीकेज है, लीकेज भी है, हाँ लीकेज है, ऊपर है. आ गया मैं पीछे नजर आऊँ पीछे दूर.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. And there has been this heavy shelling going on along the LOC, and there have been drone intrusions reported in Jammu, in Samba. I'll get you all the details of all of that in a minute. Now, I want to spend some time understanding and trying to understand the Pakistani mind, and I'll do it extempore, because while we look at all the military procedures, we must also have some sense of how the Pakistanis are thinking. Now, point number one, the Pakistanis, in terms of putting pressure on their government, are at an all-time high. There are lots of things being said about Asif Munir. There are lots of things said about Shehbaz Sharif. And this is the question that's being asked. This soundbite I want to play first is that of Imran Khan's sister Alima Khan, who has raised serious questions about the claims of Shehbaz Sharif about shooting down Indian jets, and has also said, how is it that Indian aircraft came in and carried out such a big attack inside Pakistan? I'm going to play this soundbite first and then I'll tell you more.
जरा देखें तो सही, क्योंकि आपको शायद जंग का पता नहीं। मेरे हस्बैंड एयरफोर्स में थे, मेरे बहनोई भी एयरफोर्स में थे। ये जो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जहाज गिराए हैं, वो जो नवाज शरीफ की हुकूमत क्लेम कर रही है ना, तो यहाँ पे ड्रोन अंदर आ रहा है, मतलब इंडिया से अंदर पिंडी तक पहुँच रहे हैं। पिंडी तक पहुँचे कैसे?
So that's the question. How are the Indian drones so effective? How are they hammering us so hard? How did they come right into Rawalpindi? Now the pressure builds on Khwaja Asif. Is the defense minister, and truly today they have no explanation. So Khwaja Asif, the defense minister of Pakistan, came out with a completely weird explanation where he said that we could not target the Indian drones because of a technical reason. If we had targeted the drones, then our air defense units' locations would have got leaked. It makes absolutely no sense, not even to a layman, ladies and gentlemen. But hear him and hear how ludicrous this statement is sounding when it is being made on the floor of the Pakistan Assembly.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ, वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो, और जब वो एक सेफ लिमिट पे आए तो हमने उनको मार कराया।
And now he comes under more pressure and he says, what happened to your lines of defense? At this point, Khwaja Asif, the Pakistani defense minister, makes a major admission. He says that our second line of defense are in our madrasas. You saw all the pictures there of the terrorists leading the army, and now he's officially said that the madrasas, which are used by Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, are their second line of defense. This is as much of an admission of using the terrorist infrastructure that he could have made. So he's making all these admissions. Hear this.
जहाँ तक मदारस के स्टूडेंट्स का ताल्लुक है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि वो हमारी एक सेकंड डिफेंस लाइन है। वहाँ पे नौजवान जो पढ़ते हैं, अल्लाह के फजल से वो दीन के साथ भी जो है आरास्ता हैं, और उसके साथ जो है वो उनके जो वक्त ज़रूरत जो है।
So viewers, this is the second point. You can play that down. Now this is the second point that he's making, and it's because of bumbling statements like this. Somewhere where he reveals, somewhere where he makes a stupid comment about why they couldn't take on the Indian army, and our targeting of various Pakistani locations on the intervening night of 6th and 7th, they're coming under pressure. I will now play what you may not believe, but Pakistani lawmakers, senators, members of the National Assembly are standing in the assembly and saying that our Prime Minister is a coward, he's a buzdil, he's a gidar, which is colloquial for jackal. The kind of statement I'm going to play now, ladies and gentlemen, completely exposes the standing of the government of Shehbaz Sharif today. Hear this.
पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर, जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है, वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को?
So viewers, you see, this is the situation in Pakistan, and then the Economic Affairs Ministry put out a statement saying that our stock markets have been hit, we have made heavy losses, and because of the losses we need to raise money. This is what the statement was from the Economic Affairs Division of the Pakistan Finance Ministry, where they were begging for loans on the internet. I don't know if I have the exact tweet with me. When I get that, I will play it. And then alongside that, the Karachi Port Trust put out a tweet saying that the Karachi port has sustained heavy damage following hits by India and emergency response measures are on the way. These are the kind of tweets that are coming out. The moment these tweets come out, the Pakistani government, after half an hour, puts out a release saying it's been hacked. But that's complete nonsense. In the middle of all of this, the mastermind of Pahalgam, Asif Munir, has gone missing. And I'm not making this up, but he's called Chachu Whiskey in colloquial terms, in affectionate terms in Pakistan. He's called Chachu Whiskey Abhishek because he drinks a lot of whiskey and he turns into, from ISI chief to Chachu Whiskey, army chief to Chachu Whiskey at 6:30 p.m. He's been missing. The point is, viewers, the man who's missing is the man who said this leading up to Pahalgam. He said this, and after saying this, after instigating everything, he's gone missing. Here's a quick reminder of what he'd said. The man who's gone missing, this is what he said 1 month back.
Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle
in the
to
same
create this
speech,
country.
in the same speech, Asif Munir also had said that Baluchistan can never be touched. Hear what he had said about 3 weeks back on Baluchistan. Okay, I don't have that. But in any case, today, all across Baluchistan, Quetta has been vacated by the Pakistani army. 2 corps have been moved away to the eastern border with India. And while that happens, the Baluch, Akhtar Mangal's fight is very important. The Baluch are reminding the Pakistanis of what the Bangladeshis had done to them. Look at this ridicule that is being thrown at the Pakistani army by Akhtar Mangal, leading Baluch leader.
बंगालियों ने जो कुछ आप लोगों के साथ किया वो कितनी नस्ल तक आपको याद है? उसको भी तो याद करो ना। दुनिया की जंगी तारीख में 90,000 फौजियों ने जो इकट्ठे हथियार नहीं डाले, जो आपकी फौज ने डाले।
Yes, to the surrender of 1970.
ये भी अपनी निसाब की किताबों में डाल दें कि आपकी आने वाली 10 नस्लें वो भी पढ़ें। अपनी निसाब की किताबों में ये भी डाल दें कि उन 90,000 फौजियों के न सिर्फ हथियार बल्कि उनकी पतलूनें भी आज दिन तक वहां पे टांगी हुई हैं।
And while the battle intensifies, as per this video which has been released by the Baluch Liberation Army, 14 Pakistani army soldiers have died. And can you have the visual of that? This has happened in Baluchistan's Kachchi district when their vehicle was hit by an IED. Just take a look at this. That's the kind of precision strikes that the Baluchis are having on them. There are continuous attacks on the Pakistani army. So, viewers, why am I telling you all this? That when you see these little drone games that the Pakistanis are trying to play with us, we must remember, we have not even opened our cards yet. But we are letting the Pakistanis exhaust theirs. And then we'll do what we were meant to do and what we have to do. Let's debate.
Pakistan has completely lost its bearing through its escalatory action against India. While India has targeted specific terrorist infrastructure,
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed.
Pakistan, for a second straight night, has targeted civilian and military targets.
Using mortar and heavy caliber artillery in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Kandhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area.
Pakistan has achieved what it could not at the UN: internationalize the entire issue with the involvement of Turkey.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं।
However, this time Pakistan had a plan too deranged even for its sinister designs. When India launched its counter-strike against Pakistan's UAV, this is what Pakistan did, or should we say, did not do.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights.
After being questioned by its own nationals on how India's drones struck deep into Pakistan's territory,
नवाज शरीफ की हुकूमत क्लेम कर रही है ना, तो यहाँ पे ड्रोन अंदर आ रहा है, मतलब इंडिया से अंदर पिंडी तक पहुँच रहे हैं। पिंडी तक पहुँचे कैसे?
the clueless Pakistani establishment once again caught napping with bizarre logic to defend itself.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ, वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो।
But when the Chinese air defenses failed to protect Pakistani army, Rawalpindi devised a sinister plan to use civilians as a shield, directly putting Saudi and Pakistani nationals at deliberate risk by putting them in the potential line of fire to carry out its cowardly attack. The Pakistan army is executing General Asim Munir's genocidal rant word by word.
Different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there, that we are two nations, we are not one nation.
Pakistan is now attempting to avenge terrorists by doing what they do best: target civilians and military.
During heavy shelling across the line of control in the early morning of 7th May, a shell fired from Pakistan landed just behind the Christ School run by the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate congregation in Puj. Tragically, the shell fired from Pakistan hit the home of 2 students of the Christ School. Both students unfortunately lost their lives. We have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
Even the Pakistani government is now echoing the Asim Munir mindset.
जहाँ तक मदारस के स्टूडेंट्स का ताल्लुक है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि वो हमारी एक सेकंड डिफेंस लाइन है। वहाँ पे नौजवान जो पढ़ते हैं, अल्लाह के फजल से वो दीन के साथ भी जो है आरास्ता हैं, और उसके साथ जो है वो उनके जो वक्त ज़रूरत जो है, जिस तरह उन्होंने फरमाया कि उनको शहरी दिफा के लिए या दूसरी ज़रूरतों के लिए जो है ना बिल्कुल 100% इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है।
Even Pakistani lawmakers are calling out the cowardly establishment.
मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं।
While Pakistan stands exposed, India is ensuring that the entire world knows it.
Excellencies, friends, we also meet at a time when India is confronting the challenge of terrorism, one that is a shared threat to the international community. I thank those who have expressed solidarity with us and understand the resolute response that is underway.
The biggest question tonight remains: has Pakistan crossed the point of no return by targeting civilians and military with Turkish-made drones and using Saudi and Pakistani nationals as human shields?
Breaking news coming in. Shawan, first of all, there's been an attempted attack on the Northern Command headquarters. Can you tell us more about that?
And this time too, drone attacks been reported from Jammu, Samba, Kathua, Udhampur, Rajouri, Poonch, Pathankot, Gurdaspur. Not just Jammu, it has also been reported from Rajasthan in Uttarlai and Faludi. These are the 2 places in Rajasthan.
But none of these attempted attacks have been successful.
These are all attempted. The first one was reported around 8:15 this evening. It's the same very time that they have once again opened up. And this was again drone attacks that we have been told. Some reports of missiles, but we are waiting for another.
Okay, we got some visuals of missiles. I was told, and we were told that we had visuals out near Amritsar. There were attempted missile attacks which have also been intercepted. Do we have a confirmation on that, Abhishek, Shawan? Do we have a confirmation of that?
Yeah.
Abhishek,
over Amritsar.
Over Amritsar?
Yes.
What do we have over
Amritsar? There's a complete blackout and there has been an interception.
Interception, not missile. Interception.
Interception.
It could be a drone as usual, like yesterday.
Yes.
Do we have an optic on that? Do we have a visual on that?
Yes,
okay, we have a visual on that.
We have a visual.
This is it, I think. This is it. This is over Amritsar.
We're just getting some reports.
What are we seeing here? What are we seeing here? Shawan, look ahead. We're seeing the visuals from Amritsar here tonight.
So there you are. That the moment you see that glimmer right now.
These are slow-moving drones which are being individually targeted and they are going off. These don't appear to be very heavy payloads. Jal Bakshi, not very heavy payloads. No. Jal Dayal, Amritsar.
Anything less than 5 kilos.
Comment from you, Jal Bakshi.
Arnab, these small drones carry payloads up to 5 kg. They're tactical drones. The bigger drones can carry 20 to 30 kgs and more, depending upon whether it is a male. A Hail can almost carry 100 kg and more, kind of a payload. These are smaller drones in this
Smaller drones. So what's going on right now?
That you showed,
Yeah.
That drone blip was much bigger.
It was
That
much
was a
bigger.
fail.
It was much bigger. General Dayal, what's going on? I mean, we get the, is it a repeat of last night? We got information about attempted targeting of 16 Corps. Then we are getting a Samba. Then we are getting Amritsar. What are you reading, sir? Can you unmute yourself, sir?
Is that LC has been extended right up to the entire international border on our Western theatre, right? So he's striking you. He's failing. Let us not make a Muhammad Ghazni of him that he fails 13 times and he succeeds 14th time. Are we waiting for something to happen? Then we will take action. I'm not saying take action in a foolhardy manner, but you have prepared for 15 days.
I got another visual. Sorry to interrupt.
You are witnessing this is the third night.
We're going to show you some visuals, dramatic visuals from Jammu. These are very, very, very dramatic visuals coming in only and only on Republic. Sent to us by Gursimran. You can see there. It is exactly a repeat of last night, Gursimran. These are visuals of the interceptions around and outside Jammu.
Yes, sir. Yes, Arnab, it's in the Jammu city that the visuals have been taken when the interceptors were released from the base, that is from the air defense system, that how they were moving towards the target that came from across the border. This is a hostile threat, after which air traffic control based at Jammu airport sounded an alert and the entire blackout was placed, after which the interceptors were released. We are told that over 100 such drones have been intercepted. So far, it's been more than an hour's time that this interception is underway, because the Pakistan is launching drones after drones, though there has not been any confirmation with regards to any missile being launched into the Indian territory, but the drones confirmation is getting the authenticity from the Indian Army as well, that is confirming that the drones have been launched. But the area is now widening with every single minute. The videos that we are getting, it is Udhampur, Kathua, Samba, Jammu, it's Rajouri, it's Poonch that has been activated by the Pakistani side. So entire stretch of the line of control and the international border in Jammu, and also the Pathankot and Gurdaspur in Punjab, along with Amritsar, has also been activated by the Pakistan side by pushing their drones into the Indian territory. But all the drones have been intercepted, and we are told so far by the teams in Jammu that all the assets of the Indian Armed Forces, all the assets are secure for now, and there has not been any hit on any of our vital asset.
What's the strategy they are implementing? Air Vice Marshal PK Srivastava, what do you think?
I think it's I can only think of something like a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
It is nothing to do with they are not hitting any of the war waging capacity. They are not hitting anything which is of substantial nature like we hit them. We hit 9 targets, we chose them, we went through it and we penetrated. What is this kind of thing? From Air Warriors perspective, is something which is I would say just they got some Turkey drones with them and they're launching it, trying to show that we can also attack Indian airspace. But yes, they are being given a reply. It's a low-cost thing they're trying to do, and I guess...
A low cost for whom? For them or for us?
For them. For them,
for us, it's expensive.
For us, it's expensive, but we are going... See, I'll tell you...
Can we outlast this? If this were to carry on for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
No, we got their drones. We have also collected their wreckage. And from the wreckage, I'm pretty sure we have found out their communication frequencies. We have found out their radiation frequencies. We found all that. And we will be deploying the soft kill. Now we'll not use that kind of kinetics as they expect us to use. Okay. So we are not going to make it a kind of economic war. They think that yes, they can launch small drones and then engage the bigger army, and that bigger army or bigger air force spends much more money. That we are going to Arnab control, and we are going to control that. And we are only good at one thing, Arnab. Let me tell you, through you to the our own people, that we are good at modifying, improvising our in methods, procedures and processes as we confront the enemy and the way we confront the enemy.
If we are now going to get into reading the Pakistani mind, before that, Abhishek had an input on which I'm sure Saurabh Shukla, Editor-in-Chief of News Mobile from Washington, would like to respond. And what's your breaking story? While this war is going on, there's another war which is an economic war. And on that, Abhishek has some inputs. Abhishek.
So India, Arnab, has officially objected to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, giving loan to Pakistan as part of the EFF, the Extended Fund Facility. Pakistan had sought a $1 billion loan. India has said that Pakistan is frequently involved in terror activities. The world knows about it. In the recent episode, we are facing Pahalgam terror attack. India has also said, Arnab, that Pakistani military effectively controls the Pakistani government budget and that they are in a position that they can easily divert funds which are meant for something else to military activities and also for cross-border terrorism, and that is why IMF should review its processes in the light of this moral situation where Pakistan is diverting IMF funds to terror and hence should not be giving that loan.
But have we made this kind of compelling case earlier, or is it the first time?
This is the first time we have spoken at the IMF in this manner. We have in fact abstained from voting, taking a very strong position.
Could we, Saurabh is joining us from Washington.
Washington, D.C.
Saurabh, could we have calibrated this with the Americans? Can we expect the Americans to come in together with us? If they come in together with us, if it's a larger group, then can we block this IMF, sort of bailout for them?
No, I'll start with something what Clausewitz once said about center of gravity. We are targeting center of gravity of Pakistan, which is the Pakistani army, by making a correlation here. I can tell you that my sources telling me who are actually inside this meeting that China has been batting heavily for Pakistan, which was unexpected, along with some of the other members, citing humanitarian, reasons why, and that we should distinguish this bailout from what was happening either on this conflict or Pakistan's track record on other things, because they want to argue on technical ground, because they do know that IMF is an organization which sometimes takes decisions based on these technical aspects. Having said that, but I would say that, as Abhishek was saying as well, for the first time, India not only has gone ahead and identified these factors which have impacted, Pakistan, using these funds for terror activities and other things, but we have been formidable. We are seeking US's help, but I won't hazard a guess as of now, because obviously the meeting is underway, and I also do, understand from my sources that we are also fighting another battle, which is in the UN Security Council, which for now is our topmost priority vis-a-vis when it comes to a bailout, because we also do believe that we can get some riders on this bailout. Even if they manage to get something out of IMF, we will try to get some riders, so the Pakistani establishment is not allowed to use these funds without any clear deliverables. And that's the strategy as of now.
At least under watch, under leverage, whether we, with our significant clout, are able to have some hold over the end use of the IMF funds. Now, some visuals have also come in from Rajouri. I want to go full frame to that. This is a swarm of drones. Very big swarm of drones, and now you can look at that. This is all being repulsed. This is like 1 minute.
Passing by almost every day at this hour from over our region, and that is why the timing is almost same for launching these drone attacks.
So these
Chinese satellites are relaying the signals.
Yeah. So these are Chinese or Turkish drones. These are Turkish drones.
They're Turkish, but with the help
location
of Chinese.
super, please. This is happening in Rajouri.
Just one more additional information that I have. That is, as far as our air defense systems are concerned, we have been told that S-400 is not being used. S-400 is not being used. Our AD guns, because they are cheap drones, not required. L-70 guns, Zu-23mm, Shilka systems are good enough to basically tackle these drones. So there is no need for the S-400 to be used, because it's very much, it can be tackled with the AD
Zeenat
guns.
is live with us also on this fast-moving coverage. She's joining us from Baramulla, and she has information that in Avantipura, near an airbase, there has been a loud explosion. There's been a loud explosion. Zeenat? Zina?
Yes, Arnab, a loud bang was heard by the people near this Avantipura air base, which is in the South Kashmir. There are reports that the drone has been shot down, but we are waiting for the official confirmation, because there has been a continuous attack of the drones or Pakistan drones in Jammu. And meanwhile, if at all it turns true, then this will be the first attack in the Kashmir Valley as far as the drone attack is concerned. We are picking up the loud bang was heard in around Avantipura air base, which is in South Kashmir. We are verifying the reports as of now. Meanwhile, we are also seeing that the heavy artillery is being used by the Pakistan army along the line of control in Kupwara, Keran, Tangdar, and also in the Tutmali Gali, and which comes under jurisdiction of Kalamabad. All these sectors have once again been hit by the Pakistan army. They have been using the small arms in Uri, and also the heavy artillery guns are being used in Karna and Pasgam, which is again the part of the Kupwara sector where the artillery is being witnessed. Although there is an effective response that is coming from the Indian army, and Jammu and Kashmir continues to remain on high alert.
Okay, now we've been told that a Pakistani drone has been brought down in Avantipura, in Pulwama.
Yes.
Shawan?
It has already been engaged and brought down in Avantipura. That's again closer to one of our base.
We've spent the first 15 minutes giving all this information about where the drone attacks are. We can't be complacent about it, but we have to now take one step back and try and analyze in the next 25 minutes what on earth is Pakistan trying to do, because I'm seeing two images of Pakistan out here.
They're basically trying to find a pattern.
Okay, go back to Samar. Yeah.
They're trying to find out a pattern that what amount of load can their L-70s and anti-aircraft guns take, and what it takes, what is the quantity that it takes for them to penetrate the defenses.
For what reason? For what reason?
For calculating
to carry a
the
bigger
ratio,
payload or what?
No, for calculating the ratio and the number of drone swarms that they can send in one go, which will be effective. So right now when they are sending...
General Bakshi.
They're checking how many can go through.
Someone, General Bakshi was to come in. General Bakshi.
Look, Arnab, I have some serious points to make. Kindly give me some time.
Please, sir.
The briefing today clearly spelled out that our responses will be non-escalatory. We will match them escalation for escalation in exactly the same terms as they are doing. I'm very sorry from a military man's point of view. If you do that, you'll get a situation like the LC. You know, machine gun for machine gun, rocket launcher for rocket launcher, artillery for artillery, etc., etc., etc. That has been going on for 75 years almost now, right? So what do you want? You want this thing to go on? You want a win-win solution? You know, I understand that we want to give them an off-ramp, but that off-ramp can't be a win-win solution for Pakistan and for India. Armies fight to win. They do not fight for draws. You want a tame draw, you'll keep having these terrorist strikes every 3-4 years. Right? You have to now make up your mind,
for the time
escalation, dominance, and give it back.
No. Repeat the question. What, Abhishek, say that again.
My question, General Bakshi sir,
sorry,
Abhishek,
who's that?
Question was, sir, my small question was, are you getting a sense that we are already giving an impression that it's a draw, which is not good?
Why are you giving an impression that you want a desperate off-ramp? Have you think you have inflicted enough punishment? It's not. Let me tell you as a military expert, it is not adequate punishment for Pakistan.
Everyone.
He'll come back to you. Don't start sweating for a de-escalation. Don't start sweating. You are sending a wrong signal. You are sending a very wrong signal. You see, we don't want a tame draw. We don't want an LC like my good friend Bishambar was saying. LC firing has been going on every damn night, yaar. We've been facing it. You have to clobber him. You clobber. Right? You think he's... If you... Look. No, now let me... I'm sorry you triggered me, but now, when an official statement tries to play down the losses we have inflicted, I understand that you want to give him an off-ramp. Is he wanting an off-ramp? Are you sure he's wanting an off-ramp? Asim Munir will be dead Turkey if he's seen as retreating. Gali to already pad rahi hai. You have to hit him. Arnab, you better decide. Otherwise, we'll be hearing this for the next 20 years. Ye save, ye tamasha. Drones Turkey se aate rahenge. And that little girl said today that it's only Turkish drones. You got the debris of only Turkish drones. China has a huge, Pakistan has a huge inventory of Chinese drones. Wing Lung Shung, sab hai sara wahan pe. So don't tell me it is only Turkey. Don't tell me it is only Turkey. Look, you don't be so desperate to give an off-ramp. He escalated. You take him back till he tries uncle. You have to make him cry uncle. You know, that is why I'm saying, let the military handle it now.
Absolutely. And how do you punish him? 1 minute. Just so you triggered him
but
there. But you did trigger General Bakshi there. But I want to come in with a slightly alternative view to yours. I believe.
Can I come in?
Sir, just one line from me, and then I'll come to you, sir. Just coming to you, sir. I do not believe that we are trying to balance it out or settle it with the Pakistanis. It will be very wrong to make that assumption.
Right.
We must look at, we must remind ourselves. See, I'll put two sets of visuals out here. First, today's visuals, and then I want to show the visuals of 6th. Just for a minute, let us pause. This is a mind game. For the last 2 days, we are seeing these silly drones come here. We hit them back. We feel good about it. Our air defense artillery systems are strong. And we haven't yet used our S-400 Triumph systems. We haven't used Barak 8. We haven't even used Akash. We are using the smaller?
The AD guns.
Yeah, the AD guns. And we are doing pretty good. And we have told ourselves we have a protection. And that's extremely good. Very good. But can the producers put 2 sets of visuals together? Because visuals don't lie, viewers. The visuals of the devastation we carried out, please. Not these visuals. I want to show the visuals of the first night, Bahawalpur. The visuals of the 6th, Pradeep. For those are the visuals which tell the real story. This is a drone game. This is non-contact drone interception capability, etc. going on. This is not inflicting any real damage.
It's waste of money.
The 4th level guns are taking care of it. It's a waste of money on our side.
On their side also.
And it's a waste of time on their side. But is it a waste of time? Is it possible that they are playing for time by doing this? Think of their mind. They are the government under pressure. They are being abused in their assembly. Asif Munir is nowhere to be seen. It's not like where Prime Minister Modi is sitting with everyone and having a strategy meeting. Why is it taking so long to pull out the 6th footage, please?
Arnav, we can't prolong.
Just 1 minute. Why is it taking so long to pull out the 6th footage, producers?
I mean...
No, we need to remind ourselves sometimes of what we have achieved, Samar.
I mean, time is the key.
Full frame, 50-50.
Time and
take us off the screen. And show the visuals recorded. Show what we did as contrary to what these guys, jokers, are trying to do. Remember this. The visuals, man, not the satellite visuals. Not this, the real visuals recorded by the Pakistani cell phone cameras, for God's sake.
Yes.
Let the people of the country see this.
And let's keep...
Or 1 minute, Samar. Or we will keep looking at these drones. We'll keep discussing what they got Turkish drones, 5 kilo payload, 2 kilo payload, 300 this, L-70. And we are getting caught in drone dynamics. Who the hell cares about drone dynamics when we have smashed Murid Ke? It's the Pakistanis who are trying to change the narrative. And I know the visuals which were shot from the car. I know the debilitating psychological impact those visuals had on the Pakistanis. This Shawan, this is just, it's shallow.
It's a distraction.
This, what we did was it. Now 50-50, that and this, please. We need to remind ourselves, that and this. When we see these flares in the sky, we remember. Can we see today's pictures? Is it so difficult to split the screen 50-50? Because I want the visual contrast to be in the minds of the viewers. Why is it so difficult for our production team to put that out? This is an important moment in the country's history. This is not the contrast of visuals I want. Both of these are Bahawalpur and Murid Ke, for God's sake. Yes. Now we've got it right. These flares are ours, these counter guns are ours on the left, but we remember what we have achieved on the 6th and 7th night and what we have achieved, what is happening tonight. This is a video game. Deepak Vora, this is a video game. That was the real attack. And the generals are saying we enjoy the real attack, not the video game. Deepak Vora, what would you say at this point of time to the two very angry generals tonight? What would you say to them, sir, with all your years of experience? Sir, now we can go back to the discussion. Thank you.
First, I'd request them not to lose reason. I understand your pain. My pain is as...
Everyone on.
All of us have that level of pain, sir. But then again, a time and place of our choosing, sir, which we are going to do, which we are doing.
We'll do.
We are strangulating them in every which way. You've seen for the first time what we have said at the IMF. We hadn't opposed it in the past. We let it go. Now we are resolutely opposing it. We're going to resolutely oppose everything that they do internationally, attempt to isolate them even more diplomatically. And then the final coup de grace will be the military action, the kinetic action. Sir, I have 52 years in the Foreign Service. We take our time, sir. We create the conditions and then we hit to decapitate, sir. We don't hit to injure. We hit to separate the head from the body, sir. It will come.
Let Dayal Saab respond to it. Dayal Saab, you want to respond to it? No, Dayal Saab is responding to it. Yeah, Dayal Saab, go on.
Yeah, Arnab, I am not responding in a manner that everybody is expecting. And you can, what me and Jan Bakshi are saying, please, we want the viewers to understand.
Everyone,
when we must understand one thing, that the initiative in a battle, initiative in a war, initiative in any conflict,
I know everyone
must remain with us.
I can't
we are the power. Right, wait, we are the power. It is we who have to calibrate things. What Tur said was that, look, he is trying to gauge our pattern. In now 4 days, we know what type of, third night, we know what type of drones are coming. These are Chinese and Turkish mixed drones are coming, right? Now, here the criticality is that, Arnab, they are not coming from too much of depth of Pakistan. They are coming also from IB, close to IB. So by now, with our ink sources, by everything, we should have established a pattern, and we should have started destroying that.
No, I have a question here.
You escalate.
I have a question here, sir. Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah.
Air Marshal PK Srivastava, today also commercial flights are everyone on, for God's sake, please, yeah. Today also commercial flights are flying in Pakistan all over, domestic, international.
Yes.
And obviously they are taking advantage of that, saying that if India hits with a missile, a BrahMos or something happens, then it will hit a passenger jet and then they will put the blame on India, and therefore these Pakistanis are cowards. But point is, can't we initiate something where we say, let there be a no time over Pakistan, it's not in our hands. Can't we issue a warning to commercial aircraft?
The airstrips.
Can I say my take? I know everyone is anguished. I know that we are disturbed. And these sites are not really alluring. But it doesn't mean that I lose my strategic and patience and get into the warfare just because I want to. He's inviting me. I shouldn't go for the invitation. I should have my own say.
He's inviting us for what, Air Marshal?
He's inviting us to show that, yes, I can show something, because these drones, I just want to tell the country through you, these drones, you talked about 5 kg explosives. They sometimes just have 0.5 kg explosives.
So what is this? What is this drone
They do not incapacitate you. Your capacity is intact. Now you have to see what you have to do with your capacity.
Are you saying the drones are a bait? Are you saying the drones are a bait?
They are just pain.
No, bait.
Bait.
To draw us into something.
You're right. They are a bait, but bait for what? There's no bait. They know if we come after them, they'll be finished. This is a bait to their own people, their own audience, their own constituency. They want to show that, yes, we can also respond. But it has no substance. So we should be calm, we should be peaceful. We know that we can answer it. We reserve the right to answer it, and we'll answer. As you rightly said, those explosions are meaningful. You put down an air defense system. That is meaningful. You have created already the gaps in their air defense.
General Bakshi has a response. General Bakshi.
Arnab, I have to come in.
Yeah, go on.
Look, to my very dear friend, I will be calm, right? I'm telling you that when you give a signal in an official briefing that our response will be a mirror image of your response. We will not escalate further. We are totally non-escalatory. Our predominant, calculus is that it has to be non-escalatory. Sir, you are sending a wrong message. Please, I am also a soldier. There are soldiers on the opposite side deciding. We are so blessed that we have a civilian establishment. We are so blessed that we have a democracy. The other side is not. You are talking to soldiers. Talk to him in the language of a soldier and he will understand. He will nod his head sagely, right? When you tell him, look, we'll do exactly what you do, initiative is with you. Initiative is not with us. We don't call the shots. We don't control the pace. We don't have escalation dominance. You have. You decide what level you want to go. Why? Why? Arnab showed you a beautiful picture, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. There are those pesky drones, and that is a Spice cruise missile for 100 kg warhead. You see the impact? You see the impact? I think I'll rest my case. Why do we have to stop using these? If he keeps needling you 2, 3, 4 days, he starts killing 16 Indians. Each one of those Indians is dear to me. I know those poor Sardars. I know those poor Dogras there. Every face comes up to me. They're not expendable, sir. They're not expendable. Not one Indian life is expendable. And yes, if you want to do escalation dominance, then you have to be prepared to do more than he is. And that intent has to be made clear to him. Please don't contradict yourself by saying, I will respond. Rest assured, I'm non-escalatory. I don't want it to go anywhere up. I will hit you only to the extent that you hit me. Then you will get the drones. You want to say, buddy, I have had it up to my gills, right? I am going to give it back to you. And please don't tempt fate. Don't push me beyond my angle. You are not the stronger party. We are. We've reacted very well so far. Let's not go soft now at the closing stage. You might give him, take him off the hook psychologically.
Are we anywhere close to the closing stage, General Bakshi? I don't think so. General Bakshi, I don't think we're anywhere close to the closing stage. I think it's only opening up. Saurabh wanted to say something. Yeah. Okay, General, let the generals comment first and then Saurabh after that.
Can I come in here? Quickly. Can I come in here, sir? Arnab, quickly. I have the greatest respect for General Bakshi. He has been a great host. I've had several rounds of coffee in his house. And I can tell you, sir, we are taking calibrated measures, as I understand it. And I think the pain is being inflicted, as I said, on the Pakistani establishment and the Pakistani generals. Sometimes what happens in a war, and you will know better, you are the operations guy, but I can tell you, you have to sometimes lose some strategic battles to win a war. So it's maybe looking on the surface that we are going slow. Our response is certainly different than what we should be doing. But I think...
General Dayal's coming back to you. General Dayal. General Dayal.
Arnab, see. Arnab, there is too much of noise there. Arnab, in a boxing...
Saurabh, just give it to General Dayal for a moment.
There are three rounds. You have to win each round. This is the first round. We have the initiative. Me and Jan Bakshi are saying, we are not saying you go full-fledged war today. We are not saying you show all the muscles today. All that we are saying is that in this round, the initiative was with you. Retain the initiative. And if you are allowing him every day to throw 50 drones at you, 100 drones at you, imagine if there are 10 casualties of civilians in Samba or anywhere. You imagine the fear that it creates in your population. Please try and understand. So why not to hit at these places from where these drones are emanating? These headquarters, they are not too much in depth. They are in 10 kilometer, 12 kilometer, 15 kilometer depth. So identify them and hit them before he starts in the evening. Why should you wait for him to start? I mean, we are not saying go to war. We are not saying use your Rafale tomorrow, use your BrahMos tomorrow, use your Agnis tomorrow. We are not saying launch a counteroffensive with armored division tomorrow. Please, at each round, there are 3 rounds in a boxing round. So each round matters. This is a round when he's probing us, we are probing us, he's judging us, we are judging us, he wants us to open. But do not give him the initiative every day that he starts, he continues, and then you take something in the morning and give a briefing.
But maybe...
I will only do this much as what I did.
Okay, 1 minute. Samar, 1 minute. Are we...
My sound is echoing, I
understand.
I can't speak, my sound is echoing.
Calibrated, sir. I tell you, and not every round in a boxing match can be a knockout round, right? Because you have to be strategic, and that's what is happening.
I'm not
so I think now our Prime Minister and his...
1 minute, Samar. Everyone.
Because of the probing aspect.
Thank you. Samar, allow me for a moment, please. I just want to. I'm not like I want to have the last word on this very interesting discussion. I'd give it to.
Did I say it should be knockout?
No.
I said try and win every round. It can be won on points.
1 minute. I would, however, say one last thing. You see, 2 things very rarely go together, but when they do, then there is a different result, which is pain and patience.
Yes.
A nation in pain for Pahalgam is being asked to be patient a little bit more. But we were patient till the 6th, so we delivered what we did. I still feel somewhere, Deepak Vora, that we must not undermine the tremendous achievement of the 6th and 7th night when we hit them at home where it hurts. That for me is the only substantial military operation so far. Everything else is just, these are games. And I think I'd give you the word tonight. So how would you summarize today's discussion? Deepak Vora.
Well, our military officers, all of them very distinguished, very highly decorated, want an immediate hit. They want to decapitate the fellow immediately. Those of us who are in diplomacy want to do it gently, sir. We don't want jhatka, we want halal. We want to do it very slowly, bleed him economically, bleed him politically, etc. And then when the time comes, you hit. Sir, we are ready. Ultimately, we'll go back to the...
Okay, now, thank you so much. I'm just saying tonight, sir, ladies and gentlemen, keep the faith. Stay united. We are winning this. The Prime Minister right now is meeting the National Security Advisor and the External Affairs Minister separately after the meeting with the CDS and the service chiefs. Something big will happen. Something big is bound to happen. Thank you for watching for tonight. Good night and goodbye. Thank you. You'll have to stay.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड भी अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Time for a quick breather. Arnab.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike, right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror targets. To that
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top of 10 breaking news are now coming in. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meeting Prime Minister Modi. This at a time when a storm of drones Attacks that have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan and Punjab. Multiple drone attacks have been reported. Not a single hit so far is what we are being told. All drone hits so far have been neutralized is the latest report now coming in. We're going to take you through each and every details emerging from the current situation. It's a fluid situation, as we have seen similar sort of drone attack that took place yesterday, and thereafter there has been another retaliation coming in from India with the air defense system being completely destroyed by India. This was done earlier today. In fact, there's also been a joint briefing earlier in the day with regards to showing the Pakistani army their mirror. What they've essentially done is used civilians as a human shield. All this and much more. I'll also bring in my colleague and our senior executive editor joining us from the studio, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, it's an evolving situation right now. On our screens, these are the latest images coming in from different parts of the country. In fact, particularly Jammu has been the major target here. Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, the other target, Rajouri sector, and in Amritsar. In fact, in Punjab, Abhishek, we've been told there are a number of other places where drone attacks have been reported. I'll just quickly take our viewers through the details we're getting in right now. Abhishek, any further details with regards to the meetings that are underway?
Well, the big one happened a while back, which had Prime Minister being briefed by the National Security Advisor and the Chief of Defence Staff in the presence of the three service chiefs. Shawan, and even as we speak, another meeting is still on. Remember, that meeting with the chiefs lasted for about 2 hours, and it's been about 30 minutes that External Affairs Minister has joined the Prime Minister as he was closeted with the NSA. Having said that, on the ground, it's an evolving situation, but very well taken care of by our forces, repulsing these attacks. Remember, this is low-cost, no-contact engagement. While we say that our air defenses include S-400 Triumph missiles and Akash system, among others, as of course the Barak. But what is important is that this with drone engagement is, you don't need S-400s for the drone engagement. Right. That's part of our existing air defense mechanisms. That comes into play if the Pakistanis pull out their fighter jets, not at this stage. But, it's really building up because the statement that we made today was a statement of fact, where Pakistan's moral cowardice in using civilian aircrafts as a shield was posited against India's resolute response, in which we targeted their 4 air bases and took down one of their air defense systems. Having said that, if the Pakistanis are hell-bent on repeating it, remember, if you think of the minds of General Asim Munir, he actually wants this war. He's baiting us because his position in his establishment is very weak. He's facing at a situation, perhaps there might be a coup, and that's why he wants a war. And we are getting these pictures, Shawan, of these drones being hit by our forces. Yes, our forces engaging them in whichever manner. And sometimes, of course, there would be some collateral damage also. And these are the reports coming in. You can maybe share the details.
Well, in fact, this is coming in from Katwa as the drone was brought down. In fact, we're also getting in reports coming in from Punjab, where drone attacks have been reported from Pathankot, Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Fazilka, Faridkot, Dera Baba Nanak and Dausa. So importantly, this time it seems like religious places also once again being targeted by Pakistan. Two things are abundantly clear. Military installations that are being targeted in Jammu. As far as Punjab is concerned, we're being told certain religious sites have also been targeted by the Pakistanis this time. Lalit is joining us from Amritsar. Let me just get the latest updates that are coming in. Lalit, we're being told that in Punjab, there are certain religious sites that have also been targeted by the Pakistanis.
If you talk about here in Punjab, around 45 minutes before, there has been drones which has been intercepted across around 4 to 5 districts, which includes Amritsar, Pathankot, Firozpur, Taran, Hoshiarpur in the Suha. So these are the number of districts where the drones were being
Have any religious sites been targeted? Can we have a confirmation on that? Lalit, can we have a confirmation on that, whether at all any religious sites have been targeted?
Right now, there has been no confirmation regarding any religious site, and as per the inputs,
another breaking news now coming in. Lalit, hold on. I'm just quickly moving to Jammu because now we've got a consolidated picture of this current situation in Jammu. 100 drones have been launched this time, pretty similar to what we saw yesterday. An official confirmation of 300 to 400 drones that were used by the Pakistanis yesterday, most of it being targeted towards Jammu. What's the latest you're picking up, Gursimran, with regards to the military installations once again being targeted in Jammu? We'll try and reconnect with Gursimran as he is on the move right now. The situation certainly tense in certain areas of Jammu. In fact, yesterday the Jammu city was one of the primary targets. Apart from that, remember, ladies and gentlemen, as far as Jammu is concerned, almost every district of Jammu was targeted yesterday, barring Doda region, almost every other. In fact, today the focus has also shifted to Kashmir as the LC and the international border happens to be extremely active. This time, drone attacks have also been reported from Kashmir. I'm going across to my colleague Soumya, who's on the ground right now. Sirens were blaring just a short while back in Srinagar. What's the situation like? Are people safe there?
Yes, well, at the moment, from last 1 hour, there has been a complete blackout. A siren was also blared in the city. However, the latest that we are picking up that the Srinagar airport was attacked by the drone. However, as per the defense sources, those drones were neutralized. However, the forces around the airport did hear the noise of the blast, but they are confirming that these drones have been successfully neutralized. So this is what we are picking up at the moment as far as developments with regards to Srinagar is concerned.
Well, that's the latest coming in from Srinagar. I'll also quickly move to our Kashmir Bureau Chief Zeerath, who's joining us on this broadcast. Zeerath, Awantipora is certainly a cause of concern because there too we have a military base. What's the situation like? Have things come under control?
See, the drone has been spotted in multiple areas of Srinagar as well as rather in the Kashmir Valley, and each one is being taken down. In fact, the Srinagar airport, near the Srinagar airport, also a bang was heard, and the deployment that we don't want to show at present because of the security concerns on the ground, the huge deployment of the security forces on Srinagar airport road. Meanwhile, in Awantipora, the bang was heard, that drone has been taken down, and at multiple locations, even in the South Kashmir's Anantnag, the drone was spotted almost in 7 locations in the Kashmir Valley. The drone has been spotted. DIG office, Anantnag, then in Awantipora Air Force Base, and now in Srinagar International Airport. In fact, the area has entirely been sealed and no movement, no civilian movement is being allowed to move further. This is what we can confirm, that the 7 locations have been targeted by the PAK and all the drones are being taken down. So they are trying to see that nothing goes wrong on the ground. The security arrangements are quite tight here. The civilian been asked to move back, not being allowed to move towards the Srinagar airport, though we are standing just on the Srinagar International, which is just a kilometer away from here, but movement has been restricted by Jammu and Kashmir police here. The vehicles are being, the drivers are being asked to move back. There is a fearful situation on the ground. We are seeing the tensions escalating even on the borders along the line of controls, where Karna, Kupwara, Tangda, Tutmat Gali and Pansgam in Kupwara, and then in Uri sector has been hit. Similarly in Punch again, we have been seeing Jammu city has also witnessed drone movement, and in Kashmir now this is the first time in the last 3 days now, the first time the drone movement has been spotted in South Kashmir and also connecting to Srinagar city.
I'll just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Around 8 o'clock this evening, another set of drone attacks have been reported. This time, the Pakistanis have increased their attack area. In fact, we are given to understand that Punjab, multiple districts in Punjab where drone attacks have been reported. Jammu, pretty much the same, where we have seen what we witnessed yesterday. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, at least 2 areas from where drone attacks have been reported. Now, important to point out here, there are no losses that have been reported so far. We are in touch with civil administration in each of these states. The reports that we are getting right now are from Punjab. In fact, they've been able to engage and bring them down is what we are being told. As far as the missile systems that have essentially been used, I'll quickly get in a word from Abhishek, who's joining us from the studio. Abhishek, a lot was spoken about the fact that S-400 was being used. It turns out S-400s are not being used because it is not even required because of A, the quality of drones, B, the payload that these drones are carrying, and the third aspect is that our air defense guns are equipped enough to tackle the situation.
Well, absolutely, Shawan. I mean, the S-400s is not being used in the same sense that we are not using the tanks. We are not using the Sukhois. I mean, there is always a stage when you require a weapon or a weapon system. Similarly, S-400 is a missile defense shield. It is used when Pakistan, for example, uses those bigger of its missiles like Nasr or Hatf or Abdali or whatever they have. And then you have to shoot them down, or for that matter, if they are using their F-16s and coming inside Indian territory or trying to launch missiles, air-to-air missiles from their territory, then you use those kind of systems. The point is that we have S-400, we have Barak, we have Akash, and then we have those smaller air defense guns, the L-70, which are the most prominent among them, and many others, and many versions. So what is happening is these drones are small. These are, remember what we were told in the briefing, that these are unarmed intelligence gathering drones. So that's how they have to be dealt with. So we are engaging with some of them in a kinetic manner, with some others in a non-kinetic manner, and some are just allowed to pass because that's the barest minimum engagement you can have with something as harmless as that. So that's how the engagement is happening, Shawan. But what is important is that it is happening with increasing frequency. Yesterday, there were about 300 to 400 drones, and we hit them at 4 air bases. If tonight it's again 300 to 400, since India has promised that there would be consequences, we might see, Shawan, overnight that maybe 8 of Pakistan's air bases have been hit, and that's what I'm expecting that should happen.
Well, in fact, we'll come to the larger picture in a short while from now. We'll bring in a military expert to give you a full picture. But I'm going to stay right now with the breaking news now coming in because the situation is developing quite fast right now. Let me quickly move to Uri right now. In Uri, we have Arawat getting us the latest details. In fact, in Uri, there are 2 major concern. One with regards to heavy firing that is being reported. In fact, around 9 o'clock this evening, I'm sorry, around 8 o'clock this evening is when we got the first report that Pakistan had opened firing from Uri sector. What's the situation like? Because you are looking at 2 situations. One, the drone attacks in the sector, as well as heavy firing along the LC.
Yes, absolutely, Shawan. We are here in the Uri sector. We have seen that there was the drone attempt also in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the forces are alert and they have intercepted, and the drone has been destroyed here in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that the Indian Army is giving the Pakistan's artillery a befitting reply, and we have seen not only from the single side, but we have seen there are the multiple areas in the Uri sector where we have seen that the firing is going on. The Pakistani troopers are continuously targeting the civilian populated areas. Also, we are here inside the bunker as the heavy mortar shelling is going on from the both sides. As we have seen that earlier we have seen the locals were evacuated from the Uri area, and right now we are under the bunker, and right now we have been told to follow all the precautions here because the heavy mortar shelling is going on. Also, there are some reports that the drone was also spotted in the parts of North Kashmir, but we have seen that the forces are on alert, as we have seen that the heavy mortar shelling is going on in the Uri sector. Shawan.
Well, that's a quick report coming in from Uri. Now, what we're going to do is take all the images that we've got so far coming in from various parts, particularly in Punjab, in Kashmir, as well as in Jammu. And I'm going to take you through each of these places from where we are given to understand that drone attacks have been reported. In fact, they've been intercepted already in some of the places. We're going to give you a full consolidated report in a short while from now because this is an ongoing situation. And ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistanis have basically once again resorted to perhaps an inexpensive low contact mode of escalation right now from their side. I'm going to show you all the pictures that we have right now in our newsroom, getting you the latest details from each of these places where we've been able to successfully intercept these drones. As of now, there are no reports coming in as far as whether at all missiles have been used. Now, a difference between what we saw yesterday, where PL-15, that's the BVR missiles given by the Chinese to the Pakistanis, were basically fired upon, and some of it was the debris of these missiles were recovered in Hoshiarpur this morning. On your screens right now, these are images that have come in the last 1.5 hours, because roughly around 8:15 is when it all started. A swarm of drones that were basically intercepted. On your screens, images coming in from Jammu, Jaisalmer, Rajouri, Amritsar. Now let me also tell you from each of these places where the drone sightings have actually taken place and they've been able to intercept. Let me first begin with Punjab. In Punjab, it has been reported from Pathankot, Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Fazilka, Faridkot, Dera Baba Nanak, Dausa. And there is also a response now coming in from the civil administration in Firozpur, where we are given to understand that the situation is now being brought under control because there have been multiple drone sightings from Firozpur itself. And that's the reason why the situation is quite volatile. Let me also now move to Jammu. As far as Jammu is concerned, there too most of the military installations have been targeted, but these are the specific locations we have just got from our reporters on the ground. In Jammu, it's the Jammu city, Samba, Kathua, Udhampur, Rajouri, Poonch, Pathankot and Gurdaspur. Now that's Jammu. Let's now quickly move to Kashmir. From Kashmir, as of now, the confirmed reports have basically come in from Baramulla. Baramulla is the latest where the drone sightings have actually taken place. Apart from that, we're given to understand that Awantipura is where another drone sighting has taken place and they have been intercepted. Now, on your screens, we want to also show you in a short while from now what has happened in terms of the reaction coming in and how the Indian Army has, as well as the Indian Air Force has responded, how we have hit them very hard. Now, this is a response to the 9 precision targets that we've carried out successfully in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this time it was also Pakistan, Punjab province too. And Bahawalpur, remember, has been the biggest target that we have actually hit. Let me also go across to Rabinder Sachdeva, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, what's the big picture that is emerging right now? Are we basically also engaging with the Pakistanis because we're letting them perhaps tire out in this entire situation?
Thank you, sir. Just give me 1 minute, and I think some pattern I see emerging, open to speculation and testing out. What I think Pakistan is doing is using these low-cost drones only to probe our air defenses. Sikri said that these drones, most of them were intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance drones. Some of them were armed, Songar drones. The cost of each Songar drone is in the range of anyway $50,000 to $100,000 maybe, right? And the armed drones, they can carry maybe a grenade launcher or a light machine gun. So what Pakistan is doing, sending these drones out in swarms. Of course, we are shooting them down, and as you very rightly said, not S-400s, those are meant for ballistic missiles, but we are shooting them down with our air defense systems. But these drones are capturing the electronic signatures and footprints, conveying it back to Pakistan. So what Pakistan is developing, hear me out, is a pattern, the footprints of our air defense systems. Based upon this, identifying the gaps, Pakistan will then tomorrow, notionally, launch the bigger, high-value drones, the Bharat. The Bharat, each piece costs around $5 million to $20 million. The Akan drones. So that is what I think the game plan of Pakistan is right now.
So you are saying that
probing,
this is just the test phase?
Yeah,
this is
probing,
just the test
probing,
phase?
They're probing. Because
okay, it's more like the reconnaissance that is being done right now. Mr. Sachdeva, I just want you to stay with us. That's the first set of attacks that have actually taken place this evening, and as you are also pointing out that there is a pattern that emerges. Yesterday too, same set of drones are being launched by the Pakistanis. They are the low-cost ones, not with much payload right now. I want to go back to our reporters on the ground because the situation is still developing and more sightings have actually taken place from Kashmir. But first, let me go across to Gursimran to get an overall update from Jammu, because in Jammu has been the biggest target right now. Gursimran, what's the current situation like? Is there any update that's actually coming in from the authorities? Have they been able to perhaps engage and bring them down?
See, Shavan, if you speak of the situation that is prevailing in Jammu, it has been 2 hours that the first sighting was intercepted by the air traffic control in Jammu, and similarly the authorities were informed. In the first 2 hours, we are told that all the threats have been eliminated and there has been no collateral damage. That is what we are picking up. Also, the officials in the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, they are confirming that all their assets at the various bases which have been the target of these drones, all the assets are secure. There has not been even an inch of damage to the assets that have been deployed at the multiple locations. Now there was no explosive laden drone. That is also the confirmation coming for, at least for now, that in the Jammu sector there was no such drone that was explosive laden, and these drones were brought down easily with the help of air defense system. Apart from this, one thing that Pakistan has done, that they have activated the international border. At the time when the Pakistani drones were entering the Indian territory, the Pakistani Rangers in the Araspura and the Abdullian sector, they opened the fire at the BSF positions, and this fire is being retaliated effectively. The fire is currently underway. So the Pakistan now escalating the situation.
Gursimran, what's the situation as far as the ceasefire violations are concerned? Because I'm told that there have been ceasefire violations too.
Yes, there have been n number of ceasefire violations that have taken place today, starting from the Digwar sector. From the Digwar sector, we saw the Gulpur sector getting activated. Then in the Mendhar sector, there has been a cross-border ceasefire violation. And even in Poonch, there has been a heavy artillery being used by the Indian Army against the Pakistani Army, because they were targeting their positions and also the civilian areas. And now, in the international border, the Pakistani Rangers, the 13 Chenab Rangers, have opened the fire at the BSF deployment along the Indo-Pakistan international border. And the senior officers of the BSF are telling us that a heavy retaliation is going on, and even in the mud area that falls in the same sector, a same stretch has been activated at least 2 locations, Shavan.
Okay, so the other breaking news now coming in, Abhishek, that ceasefire violations are taking place. If I can just quickly add, because this morning when I was speaking to one of my sources, they indicated that the ceasefire violation is happening simultaneously as the drone attacks are taking place, because the attempt they're making right now is also a certain infiltration bid. One of the infiltration bid was already foiled yesterday in Samba by the Border Security Force. Seven terrorists from the Jaish terror group was intercepted. We are being told that they were neutralized yesterday as they were trying to infiltrate. Now, there's a clear indication that there is a larger pattern. The pattern is you have the drone attacks, which now it appears some are basically indicating as a reconnaissance. On the other hand, there's been infiltration bid that is being made along the international border, and of course, you also have the cross-border firing going on.
Well, obviously, so the Pakistan is itching to have an engagement with India, Shawan. So be it the drones, be it the ceasefire violations, Pakistan cannot think beyond wanting to engage with India, because that's how their state thinks. So we have a larger vision, we have a broader understanding of how to take this forward, and that is why I think the government is making sure that while we inflict costs, and you know what better picture than May 6 when those 9 strikes took down the entire terror infrastructure. I mean, that was a slap on the face of Pakistan, and the generals are still smarting from that. These drones are one aspect. The ceasefire violations is, of course, another. And remember, it's not that Pakistanis are indulging in ceasefire violation and we are not responding. We are responding in kind and possibly more than in kind. And even our artillery is out in full force. So people have to understand that this is a war of attrition and we are not blinking. We are there in full strength and we are working with a strategy and tactic both. So the tactic is to engage when necessary and pull back if not. And the strategy is to pauperize Pakistan, an example of which is that today in the International Monetary Fund meeting, India made its position clear that the money that goes to Pakistan goes to terror. So it's a multiple level game that India is playing. Pakistani generals have very low bandwidth, Shravan, and so they cannot think beyond perhaps a ceasefire violation.
Can I just get a quick check with regards to the IMF that has happened? What has happened at the IMF? Because some reports were suggesting that there's a possibility of a bailout coming in from the IMF for Pakistan. Is there any truth to these reports that are coming in? And also if you can take us through the breaking news coming in with regards to India's position there. We can also fire the breaking news as far as IMF is concerned.
Well, you see, so if the loan happens, it happens. But India has made its position clear. And of course, there has been a lot of back channel on that front also. And India's position is that there is likelihood that this money that IMF gives it does not achieve its purpose. The proof of which is that since 1989, Pakistan has sought IMF bailouts 28 years of those 35 years. And that gives you an idea of the kind of stupidity that is there in giving more money to Pakistan. It does not change. These bailouts are really never bailouts. It just sort of keeps them running till the next bailout.
So why are they given?
Another point made by India is that this money gets diverted to terror. It's like highly possible that this is happening because essentially it is the Pakistan army which is in charge.
Right.
And Pakistani army is a jihadi army. These points have been made. Hopefully people would listen. If they are smart, if they are not, God bless them. We are, of course, working at multiple levels, as I said, to make sure that Pakistan pays the price.
Well, the curious aspect of this entire system is that for the longest time, IMF has been giving them a bailout on certain financial conditions that have been imposed. But surprisingly, at a time when Pakistan has witnessed inflation at its peak, their economy in complete doldrums, and now with an ongoing war, Pakistan would be bleeding, and that's what the Modi report basically suggests. But despite that, there have been bailouts that have been given to Pakistan. General Sanjay Soy is also joining us on this broadcast. General Sanjay Soy, the big news coming in right now is Abhishek was telling us that at the IMF, India has basically put their position or made their position very, very clear about whether at all Pakistan should be given that bailout. Secondly, as far as the financial conditions are concerned, there too we are given to understand that India has basically highlighted that much of the money that has been given to Pakistan has been diverted for terror-related purposes.
In fact, you are absolutely right. Today morning also we heard Foreign Secretary talking about it. And I think the world must realize that Pakistan is a terror state. The way the mindset is totally terror-related, whether it is the leadership, political instability is there, and the large number of terror camps are there. In fact, the world should be thankful to India the way we have been able to destroy some terror camps and kill some large number of terrorists, because they are not against India. They would have harmed the other countries also. Now, this IMF loan, definitely, I'm 100% sure it will not be used for the common people of Pakistan, as it has been done in the past. It will be used to fund the militant activities. It will be fund to use to buy more arms and ammunition, and ultimately cause havoc on their own people in Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and create problem for India and create problem for rest of the world. I'm surprised that this point of view was not taken. What is the reasons that Foreign Secretary also mentioned that it depends on the board, but I think better for board would have been...
General Sanjay Soy, I'll just request you to stay on with us. There is breaking news now coming in. Now, what you see on your screens, latest image from Rajouri. as the live interception has taken place. Now, these are images which are deferred, but this is the time when the interception has taken place. Now, I'm just going to be silent for a second for you to understand what's really happening on the ground. Well, in fact, as this interception has been taking place, what has also happened is that a civilian population is also being targeted by the Pakistanis, and that has been part of their plan. Through heavy shelling that has been taken along the LC as well as the international border, we have also seen that we have lost the lives of various innocents, and the fact that Pakistan is also targeting several religious institutions. In fact, there was evidence that was provided by India with regards to how a Gurdwara was attacked by the Pakistanis, but that's been part of their entire agenda. On your screens right now, these are the latest developing situation in Rajouri, a similar situation in most of the other districts of Jammu where the drone attacks have taken place. I'll quickly now recap of what we know so far, starting from about 8:15 this evening when drone attacks actually began. A swarm of drones moving towards Jammu, Rajasthan, Punjab, and also now the latest coming in from Gujarat, Abhishek, where we are given to understand in Bhuj too there have been certain sightings that have taken place. So as far as Punjab is concerned, unlike yesterday, there are a number of locations have also increased manifold. So we are looking at a situation right now. Once again, Pakistan is using these low-cost drones with very little payload moving towards multiple cities, and the pattern essentially being that either it is some military installation or the civilian population is being targeted by the Pakistanis. And the entire picture that is emerging is that you have the Pakistanis who have now, there's also breaking news coming in that they've been cornered in Balochistan. The developing news right now, over the last 24 hours, we've seen multiple attacks taking place in Balochistan. Pakistan army has essentially been cornered. Pakistan forces have been attacked in Turbat, Quetta, and another location in Balochistan. In fact, there have been casualties that have been inflicted upon the Pakistani army. I'm going to just take you through a consolidated report that we've just received from our reporters in Balochistan. In Turbat, there has been a grenade attack. In Kech district, there have been explosions, sustained gunfire have been reported in the Buleda area. In Quetta, there have been 2 separate grenade attacks that have been carried out on Pakistani army posts. In Panjgur, where armed men established a blockade in the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor Highway. Now, that's the big news coming in, Abhishek, that in Panjgur, you have the CPEC highway that has been blocked. The vehicles have been blocked. Passengers were reportedly subjected to checks. Can we also please change the visuals, because these visuals are of the interception, but the breaking news now coming in is from Balochistan. In Balochistan, remember, there is a visual that we have of the Pakistani convoy essentially being targeted. Can we quickly first remove this and put out the visuals of how the Pakistani army has been completely targeted and they've been cornered there. I'm going to also tell you more details about the Pakistani army frontier that has been attacked here. More details coming in. Report now coming in from Panjgur, where 2 police vehicles have been seized along with arms. The police station has also been captured, its weapons seized, and subsequently they've been set ablaze. A checkpost in Bunistan area was also taken over by the armed men. Reports also indicating that the death squad, the Majid Brigade, is basically behind it. The incidents follow a major armed operation in Hoshab district where militants reportedly took control of the area. Now, this is a developing situation, and the big news coming in is that the frontier corps of the Pakistan army has sustained serious damages right now. On your screens, these were images of the convoy movement that was taking place in Turbat. Abhishek, just getting us the latest details also. We're going to go to the reporters back, but we'll stay with the breaking news now coming in from Balochistan right now, where Pakistan has been completely cornered. Abhishek.
Well, Shawan, I would say this is the reason why the Pakistani generals are itching for a war, because you see, they are cornered from all sides. They are on the verge of losing Balochistan. We hear that their soldiers in Quetta, which is a core headquarter, they have sort of vamoosed, they have melted away, many of them, if not all of them. And so they are facing difficulties. There are pockets of Balochistan where the writ of the state does not run, and it's a huge pocket. Effectively, you know, we are looking at a possibility that if this situation continues downhill, perhaps if not in 5 years, then maybe 10 years, Balochistan would be an independent country, and with Quetta as its capital, and Pakistan would be reduced to its Punjabi rump. And the generals perhaps realize that if they have to get their country together behind them, this is the moment. And so that is why they are inciting a possibility of a war with India. We have to, of course, play smart, which, of course, the Modi government has really played its cards well till now. And so these reports in Balochistan essentially buttressing this thought, Shawan, that Pakistan army is on the verge of completely losing its control over that part of their territory. And that's why they want some mechanism by which they can have, again, the moral standing so that they can get the people behind them, which obviously can happen if there is a state of war, and that's why you're seeing what is happening.
Forward, because I'm just getting in some information right now about the interceptions that have taken place. If you can take a quick question, I'm going to take a call and just get more details that are emerging right now of the drone interceptions that are taking place. Well, General Rajan Kochar, I'll just take this quick question with you. We're staying with the breaking news coming in from Balochistan. That's a big news because as far as the western border of Pakistan is concerned, they've been completely cornered here. PAK highway has been blocked by the Baloch rebel army.
Shravan, I think this has been a continuous action in Balochistan, because a couple of days back, this video which I'm seeing also, where 12 Pakistanis were killed in this blast, in the ID blast. And Balochistan, the pressure is on in Pakistan, but I'm slightly more worried of this side, on our western border, because these continuous attacks are taking place almost every day, regularly, without a respite, and with these low-cost options like drones and things being used. And I believe Srinagar airport has also been targeted, and Firozpur, Gujarat, Kutch area. So it's a long and one important aspect which is emerging is that it is not restricted to the line of control. It is now onto the IB. So possibly, I think there is an emergency meeting going on right now, where the External Affairs Minister is also there. So maybe we'll have to take a call on this, because a retaliation is on the cards. And what is happening here is what I have been observing and what we were discussing in your channel in the evening also, that we are always reacting to a situation. We are showing a lot of restraint. You know, we are giving them a chance that...
General Rajan Kochar, I'm just getting in some more breaking news right now. I have a confirmation coming in from Srinagar. In fact, the Indian Army has shot down 8 drones over Srinagar, Awantipura and Baramulla. No damages that have been reported from any of the airfields right now. 6 to 8 is what I was just told right now, that has been shot down from Srinagar, Awantipura and Baramulla. All of them, in fact, it turns out that airfields were being targeted. Zirath, I've just got a confirmation that the airfields were being targeted. Gursimran is actually joining us. Gursimran and Arawat. First, I want to go across to Arawat, because now we have a confirmation that the drones have been neutralized, but an important aspect that all of them were targeting the airfields.
Yes, absolutely, Shaman. As we have seen from the line of control, Uri sector to airfield in the South Kashmir's Awantipora and Srinagar, we have seen that the multiple drones were spotted from the line of control areas to other districts of the Kashmir Valley in the central Kashmir, South Kashmir and the North Kashmir. But we have seen that the forces have intercepted all drones, and in the number of 8 to 12 drones from the Uri to Awantipora have been destroyed as of now. There is no report of any loss of life or any property damage as of now, but we have seen that the forces have intercepted drones, and also the counter fire is also going in the parts of the Baramulla right now. We have been told from the sources there that the counter fire is also going on, also that the 8 to 12 drones have been shot down by the forces from the line of control areas to South Kashmir areas. Shawan, yes.
All right, let me introduce the guests that we have on the panel tonight as we continue our rolling broadcast of what's happening along our borders with our reporters there on the ground from Jammu and Kashmir, Uri and Kupwara and Samba, and of course Punjab border in Amritsar, and then of course Rajasthan and Gujarat. We continue to have Mr. Robinder Sachdeva from earlier, and then we also have Major General Sanjay Soi, who continues to be with us. Chalrajan Kochar joins us now, and also Commodore Bikramjit Singh. If I can begin with you, Commodore Singh, very good evening to you, sir. And, interesting bit that Prime Minister has had 2 one-on-one meetings with the Navy Chief, apart from, of course, the group meetings that have happened with all the service chiefs together. What's the Navy doing? I mean, there's something happening, obviously, which is still beyond the visual range, as they say, BVR. Navy is doing something BVR, because those meetings are happening. The Navy Chief has met the Prime Minister twice one-on-one. Do you have an idea, some sense? Can you give us some sense that, Operation Sindoor might have a naval version also?
Yes, but my appreciation, you see, if you recall the photograph which was being, displayed in the morning with the Defense Minister and with the CDS and all the service chiefs, there also, and of course the Defense Secretary, you saw that all were in a very casual, not casual, but really calm and relaxed kind of a mode, was smiling, and the Navy Chief was trying to brief something, and all were looking at Navy Chief. So yes,
absolutely, and may I add, sorry to be interjecting, may I add that in the morning meeting, the Navy Chief has pen in his hand and explaining something, and in the evening meeting, the Navy Chief is the one taking notes. He's the one writing something.
Yes. In the evening, that even I observed that when they were meeting the PM, they taking down some notes. So as currently the escalation, or should I say, the engagement is such that the Air Force and the Army are obviously doing the primary role, and they're doing it extremely well. And there is no two thoughts or no two things about that. But the fact that the Navy is, very surely, and of course they are they are available in the Western Front. They have rather moved up north. You would be aware they moved up to Mundra port and near Gujarat, and trying to fortify the area. They have been showing the flag there. They've been doing the exercises, and very recently, around 2-3 days back, they even fired a test-fired cruise missile for a land target. So these are very obvious signs that the Navy is fully geared up to take any kind of, to counter any kind of Pakistani excursion, if I may use the word. Notwithstanding, in case, and as I also told earlier, that Turkish has sent some of its ships. This was reported yesterday. So that if we have to, and also there was the news that maybe Karachi was kind of attacked yesterday, though it was not confirmed during the press conference. So Navy has the capability, we have the hardware, our people are, willing, and they
are you suggesting a naval operation has already happened?
No, this is what I heard. I mean, this is what I heard in one of the channels also, but it has not been, like in the newspaper also it was there that maybe Navy has attacked Karachi. But it is not confirmed, so please don't quote me. And as it was not even, today told, but I'm saying that the Navy is there up in the Western Front. So we obviously have a role of sea control, sea denial. We can, blockade the Karachi harbor, which is the main harbor of Pakistan. And so we can really give a good blow or a big blow to Pakistan, so that it just cut off its supply lines, and to ensure that no foreign aid or, even Pakistan shipping moves through that lane from west to east. So definitely Navy has a very important role to play when I say in water. And of course, the naval commandos, marine commandos, and our aircraft are already doing joint operations with the army and the air force, and which they have been doing since for all the operations. So that goes without saying. But an outright naval operation, like I have one point which I have been stressing on wherever I've been talking, that till now all these skirmishes, all the conflicts have been mainly along the line of control. Now, as we have seen, it is not along the line of control. From the north, Jammu to Rajasthan, these drone attacks are going on. But the best part which happened today is that we have now struck deep into Pakistan. We have gone into Lahore, we've gone into Islamabad, we've gone into, probably Karachi. So these kind of attacks deep into Pakistan is something which is going to affect and, kind of get the military leadership on the other side to think that yes, this is the...
Sir, just sorry to interrupt you because I'm just getting in another breaking news right now. Our reporter from Poonch has getting us the latest details. Drone attack that has taken place in Poonch. Once again, this too has been intercepted. Can we try and also go across to Harsha? And also latest images coming in from Kupwara as well as Awantipura. Arawat and Soumya also reporting. Awantipura, we are being told that it has already been neutralized, but another latest information coming in, that is from Kupwara in Kashmir, in North Kashmir, where we are being told that another drone attack has been... A drone has been sighted there and interception is underway. In fact, we'll try and go across to Arawat if he's there. Arawat is joining us on this broadcast. Arawat, what's the latest that you're getting us from Kupwara? Is there a confirmation now coming in from the forces with regards to an interception taking place over the skies in Kupwara?
Yes, absolutely, Sean. We have seen after the North Kashmir, Uri, Baramulla, South Kashmir and Central Kashmir, now this time we have seen that the drone movement has been intercepted in the North Kashmir's Kupwara sector, which is close to the line of control area in the Tangdar and the Karna sector. We have seen the drone has been intercepted and the cross firing is going on there. We have got the confirmation from the sources in the defense. They have confirmed that yes, the movement of the drone was spotted in the parts of the Kupwara district, but the cross-firing has also begun in the Kupwara district. As we have seen in the Baramulla, there are the reports that in the Singhpur area of the Baramulla, where the drones were spotted and the true drones were shot in the North Kashmir's Baramulla. But yes, all over we have seen the number that we have been confirmed from the official sources. They have told that the 8 to 12 number in the drone have been shot from the line of control areas in the Kupwara sector, Baramulla and other parts of the South Kashmir. So far we have been told that the intercepted fire is also going in the various districts of the Kashmir Valley. Shravan, yes.
Well, let me also quickly take our viewers through the latest development coming in from Firozpur. Abhishek, as far as Firozpur is concerned, we are being told that there have been a certain collateral damage that has actually taken place. Not very sure what's the nature of damage, but the interceptions have taken place in most of the places in Punjab. Let me also go across to my colleague Lalit, who is getting us the latest. Now, Lalit is reporting from Amritsar. There, the interception has already taken place. Things have been brought under control.
Shravan, if we talk about in Amritsar, the things are very much under control from the past 45 minutes. But if we talk about in the district of Firozpur, there
has been some sort of injury which has been reported around 45 minutes before, when there was heavy shelling being reported, and apart from that, when a swarm of drones were being intercepted in Firozpur area. So one drone which was being intercepted, that has destroyed a house in Firozpur, in which 3 persons have been injured. What right now we are getting from Firozpur. So right now
there's breaking news coming in from Jammu. Jammu too, there is a breaking news coming. Jammu has been secured, blackout has been removed. That's the news coming in. We have been able to neutralize the threat coming in from Jammu. Big news Indian Army once again completely successful. Army as well as Indian Air Force completely successful in carrying out the operation. The blackout has now been removed is what we're being told. Gursimran, that's great news coming in.
Yes, Shawan, this time it took 180 minutes for the Air Force and the Indian security forces, the defense forces, to clear this threat. This time the intensity of these drones that are entering the Indian territory, it was much larger than what it was yesterday. Yesterday it only took some 80 to 90 minutes for them, but this time the time was double because there have been multiple areas that were touched. Even the Kathua was touched for the first time. The intensity in the Samba, it was way more than what it was yesterday. In Jammu, there were multiple fronts, and also the Rajouri, Poonch and the Udhampur district, even Katra district, the Riyasi district where Katra falls, that was also under the threat. So all the threats have been removed. That is what we are picking up, and now the joint control room that operates with the help of Divisional Commissioner and the Civil Defence, they have been asked to restore the electricity with immediate effect in Jammu province. Though there lies a possibility that if the threat persists or there is a new threat, the same process will be followed. But for now, all the threats have been cleared in the Jammu region, and now all the assets are also secure, Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details from Jammu. The big news coming at this hour at 11 o'clock tonight. We're getting in the breaking news that the blackout has now been removed from Jammu. Things have all been brought under control as far as Jammu is concerned. We're also going to getting in live updates coming in from Kashmir, where the latest is about a drone sighting that has taken place in Kupwara after a short break.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है, तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are at near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
लीकेज है, लीकेज भी है। हाँ, लीकेज है, ऊपर है। आ गया, मेरे पीछे नजर आओ, आपसे दूर।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
At top of 11, we're getting in the breaking news coming in. All drone attack threats have been neutralized from Jammu. As far as Kashmir is concerned, at least 8 drones have been shot down by the Indian Army. Awantipura, Srinagar, as well as Baramulla airfields were the targets. They've been neutralized. Punjab, we are being told that there have been certain collateral damage in Firozpur, but we're trying to get more information on the ground there. But there are several other places in Punjab where the drone sightings have actually taken place. In Jammu has now been completely secured. We are going to go across to Gursimran and all our reporters right now to give you a quick check of what's really happening on the ground. In terms of the tact right now, it appears, Abhishek, that there is a certain change from what we witnessed yesterday.
So it's a mind game going on. It's absolutely a mind game going on between both the sides, Shravan, and the Pakistanis, of course, escalating. As I can see, there would be an adequate response. Like we saw, a very measured one coming in the press conference that was addressed a few hours back, where India said that while Pakistanis did these multiple airspace violations, we have responded with targeting their 4 air bases and taking down 1 air defense system. I believe there is some more video coming in, Shravan.
Well, in fact, now the Indian Army has put out a latest video as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. Perhaps this is the 3rd such video that the Indian Army has put out. Let's take a look.
You may not see us, but we are always there. We
We stand guard through every challenge, protecting our nation and its people. We are the Indian Army. Your safety is our promise. Your pride, our purpose. You may not see us, but we are always there. We stand guard through every challenge, protecting our nation and its people. We are the Indian Army. Your safety is our promise. Your pride, our purpose.
All right, Turkey's meddling in India-Pakistan conflict would be a catastrophic miscalculation, warns former diplomat Deepak Vora. With India's growing global stature and Pakistan's increasing isolation, Turkey's intervention would only escalate tensions and complicate regional dynamics. This comes in the wake of this information that was shared by India during that press conference that all the drones used by Pakistan happen to be of Turkish origin. Take a look.
My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are talking about a beautiful country but totally messed up. You've probably heard its name. It's called Turkey. I'm not referring to the bird Turkey, but to the country Turkey. Now it's called Turkiye. They've changed their name because people used to laugh and talk about cold Turkey and so on. Turkey at the moment is ruled by a hardcore Islamist, a fellow called, I call him Adha Darban, although his name is Erdogan. This guy is trying to take his country back to the era of the great Ottomans. The Ottoman Empire had, by the way, diplomatic and commercial relations with the Mughal Empire in India. And this fellow now thinks that he's going to be the newest Pasha, the newest Sultan. The problem with Turkey is what I call the curse of bad choice. First World War, they sided with the wrong guys. Second World War, they sided with the wrong guys. Before that, in the 19th century, on the wrong side. In fact, I think it was the Tsar of Russia who referred to Turkey as the sick man of Europe, and then they carved up the Ottoman Empire between themselves, etc. Turkey continues to make the wrong choices. Now, why is it friendly with Pakistan? What does it get? And I'll tell you the reason for this. It's very interesting. Pakistan says, I am the leader of the Islamic world, I have the bomb.
Well, that is a statement has been issued by the White House. President Trump has issued a statement on this. This comes after the Secretary of State had also spoken to External Affairs Minister this morning. Abhishek, what more details do you have with regards to the latest statement? In fact, now we've been told that President Trump is essentially seeking for some sort of a de-escalation right now. This comes after multiple talks that have taken place between India and the White House too.
Well, that seems to be the case. Marco Rubio had said the same thing after having spoken to both External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan day before yesterday. And now it seems the White House reiterating that message.
Abhishek, I've just got the full statement. I'll just read this out for the benefit of our viewers. Now, President Trump wants to see de-escalation between these two countries, shares a good relation with leaders of both the countries. U.S. Secretary Marco Rubio is in touch with the President. Abhishek.
Well, yes. So I think the Americans really want de-escalation, and maybe they want it. It's okay. They can want it. It does not mean that India has to follow it. India will go by its own sense of what our military leaders say, and how we respond to Pakistan depends on how Pakistan, looks at the escalation. As of now, Shawan, I would say that let's not listen to Americans. We focus on what is happening on the ground, which is a very escalatory message coming in from the Pakistanis. And so, of course, they need to be punished.
Well, to the breaking news at this hour, as the threats have been neutralized in Jammu, there is also a statement that is coming in from the White House. President Trump seeking for a de-escalation of this entire matter. In fact, there have been phone calls that have been exchanged between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. Calls have also been made to Islamabad on this entire issue. Now, while this call for de-escalation is taking place, you have the Pakistanis basically resorting to drone attacks. This evening, around 8 o'clock, is when the first set of drone attacks took place. In fact, the entire western border, as we are being told, was targeted by the Pakistanis. As far as the drone attacks in Punjab are concerned, we're going to take you through some of the details that we're getting in. Now, another big breaking news coming in is with regards to a ceasefire violation that has taken place once again in Punj. This happens to be one of the most active areas right now along the LCA and the international border too. We'll try and see if we can get in a live report coming in, because even late last evening, now there's another breaking news coming in. The TTP has made a big claim. 25 Pakistani soldiers have been killed in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa on a day when there have been reports coming in from Balochistan. You have from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, you have the TTP making a big claim. 25 of the Pakistani soldiers have been killed. Now, that's a big blow for the Pakistanis. They've been completely stretched out. If you really look at their western border, as far as Balochistan is concerned, multiple losses that they have faced in several cities, starting from Turbat to even the CPEC highway, which was blocked. Now in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the TTP says that they've killed 25 Pakistani soldiers. So a situation basically emerging right now, Abhishek, that they have completely been thinned out, and as far as their redeployment is concerned. Over to you, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely, Shawan. It's a pincer, and the Pakistan army really facing multiple headwinds, Balochistan being one of them, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa being another, and of course now with India. And it seems that India, having understood the Pakistani game, is going to pick and choose its timing, but make sure that Pakistan pays for this escalation. Generals perhaps want a war, but we are not going to give them the war at the time that they want. We will give them a war at the time that we want. Rabinder Sachdeva is with us. Rabinder Sachdeva, you think the reading is right that Pakistani generals are itching for a war because, they have egg on their face, be it with Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, be it with the Baloch nationalists and insurgents and the freedom fighters, as I call them. Pakistani generals believe that if there is a war, they can unite the masses, Pakistani masses, the gullible Pakistani masses, in some cases foolish Pakistani masses behind them?
Oh, thank you, Abhishek. In fact, absolutely so. That is the only way forward for them, they think. With your permission, I'll just step back to the discussion on the drones. I think, I'm again repeating, these are not attack drones. Maybe we can reframe. These are spy drones. Pakistan is sending swarms. Let's say, if they want to attack with a drone, the Jammu or Srinagar or Amritsar airport, a drone, the Songar, with capability to carry one grenade, would they use that, or would they use a Bharat car which would blast the airport? They're using these drones to gather the electronic footprint of our air defenses. Just now, one of your correspondents was saying that yesterday it took us 80 minutes to neutralize them. Today it's taking 120 minutes. They're mapping, if they're sending, let's say, 20 drones to an airport, they're mapping electronic so advanced right now, how their footprints are being captured by our air defenses, how they're reacting, where are the gaps. I think right now what Pakistan is doing is simply probing our air defenses using low-cost drones. And that's what, in fact, our Foreign Secretary also said. Most of them were surveillance reconnaissance. And the ones who can carry, the Songar drone which he cited, their payload is hardly 10 to 15 kilograms they can carry, which means one light machine gun or a grenade launcher. These drones are not supposed to be, apparently, I would think, to be causing huge damage. They are probing this thing. And then, with these gaps identified out, with this whole data collected, out of the 500 drones they've sent yesterday, they might have mapped out 5, gap points in our electronic systems, no matter howsoever our air defenses are. That's where they will launch the Bharat cars. Bharat cars are $10-20 million a piece. These are $50,000 a piece. Of course, our air defense, I expect then, would definitely also, blast away the Bharat cars. But that's what Pakistan is doing right now. That is what I feel.
Just, Abhishek, we're just getting in some more breaking... Mr. Sachdeva, just request you to stay on because we've just got a full update of what's really happened this evening. Abhishek, I'm being told that 26 locations were ranging from Baramulla in the north to Bhuj in the south along the international border, as well as the line of control with Pakistan where the drone sightings have taken place. This includes suspected armed drones. The big breaking news now coming, what Abhishek was pointing out just a short while back. there is a change in tack. This is no longer unarmed. Abhishek, your information has now been confirmed. These are armed drones that were basically used by the Pakistani, posing as potential threats to civilian military targets. Let's put out the breaking news. The breaking news is this. Can we please move out from this and take you through the details coming in? This is a big news. Armed drones. These are no longer unarmed drones as what was being said a short while back. Now we are being given to understand that these are armed drones which were targeting civilian as well as military targets. 26 locations where starting all the way from Baramulla in the north to Bhuj in the south, along the international border where the drone sightings have actually taken place. The locations basically include Baramulla, Srinagar, Awantipura, Nagrota, Jammu, Firozpur, Pathankot, Fazilka, Lalgarh Jatta, Jaisalmer, Barmer, Bhuj, Kuarbet and Lucky Nala. Now, armed drone targeting a civilian area in Firozpur, resulting in severe injuries to members of a local family. Injured have been provided medical assistance. Now, I just want a quick word first from Abhishek, because Abhishek, this is a massive escalation, if I may say so, because all this while, yesterday we saw these were unarmed drones. Today, the army has confirmed that these were armed drones. So there is a clear escalation.
Absolutely, Shawan. And I think there would be a proportionate response, maybe a disproportionate response also if our military leadership decides. Remember, they have had long confabulations, 2-hour-long meeting with the Prime Minister in the evening and followed by another meeting where just National Security Advisor was there. And so that gives you an idea of the kind of nitty-gritties that are being discussed in terms of India's response, military kinetic response. So the people should be absolutely clear that, like it happened in the case of yesterday, don't get get this impression that, oh, these 500 drones are big. Those were unarmed drones, and in response to which we targeted their 4 air bases. This has, remember, not happened since 1971 war. So it's a big thing India has done. May 6 was a big thing. Similarly, yesterday, targeting of their 4 air bases was a big thing. And now, if Pakistan is repeating it with another 500 drones, maybe more armed drones this time, then make no mistake that our response would be tailored to take into account this aspect also, which means, Shawan, as I was discussing earlier, yesterday we had 4 air bases targeted of Pakistan. Tonight we might target 8. Our ammunition is absolutely ready. The powder is dry.
So it's very clear that as far as a proportionate response expected from India. But having said that, remember what we reported earlier today, clinical precision targeting that was basically done by India after the drone attacks that were carried out yesterday. Mind you, these were all unarmed drones, and even after that, what we essentially witnessed was a precision attack that has taken place at 4 locations in Pakistan, destroying one of their air defense system. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to how India now responds, how we respond to this massive provocation from the Pakistani side. Now an official confirmation coming in from the Indian Army that this evening Pakistan used armed drones to target our civilians, to target our military installations, and that in itself is a big escalation. Now another news coming in from Uri this time, Uri and Poonch. Heavy exchange of fire underway in Poonch and Uri. We have our reporters on the ground getting us the latest update. In fact, we're going to put out the deferred visuals of what's really happening on the ground. Arawat and Harsha, first to you, Arawat, what's the situation like in Uri? Because this evening, around 8 o'clock is when it all started. Heavy firing that was being reported. What more details are you picking up? Because is there any report of infiltration that's taking place? Because this afternoon we were given to understand that multiple areas, particularly in Kupwara, Uri and in Samba, where infiltration bids were made.
Yes, absolutely, Shawan. As we have seen that as of now, we have seen that the heavy exchange of fire has once again started in the Uri sector, particularly from my left side to right side. We have seen that the small and the heavy artillery firing is going on here up now. As we have already seen that the intelligence agencies has told that there is the possibility from the various launching pads that Jaish is planning to infiltrate to this side in the Gulbarg and the North Kashmir's Tangdahar sector. Then after we have seen that the alerts of the forces, but right now we have seen, yesterday we have also seen that the civilian populated areas were targeted by the terrorists and the Pakistani troopers there, and it indicates the frustration of the troopers after the strike in the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, where we have seen that the launching pads of the Jaish and the Lashkar have been destroyed. But right now we have seen that the heavy exchange of fire has been started once again in the Uri sector, as we have been told by the sources in the defense that the heavy exchange of fire are taking place, and we can also hear the heavy sound of the artillery here in the Uri sector as of now. The same kind of the operation is also taking place in the various parts of the North Kashmir. Particularly if we talk about the ongoing operation in the Uri sector, we have seen that the firing has been started in the from the three sides. We cannot disclose the exact location where from the firing is going on, but yes, the number of the firing is three in the Uri sector. We have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply.
Let's also get a quick check of from Punj, where Harsha is reporting for us. Harsha, this morning when you were reporting, you got us the report as to how the evacuation has essentially taken place. What more are you picking up? Walk us through the latest details.
So Shawan, right now I'm at one of the safe locations in the Poonch district only. Around 1 hour back only there was a ceasefire violation from the side of Pakistan in the Poonch region, and also now there's a heavy exchange of artillery and LMG as well at several places in the Poonch. We are continuously hearing the noises, and also we'll play out that visuals later on. But yes, we saw that how firings were being exchanged, and we saw the red flames in the air as well. Continuous sounds could also be heard from both these sides, from the Mender side and from Digwar side as well. So we clearly know that now tonight there will be intensified artillery shelling from both these sides, because it was Pakistan who violated the ceasefire at around 8:30, and after that there was a retaliation from the side of armed forces. And right now where I'm standing, this gives the entire this place covers all the, and right now again see Shawan, through the visuals we will show you the visuals. This is the explosion, this is the artillery firing which has come from the side of the Pakistan, and this clearly could be seen in the air. And such noises are continuously being heard by us, because yesterday also we saw heavy artillery exchange between both the countries. First it was from the side of ceasefire violation from the side of Pakistan. There's entire blackout right now in the Poonch district. There's no movement right now, and also we can clearly say that this night is going to be very long, because today it started at 8:30 p.m. It started at 8:30 p.m. and also right now the exchange of both LMG and artillery continues to be here in the Poonch. And also when 8:30, when there was an opening of artillery shelling from the side of Pakistan, first the shelling was guided directly at Poonch city. So there's a main bridge in the Poonch city. There the people, the locals, the civilians who were trying to rush at that point of time, they clearly stated us that how the main bridge of the Poonch district was impacted. Almost 10 to 15 shells were dropped at that time only in Poonch district. After that it stopped for 15-20 minutes. Now once again from all these sides, from Surankot side, from Mender side, from everywhere, the artillery exchange has increased, and we are continuously hearing the noise of the artillery exchange right now from where
I'm just confirming, Harsha, are you saying that today the intensity of these drone strikes, this artillery fire coming in from the Pakistani side, is higher than what it was yesterday?
Yes, Abhishek, because continuously I'm standing here from last half an hour. I was searching for a safe location in this entire area, and in that only particular point of time we have seen almost 4 drones which were intercepted, and also there's a continuous heavy shelling, not only in the area where I was standing, which is at the top location, but also in the city area as well. Yesterday the exchange started at around 9:30, but today it all started at 8:30 p.m. only, and also the locals and the forces sources believe, and therefore some locations have also been changed, and also locations have been changed, and the heavy movement could be seen from evening only, and that's the escalation we are looking tonight. That's what the sources tell us. Back to you.
All right. Okay, we in fact now have White House comment in the form of a soundbite. Can we listen to it? A statement on India, Pakistan by Caroline Leavitt, and let's listen to her. White House statement there on India, Pakistan, essentially President Trump seeking de-escalation. Let's listen to it.
U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The President has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are two countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, Caroline, two questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The President has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are two countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, Caroline.
All right, Ravinder Sachdeva, yesterday 36 locations targeted in about little over 2 hours, maybe little over 3 hours actually. And tonight we are already seeing 26 locations targeted across that broad swath of Western Front. Pakistan not pulling back. It's time to really teach Pakistan a lesson.
Thank you, Abhishek. So, as today we were discussing, and you've been mentioning, these are airspace violations at low cost, mapping out the electronic signature footprint of our air defense systems, big data being gathered by the Pakistanis to then later on launch bigger, more expensive drones. But by the way, and of course, we'll counter them, of course, but I can say we can anticipate that's where this is headed. By the way, if we were to compare, we use HAROPs to take out the 9 stations in Pakistan, and each HAROP costs over $1 to $2 million. That means we were more confident, we knew how the Pakistani air defense are placed, and we wagered that, okay, our missiles, our drones will hit, and we will get effective result. Right, so that speaks to our knowledge, our intelligence, and our ability to, counter the Pakistani air defense and achieve the objective with much expensive equipments or weapons.
Yeah.
What Pakistan is here doing is that they do not have enough knowledge perhaps about our air defense systems. They are using it purely, to my mind, I may be totally wrong, but I think they're using it just to gather information right now. Attacking an airport with one grenade is nothing.
Listen, sorry to be interjecting, but you see, today we are seeing more use of weaponized drones vis-a-vis the unarmed drones that came in yesterday. So I think there is a plan to which Pakistan is working, and we really need to foil it.
So these armed drones, are they still the Songar drones with one grenade launcher each? Sure, it indicates something else. So Pakistan is also changing its strategies. So what it seems to me, it's building up for something else out there, one. Secondly, I think, yes, India, my anticipation is that we will be going out with some heavy hits across Pakistan soon, maybe tonight, tomorrow. This is too much playing out like a movie, a game, that, Pakistan starts sending these drones in the evening at some time and we are countering them. Okay, and then the next morning we are attacking Pakistan. Is Pakistan setting the sequence of how, back and forth should happen? We are the ones setting it, right? So Pakistan is playing some games with us out here right now. And secondly, quickly coming to the issue of Trump, you and I discussed today in the day, Pakistan is playing games with us. And as I think you mentioned or some of our colleagues mentioned, we should know that our enemy is also playing games. They are playing games with the United States. Witkoff, the national, if not the national security, the Ukraine peace envoy, the Middle East peace envoy, and the Iranian deal peace envoy of Trump. His son, Zach, is a partner with Trump and his son, Eric, in a cryptocurrency business, World Liberty, that they floated in 6 months ago. Last weekend, he was in Pakistan, signing a deal with the Pakistan Crypto Council for about $30 million, out of which around $20 million will go as pure money gravy to the World Liberty Foundation, World Liberty Financial. So the point is, Pakistan is playing the games. So when Trump says that both leaders are my friends, and Pakistan did a favor to America, remember? Sharifullah, the Kabul attack terrorist, they sent him back just on the day of Trump's inauguration, I think, and Trump thanked them on that day. So Pakistan is going to play the games, but keep that aside still. Trump wants to stay out of all of this. He is looking, as with Bangladesh, he had mentioned a few months ago. Remember, he said, okay, India can take care of it. So in one sense, he is thinking, okay, let India handle it. One. Second, it ties in with Trump's worldview and Marco Rubio's worldview. They do not want to get involved in world's trouble spots. So to the extent they think that India can manage and India will manage and emerge. And India is their logical partner. They are letting this go on. If it gets more serious, America will get more involved. And I would definitely say they will come on the side of India, though they may say, because remember, Trump's manifesto is common sense. So right now, what we are...
we are hearing, Robin Sachdeva, we are hearing that President Trump might speak to both the leaders, Prime Minister Modi and the Pakistan leader. But before that, let's get a breaking development, which is that Shehbaz Sharif, it's not Shehbaz Sharif. I think he met Asim Munir. He's the Saudi foreign minister has taken off from Rawalpindi and has met General Asim Munir. Okay, these are pictures also of Shehbaz Sharif.
Yeah, in fact, Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs has met Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Saudi Arabia has reiterated its call for reduction in tensions and the resolution of all outstanding disputes between Pakistan and India in accordance with international law and relevant UN Security Council. What do you really make of it, Abhishek? Because this comes at a time when we have basically
the only thing
them in terms of
absolutely. The only thing I make of it is that Pakistan, like in the case of the United States, so in the case of Saudi Arabia, is fooling them. Pakistan is double-crossing them. Pakistan is using them as human shield, even as Pakistan besieges them to bankroll their bankruptcy effectively and to sustain their loans.
What's the logic behind it?
I think this is two-way diplomacy happening, Shravan. In fact, I can tell you that the same foreign minister came on an unannounced visit to New Delhi yesterday. He was in India.
Okay.
And now he was in New Delhi. And today he's in Islamabad or Rawalpindi. You can see Asim Munir sitting there along with almost the entire Pakistani leadership. So obviously the Saudis are trying to calm things down, but Pakistan obviously not listening. Pakistan only uses them as human shield, and the proof of which our officers gave in the evening. I believe these pictures must be from earlier than the press conference, because in the press conference it became clear that the Saudis were used as cannon fodder. The Saudis were used as human fodder by Pakistanis when they carried out those drone strikes. So obviously, if this is track 2 diplomacy, which the Saudis have picked it up upon themselves, it's bound to fail.
So interestingly, you have the same Saudi foreign minister here in the national capital just about a few hours ago, flies down to Islamabad, and there is a meeting with the Pakistani general and the Prime Minister there. Are we really expecting any sort of a statement coming in from Saudi Arabia right now, given the fact that we have completely exposed the way Pakistanis have been using them? You've actually put civilians' life on threat.
Absolute good point. They should make a statement, and if they are thinking that they can mediate in any manner and try to de-escalate, then they have to take it into account that they are willing to be the guinea pigs and the scapegoat in the hands of Pakistanis. Pakistanis are being clever by half with the Saudis, and it's for the Saudis to decide whether they want to be the next victim of Pakistan after India, after Iran, after United States, with the kind of terror that Pakistan has, terror as state policy that Pakistan has adopted, and for which it is willing to go to any length.
Well, in fact, what we can do right now is perhaps in a short while from now, play out the evidence that has been put out by India. This evening, when you've had that press briefing, that's when evidence was put out as to how Pakistani airspace was being used. In fact, you've had civilian aircraft flying at that point in time, and this was basically used as a human shield. So while on the one hand you have drone attacks being carried out, you have Pakistani airspace being open, you contrast that to what's happening here in India. As far as our airspace is concerned, that has been completely blocked, keeping in mind the civilian lives. Despite the kind of evidence that has been put out right now, we're going to just play this out in a short while from now, just to give you a sense of what's really happening as to how, when the drone attacks were taking place, what the Pakistanis were essentially doing. An immoral army like the Pakistanis. Captain Sham Kumar is also joining us on this broadcast. Captain Sham Kumar, the big takeaway from the briefing that took place earlier today was the fact that how an immoral army, the Pakistani army, has been using civilians as a human shield.
Yes, not only the humans shield, we also know that they have kept their airspace alive, and the civilian aircrafts are flying in that zone. Imagine a scenario in which Indian airspace were kept alive and aircraft's international traffic was on in this sensitive western zone of India, and one of the aircraft, international or even national, was hit by these drones or missiles, and the implication of it at national level and international level, the boiling hot blood of the Indians or the international community, whosoever was affected by it, or as a whole, would definitely draw India into some kind of mistakes, and this provocation could further escalate the war. And they are looking for every opportunity to do so. And since
Captain
same thing would have
Shyam
happened
Kumar,
other side, it should have hit the aircraft.
Captain, I just want to just interrupt you a little bit, because for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in and perhaps may have missed out that entire briefing that took place. This is the third briefing that has taken place since the operation actually began. And today you have yet another evidence that has been put out by our armed forces as to how immoral this army has been.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights, which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan.
Well, the big takeaways as of now. One, you have armed drones that have been used by the Pakistanis this time. 26 locations where the drone attacks have actually taken place, and all of it has been intercepted. We're going to also take you through each of the places where the drone sightings have taken place and the interception too. In fact, military installations have been targeted, civilian areas have been targeted, but we're given to understand that in all cases they've been able to neutralize, barring only one place, that is in Firozpur in Punjab, where we are picking up that there have been some damage that has been reported, but that's not that has got nothing to do with any military installation, Abhishek.
Yeah, I mean, so long as today's drone strikes are concerned, Shravan, we do not have any report as yet that any drone has succeeded in hitting any military installation, though of course an attempt has been made. So for example, the Srinagar airport and some places in Punjab, including Amritsar, and attempt has been made to, of course, target military infrastructure. But then remember, these are drones which travel very close to the border, and that seems to be the case. But what is important is that more than yesterday, we have seen instances of armed drones, like in the case of Srinagar, so in the case of Punjab, where at least in one case, the drone has hit a residential quarter, injuring a couple of people. Remember yesterday also, in one instance, as per the press conference that we had in the afternoon, at least in one case, they had hit a military installation, injuring some of our soldiers, in response to which, of course, we inflicted costs on them. But what is important is that today marks I would say an escalation vis-a-vis what the Pakistanis did yesterday, and hence they would go see, like we did 4 air bases yesterday, we might do more, the details of which we will share in the morning.
This has been a massive escalation that we are looking at. The reason why we are saying there has been an escalation, because this time they've used armed drones with a clear intent to inflict further damage. In fact, what we can confirm right now is that the drone sightings have taken place all the way from Baramulla in the north to Bhuj in the south. In fact, these are the cities where the interception has taken place: Baramulla, Srinagar, Avantipura, Nagrota. Nagrota happens to be the Northern Command headquarters. Jammu City, Firozpur, Pathankot. Remember, Pathankot also has an airbase. Fazilka, Lalgarh Jatta, Jaisalmer, Parmer, Bhuj, Corbett and Lucky Nala. These are the places where the interception has taken place. That's the consolidated report coming in. As we speak, there has also been ceasefire violation that has been reported from Poonch, Rajouri and Samba. These are some of the places where ceasefire violation is taking place in Jammu.
Shravan, and again, like yesterday, it's been going for about 2.5 hours, might go on for another an hour. 26
as
locations
of now,
already.
It appears that things have been brought under control.
Absolutely. And if you go, location-wise, it seems that there is no damage. I mean, we are not getting, except for a couple of instances in Punjab, we are not getting reports of these drones having caused any damage. So I think this is mind game. This is the Pakistanis using low-cost drones to create an impression that, oh, they have opened the front with India and that they are carrying out these kind of attacks. That's not the case. These are, remember, unarmed small drones. Except for that, yesterday there was one case of an armed attack. Today, maybe there are 4 or 5, which means in terms of escalation metrics, yes, this is an escalation vis-a-vis yesterday. But overall, if you look at it, this is nothing vis-a-vis what we did on May 6, which is we eliminated Pakistani terror infrastructure, and that's something we should not lose sight of.
Well, Rabinder Sachdeva is also joining us on this broadcast. Are we really losing sight of it? Because let's once again remind everyone what we have been able to achieve. On the very first day when the operation actually began, 9 terror targets have been eliminated. And remember, this happens to be the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba, headquarters of Hizbul Mujahideen. All of it has been eliminated. So that is something that we must remember.
Oh, absolutely. So that's why I'm drawing a comparison. We use Harab drones costing over $1 million, $2 million each. And we used them because we were sure that we knew the gaps in Pakistani air defense and we could achieve our objectives. And we did. What Pakistan is doing, it does not know our air defenses. It is sending these low-cost drones, spy drones, let's say. Some of them with, only one grenade launcher attacking Srinagar airport or any airport. What is one grenade? Sending 20 of these low-cost drones around Srinagar airport so they can map all the signatures of electronics and capture and send it back. So Pakistan is right now probing our air defense systems in order to figure out gaps and all, where it thinks it can then fire the higher value drones like our Harabs or their Beirut cars if they think they can get through.
Yeah.
That's there. Now, quickly, my other point is with regards to Saudi. I think we are doing injustice to India and to Saudi and Pakistan in the discussion we were having. Saudi Arabia is pretty savvy. They got themselves in between to be brokering the Russia-Ukraine war with the United States. They're not kid in the woods. I mean, they're not a babe in the woods or whatever, right? India, our relations with Saudi are very deep also. Pakistan is also, we are doing injustice. this airliner issue, Pakistan can easily blame it on and say, you know what, our Director General of Civil Aviation, he messed up, screwed up. We are going to fire him, put him into jail. We fire our Civil Aviation Minister. This was a lapse in our standard operating procedures. Pakistan can smartly play that. India, our relations with Saudi, we would have conveyed to the Saudis that in case of a larger war breaking out between India and Pakistan, do you want non-state actors, extremists, radical Islamists getting access to the nuclear arsenal of Pakistan, which threatens Saudi Arabia also? See, nobody will take extra steps unless they feel something pinches them. And I think our foreign policy is smart enough to figure out what could be the pain point for Saudis, logical, and to convey it to them. And Saudis would understand.
Mr. Sachdeva, there is also another interesting element that is basically playing out right now. It's the role of Turkey. While drones that were basically used yesterday, they were Turkish drones. Clear indication of where Turkey stands today. Now, I just want to take you through some of the details basically coming in and a takedown on this entire relationship that's brewing. Turkey's meddling in the India-Pakistan conflict would be a catastrophic conflagration. And in fact, you've had Ambassador Deepak Vora taking down on what does this essentially mean and why exactly is Turkey really playing footsie with Pakistan.
My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are talking about a beautiful country but totally messed up. You've probably heard its name. It's called Turkey. I'm not referring to the bird Turkey, but to the country Turkey. Now it's called Turkey. They've changed their name because people used to laugh and talk about cold Turkey and so on. Turkey at the moment is ruled by a hardcore Islamist, a fellow called, I call him Adha Darban, although his name is Erdogan. This guy is trying to take his country back to the era of the great Ottomans. The Ottoman Empire had, by the way, diplomatic and commercial relations with the Mughal Empire in India. And this fellow now thinks that he's going to be the newest Pasha, the newest Sultan. The problem with Turkey is what I call the curse of bad choice. First World War, they sided with the wrong guys. Second World War, they sided with the wrong guys. Before that, in the 19th century, on the wrong side. In fact, I think it was the Tsar of Russia who referred to Turkey as the sick man of Europe, and then they carved up the Ottoman Empire between themselves, etc. Turkey continues to make the wrong choices. Now, why is it friendly with Pakistan? What does it get? And I'll tell you the reason for this. It's very interesting. Pakistan says, I am the leader of the Islamic world, I have the bomb. Iran says, get lost. I have a much stronger army, I am the leader. Saudi Arabia said, both you guys go fly a kite because I have the two mosques. I'm the leader of Islam. And Turkey says, hey, wait a minute, I'm the Ottoman, I am the leader of Islam. So these four chaps are fighting amongst themselves. Now, Pakistan, there used to be a cricket player, I think his name was Mr. I.K. Niazi. You knew him as Imran Khan. Initially, Pakistan, in his quest for identity, said, we are Arabs. The Arabs said, if you are Arabs, then we would be Europeans. Then they said, sorry, we are Central Asians. So the Central Asians said, if you are Central Asians, then we are Chinese. That didn't work. So finally, this Shri Niazi said, no, we are Turks. The Turks were very happy. They said, yep, sure, come and polish our boots, come and clean our streets. Pakistanis rushed there because they didn't need visas. The Turks treat them with contempt. But they flatter these guys because Pakistanis go to Turkey to do what no Turk will do. Amazing, isn't it? You have slaves who willingly say that they are slaves. So this is the situation in Turkey at the moment. Why is it trying to side with Pakistan? Let me also tell you what happened in 2019. You've probably heard of a chap called Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. He was the leader of the Islamic State. He was troubling the Americans a lot. Finally, he fled to Syria and he was hiding in a cave. The Kurds, the Kurdish people whom the Turks don't like, and the Kurds have been fighting for independence from Turkey for centuries, they were helping the Americans. They said, look, this Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi character is hiding in a cave, go blow him up. So the Americans went in. By then, this Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, a great jihadi, by the way, he had figured out that these guys were coming, so he strapped on a vest full of explosives, brought his children and, I don't know, several dozen wives and blew himself up. End of story. Then this Adha Darban, the present chap, who is a hardcore Islamist, I call him Adha Darban, actually it's Erdogan. He said, now the Americans are leaving, they've achieved their purpose, so let's now thrash the Kurds because they're a thorn in my flesh. The Kurds went and told the then president, I'm talking about 2019, who was also McDonald Trump, as I call him affectionately, President Donald Trump. They said, look, we supported you and this guy is beating us up. So then Donald Trump tweeted, if you get a chance, take a look at that tweet. 2019, he said, if in my infinitely superior wisdom, I find out that the Turks are misbehaving, I will obliterate their economy. I have done it before. He tweeted that and the Turkish lira collapsed. Today we are in a situation where Erdogan or Adha Darban is very insecure because there was a Gulenist movement in Turkey. They said this Erdogan is a fake Muslim. He drinks and he eats all kinds of funny things which he shouldn't be doing. So the Gulenists actually almost carried out a coup against Erdogan, and he had to use his own military to put down the coup. And he arrested hundreds of thousands of perceived Gulenist supporters. Many were imprisoned, others were sacked, some ran away, etc. So while the country is right the moment siding with Pakistan, appears to be siding with Pakistan because the Pakistanis say, look, we are your faithful, humble, loyal, free servants. We'll do what you want. The reality is that Turkey itself is internally very insecure. Its economy is collapsing. Its exports are nosediving. Its reputation is finished. People used to travel to Turkey for tourism. Even that now, after there have been a few terrorist attacks, that is also decreasing. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think Erdogan is making a very serious mistake. Again, the curse of choice. He's siding with the wrong side in the present geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific, of the Asia-Pacific region, of the Indian Ocean region. They keep making these wrong choices. Of course, their dramas, the Turkish plays on their television are very, very popular. And of course, let me just tell you something. Figure it out. A lot of the scripts of their plays are based on films made by our Mumbai fellows, what we call Bollywood. Our Bollywood films are insanely popular in Turkey. So, my assessment to conclude is Turkey is making a mistake. It's going to be very difficult to persuade this buffoon that he shouldn't be doing this. He's going to come. He sent a ship there when the Pakis begged him to send a ship to Karachi, saying in 1971, the Indian Navy had blasted Karachi. Well, we sailed out again. We sent a message saying that you shouldn't be doing these funny things. We'll blast you. And of course, the warship that Turkey sent, it ran away very quickly. So, Mr. Adha Darban, if you are listening to me, get the hell out of our region. You don't want to mess around with me. I will obliterate you. I don't want to do it in a couple of days. Go away. Go and do what you have to. Go fight the Greeks. Go fight whoever else you want to fight. But don't mess around in my region. And forget about the chaps you are supporting. They are going to be infinitely ungrateful to you. In diplomacy and international relations, there's no such thing as gratitude. That's the first lesson we are taught.
That was a beautiful narration on Turkey's role in Pakistan, and now we are getting a breaking news development that the Chief of Defence Staff, as also all the three service chiefs, they are going to meet Defence Minister Rajnath Singh again tomorrow. Remember, they had a marathon 2-hour-long meeting at Prime Minister's 7 LKM official residence with the Prime Minister, and in the morning also the Defence Minister had a meeting with all the officers. And the meeting continues tomorrow morning as well, which essentially shows that India is not de-escalating, that Operation Sindoor is on. It's an evolving situation, and we have not called it the end. So far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, it's just that we are choosing our own time. We are baiting Pakistan to make a mistake. And then, of course, we'll go all out, like we did in the case of May 6, first round of Operation Sindoor, in which we took down those 9 sites, the terror factories, and the terror infrastructure of Pakistan. We can do more of it, and we continue to have guests. We have Captain Shyam Kumar with us. Captain Shyam Kumar, you know, I keep asking this whenever I have guests from the Indian Navy, and you are a veteran. What's the game plan like? I mean, maybe we sort of reported ahead of the curve that Karachi has been taken down, but maybe it will be.
yes, sooner or later when there is a requirement. But I don't find this kind of strategic leap and deft strike is in the beginning is when we are going for an all-out war. And war is not in our favor, which I have been saying again and again. The kind of provocation that we are facing today and the kind of the escalation mechanism that is being brought to bear onto Indian side, the people who are fighting, the commanders who are leading their men, and the kind of directives that they have to give is very, very difficult. This is a different kind of situation. Every Indian, even the soldiers, they are fighting, but the standing restraints and at the same time giving befitting reply to save ourselves because there are armed drones coming up now. This is a very difficult situation and our commanders must be feeling very, very difficult to keep the morale of their troops and the people even who are operating from standoff ranges, giving the instructions and directions for them to exercise rules of engagements in a very, very limited manner. These are not the war that our forces are ready to do for. They have not been conditions for these kind of operations. Today's war, what happened in the few days in Hezbollah and the Israel or the Hamas and Israel, or even for Syria, they have been going on for 70 years. They've been doing this for many years and they have got used to it. I am seeing the duplication of that in our area of operation. And maturity, the kind of patience, the kind of resolve that the Indian democracy is to give. And these series of meetings are basically actually requiring great challenges. They are giving great challenges to our senior echelons in the armed forces. And that is why you are finding these review of meeting one after another, because this kind of, I feel that this is going to be continuing for some time. And India is not going to get into the trap which is being laid down by the Pakistanis. They would keep doing this, whether unarmed drones or armed drones. Today, in many of the panels, it was discussed that whether tonight will be another higher escalation, which when I came back, I still have clearly said that India would continue to exercise this restraint because the willpower, the kind of strength that we have got from the world community to fight against the terrorism, not against the land. And that is why we got to remain very, very focused onto that aim. Now, in this vast scenario of LOC and the 3 states on the border, it is very difficult.
Right, sir. In fact, I'm getting a breaking news development before I go to Ravinder Sachdeva for more, and that's a big one, which is that, like yesterday, today also, immoral, cowardly Pakistan is using yet another civilian international flight as a bait, as a cover, as a human shield. And can I put those lines? Human shield. Pakistan using civilian aircraft as a human shield. Please do that. Pakistan using a Dubai Sialkot civilian flight as a human shield, not shutting down its airspace when it is launching those drone swarms, because that puts constraints on India. And remember, in the press conference, we said we are a model country. We are not going to harm civilian life just because a terrorist state and an immoral jihadi army is hell-bent on inviting a war upon itself. Robin Sachdeva, Pakistan baaj nahi aayega, Pakistan badmashi karega, Pakistan makkari karega, Pakistan charitrahinta karega.
Sir, absolutely. Of all those adjectives, yeah, sure. I think best would be maybe makkari karega. See, I mean, in a war zone, there are conventions of international regime, the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, which requires that any time a war-like or such tensions arise, there's a notice to airmen issued by the aviation authorities of that country to avoid that region. Pakistan is not doing that. Now, Pakistan Makkari kya karega? When called out, Pakistan डाउन प्ले करके किसको स्केपगोट बना देगा. पाकिस्तान कहेगा yes, I'm in the leadership. Shehbaz
Why are
Sharif
the
will say, yeah,
Saudis,
sure.
well, why are the Saudis willing to be the scapegoats? I mean, this was a Saudi flight yesterday, which was shown by our officers in the press conference. Today, of course, it's a Pakistan International Airlines flight. We are, of course, not shooting it down. But Saudi flight, I mean, imagine if India takes an action and the Saudis get killed. Saudis have to understand that the Pakistanis are fooling them around.
No, sure, but Saudis are smart, remember one. But secondly, Pakistan could convince them, alright, this was a major snafu, goof up, fuck up, sorry, pardon the word. We are going to fire, we are going to put our DG, Director General of Civil Aviation, into jail. We are going to hang him in the public square. He or she should have done it.
Yeah.
This is not me, this is not Shehbaz Sharif, this is not the army chief. They can backdate the orders and they can say that, yeah, we instructed them.
Right.
This particular official didn't obey. We are sending him to a life imprisonment of whatever, etc. Yeah. Pakistan, that is Makkari. That is Makkari what Pakistan would do.
Yeah, immorality, absolute moral cowardice. Absolute moral cowardice, Robin Sachdeva. Just stay with us. I have to take a short break. Coming back on the other side and continue our conversation.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Unlike in 2019, when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time, we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली कर भाई. हाँ देखना वाम कैसी आ रही है वहाँ से. अभी कैच होगी? नहीं होगी.
Well, the big news now coming in at this arm. Yet again, Pakistanis are now using the civilians as a human shield, something that was put out as an evidence by the Defence Forces earlier today. Now the big news coming in, even today, when the drone attacks were actually taking place, we're given to understand that the Pakistani airspace was still open. In fact, a report now coming in that you had a flight from Dubai to Sialkot. It was a PIA flight that was airborne when the attacks were taking place. Getting us more details is our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, yet again, was it the same very time when the drone attacks were actually taking place?
Well, you see, look at what we said in the press conference, that Pakistan, while it was carrying out that drone swarm attack, also had its airspace open to civilian flights. And this was basically to use those civilian flights as a bait, just in case India reacts strongly, sends in a missile, and the missile hits an airliner. There would be an international outrage. Of course, India did not bite the bait, and the foolish Pakistanis think that we will do it again. Obviously, we will not. But that is the reason why we call it an immoral jihadi force, this Pakistan army, Shawan, because they continue to believe that if they use civilian aircraft as human shield, they can get away with it. They can get away with murder, or they can continue their war plans. Now, imagine Asim Munir does not tire from quoting from the Quran, and the Quran does not talk anywhere about using human shields to carry your war plans. Prophet Muhammad never did that. And for General Asim Munir's army to be doing it, I mean, imagine how un-Islamic it can get, and that's what the real face of Pakistan army is.
Well, in fact, let me just quickly take you through the evidence that was put out by India earlier today. In fact, this was well documented by our armed forces. In fact, the calibrated move that has been made by India. What we have essentially done is that not even used some of our air defense systems, which basically includes the S-400. We're being told that the 80 guns were good enough to basically bring down these low-cost, cheap drones that were used by the Pakistanis. Evidence that has been put out by India was with regards to Turkish drones that was used yesterday. But one level of escalation that we are also witnessing today are armed drones that have been used by the Pakistanis. So much so that there has been some reports coming in from Firozpur where there has been some damage that has taken place. We've also got the first soundbite coming in from Firozpur. We'll try and play that out in a short while from now. But can we just put out the reaction that had come in? But before I go across to the other big breaking news coming in right now, can I just quickly once again put across? Well, we'll play that out in a short while from now because there's more breaking news coming in right now. There's a complete blackout in Srinagar. Now, we're not very sure whether at all there is another detection of any drone at this point in time, because a short while back, Indian Army had confirmed that there have been 6 to 8 drone sightings over the airfields of Srinagar, Avantipura as well as Baramulla. All of them were shot down by the Indian Army. It was a completely successful operation that was carried out by the Indian Army. Our reporters on the ground are now sending us details of a complete blackout in Srinagar. We'll try and see if we can go across to either Soumya or Rakshita, who are camping in Srinagar right now, getting us the latest details. Armed drones have been used by Pakistan to target the civilians. Can we please have the reporters first, and then we'll go to the guest in a while from now, not right now. We'll go to the reporters getting us the latest details, and also can we also prepare to get the soundbite of Wing Commander Vyomika, who had spoken about how the civilians were being used as a human shield. Can we first go to our reporter now, since we have just put out the breaking news coming in from Srinagar. In fact, there's been a complete blackout, and there is also more details coming in from Poonch, where we're given to understand that there's been heavy shelling that has been reported. Ceasefire violation has also been reported from multiple areas along the LC as well as the international border. Let me first go across to Harsha, getting us the latest report from Poonch. Now, LMGs are being used by the Pakistanis as the cross-border firing continues from Poonch.
So yes, Shawan, there's a heavy cross-firing exchange in the Poonch and especially from the Mender region of the Poonch district where I'm standing exactly right now. There's been several visuals of the shelling because back to back we saw almost 10 to 15 shelling rounds which was fired from the side of Pakistan in the Mender region, and the retaliation was also from our army side, and therefore before that also, before the shelling, there were 2 drones as well which were intercepted. So I can clearly say that right now the escalation in the Poonch region has increased. Earlier it was from the side of Balakot, Rajouri and Nowshera side, but right now it has increased from the side of Mender and from the side of Digwar. So this is right now the latest we are learning from the side of Poonch. And again I'm turning back, Shawan, because continuously heavy sounds could clearly be heard of the shelling, artillery shelling, which again, Shawan, these sounds of heavy artillery shelling could be heard in the Poonch district, as I was mentioning earlier as well to Abhishek as well, that tonight is an escalation which could be seen from the side of Pakistan in the Poonch region, especially Poonch district and Poonch city. We have seen on 6th of May how there was a heavy mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan in the Poonch city, and today as well there are the sources and information that the escalation could be in the Mender and in the Poonch city area, and that is the reason we are here. We have reached to a better location right now, a safe location from where we are reporting, because the visuals right now we are showcasing covers all the mountains of either of the Surankot, Mender, KG Top and the other locations as well, and the continuous escalation which is going on since last 2 hours. But right now suddenly there's a heavy escalation of the mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan. There are several red flames could also be seen in the air right now. We have captured it in last 5 minutes. We have seen almost continuous shelling, almost 10 to 15
now coming in.
rounds.
More breaking news. Can we just put this out? Breaking news. Harsha is now reporting there is a massive escalation as far as the shelling at Poonch is concerned. We are not putting out the exact location where this is actually happening right now as we speak, because the entire LC and the international border is quite active tonight. Yet again, what we have seen, same pattern, one swarm of drones, and then you have ceasefire violations that have been reported from various parts. Let's put that breaking news now coming in, and then we'll go to the other breaking news coming in from Srinagar. First, massive escalation in Poonch where there has been heavy shelling taking place in Poonch as we speak. Once again, I'll go back full frame with the visuals from Poonch where Harsha has been reporting. Harsha, describe for us what is it that you're essentially witnessing, because you've been there, you've traveled from multiple sectors, from Mendar to various other places in the district. What's the sense that you're getting?
So right now what we are picking from here in the Poonch district is the continuous artillery shelling. But what we have seen the pattern from 6th of May, Shawan, is that at the start of this 6th May when there was mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan, at that time it was majorly Poonch city. But today the location have changed. In fact, yesterday the locations were changed. So continuously the Pakistan side is changing location, and the mortar shelling is now happening from all across the border. So today what we saw day before yesterday and what we saw yesterday was from two to three vantage point of Poonch district, but tonight it's happening from all across the border, from all along the LOC, and that is the reason why we will not reveal the location from exact which LC, but yes, from all the sides of LC continuous there's mortar and mortar shelling, and continuous the heavy sounds from the artillery shelling could clearly be heard, and that's what we are picking tonight, and that's the reason right now there's a complete blackout in the city. Nothing is visible. Nothing is on ground. Again, from my right side, Shravan, the noises could be heard, but because of the mountains, the flame, the explosion flames couldn't be seen. But yes, sounds from front, sounds from left side of mine, and from right side again. If you can hear the voice, if you can hear the sound, Shravan, continuously.
Harsha, we'll request you to stay safe, because I believe I believe that you're at a safe distance right now, where you're basically reporting from. I'll just go back full frame with the visuals also coming in, and we're reporting from a safe distance at this point in time, and Harsha has been moving from one location to the other, in fact, to get us a sense of how things are really heating up as far as our borders are concerned, and that's exactly what the Pakistanis have been doing.
Can we just show it? PIB has fact-checked that there are no 10 explosions that have taken place outside Srinagar airport. This claim is fake.
Okay, so that's an important breaking news now also coming in. Can we just put this out, the breaking news here? A fact-checking that has been done, a quick fact-checking, but that's extremely important, because you have to constantly fight the psyops that are being indulged by the Pakistanis, because they want you to believe that perhaps there is some sort of a panic, but that's not the case, because at least if you really have it on the ground, we've continuously seen how our armed forces have been right at the forefront, being able to repel all such acts by the Pakistanis. In fact, we're being told that at least 26 sightings that have taken place today, all of it has been completely neutralized, barring at one location in Firozpur. I'm going to put that out in a short while from now, because the first response has also come in from the Firozpur local administration. But first, I'm going to stay with these breaking news coming in, and also the fact check that is being done, a fact check thing, and we'll prepare to put that out in a short while from now, because there's more development taking place in Srinagar too, because as we speak there is a complete blackout. I'll go back to Harsha till the time we get our reporters up from Srinagar. In fact, we have Soumya and Rakshita also. Will try and get Rakshita. Just a quick comment from Harsha once again, and then I'll go to the breaking news coming in from Srinagar. Harsha, with regards to the civilian areas that have been targeted, you've traveled through the city today, in Poonch itself and also in Jammu. What's the kind of damage that the civilian areas have taken upon themselves?
In several pockets of Poonch district, Shravan, there has been a major damage to the houses of the civilians. There was, but yes, there is, there was a safety measures which was taken from the side of administration, that the civilians, most of the civilians after 6 May, in the morning of the 6 May, they have evacuated. So there has been not a lot of casualties. There have been none casualties which has been reported today morning from the side of the Poonch. But yes, on 6th of May, there were 11 civilians who lost their life, which included women, twins, children and male as well. But after that there was no casualty. But if we talk about the devastation and destruction caused to the houses and the properties, yes, there's immense damage to the properties in the Mankot area, in the Mendar region, in the Poonch city itself. There are several villages also in the border areas that are heavily devastated because of the mortar shelling. We have shown the visuals also, not only of escalation but also of the destruction in the Poonch city, and how because civilians vacated their houses, therefore the lives of many were saved because of administration's relief operation also, which they carried out by evacuating each and every civilian. But right now the situation is that the locals and the villagers who are in the village areas, they are right now staying in bunkers. They are right now in the safe houses, who can't travel to some other location or don't have any house out of Poonch. They are in the bunkers for the major time of the day and night. And that's the kind of operation which is right now taking place in the Poonch district. But yes, there's no casualties today. 11 civilians lost their life on 6th of May. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha. Stay safe. This is undoubtedly trying times for even our reporters on the ground, getting you these reports as situation has been escalating that we've seen on the ground. Now, shifting focus to Srinagar, where we can now confirm that there has been a complete blackout in Srinagar. We do not know if this is in anticipation of some sort of a strike, because the drone attacks that have taken place, or the sightings that have taken place over the Srinagar airfield, that has been completely neutralized, and the airfields of Srinagar, Baramulla as well as Awantipura are completely safe. We have our reporters on the ground right now joining us from Srinagar, and also there's important to point out that there were certain reports coming in that there were multiple explosions in Srinagar, but that's not the case. Abhishek, I'm also going to bring in Abhishek right now because he's getting us more details with regards to how this has been fact-checked. But first to you, Soumya, you've been there. What's the situation like, and has there been any announcement made by the district administration?
Well, as of now, first there was a blackout that lasted for several hours, but then the second one lasted only for a very brief period, for just for a few minutes. However, there have been multiple changes in the situation here, multiple developments. Just few hours back, we got to know that that drone was spotted near the airport here in Srinagar. However, it was timely spotted and neutralized. With that, multiple drone sightings have taken place across Srinagar, and not just Srinagar, right from Baramulla to Srinagar to Awantipura. There have been multiple drone sightings today in different districts and cities of Kashmir now. So these are the developments that have been taking place with regards to the movement. Since there was a blackout, complete blackout for several hours, movement was restricted, and it continues. With that, defense sources continue to reiterate that Srinagar continues to be on high alert. Airbase is one of the targets that the sources are saying, airbase, and also the strategic infrastructure nearby could be a few of the targets, and the air defense batteries have also been activated. So these are the developments we are picking up with regards to what is happening in Srinagar. Back to you.
Let me also go across to Rakshita right now, getting us the latest details. Rakshita, we have the PIB fact-checking some reports suggesting that there were multiple explosions in Srinagar. That's not the case. In fact, we've also got an official confirmation coming in from the Indian Army that 6 to 8 drone sightings have taken place. All of it has been neutralized. Srinagar, Baramulla, Awantipura are all safe.
Absolutely, of course. There were reports initially coming in about 10 explosions. That was, of course, that has been fact-checked, and that is fake news. And what we know is that, yes, that there have been multiple drones that have been intercepted, at least as far as Srinagar is concerned, the Srinagar airbase, Awantipura, and, of course, the other areas. In fact, this is the update we have about Pathankot as well. Drones today were sighted in at least 26 locations across the country, and this includes Srinagar, where we're reporting from right now. Baramulla, Awantipura, Nagrota, Jammu, Firozpur, Fazilka, Largar, Pathankot, and Jaisalmer, Barmer, Bhuj, Kuarpet, and Laki Nala as well. So yes, the air defense batteries are on high alert. That happened yesterday as well. The entire Srinagar airbase is the area outside it also sealed. You cannot really go there. So it's completely sealed, and the airport as well, where we're reporting from yesterday morning, that also is of course taken. That is of course controlled by the army itself, and it is also on high alert. We did hear some sounds a while back. There were some sounds that we could hear, but there's no concrete information as far as no official confirmation on that. But yes, there have been some tensions. There have been some sounds that have been reported after 9 p.m. today here in Srinagar from multiple locations.
Well, obviously, so PIB fact-checking there, Shawan, and let's move to another one. There's another fact-check, in fact, this time by the district administration of Jaipur. So, which means, rumor mills really working over, around the clock to create this confusion in the minds of the people. And now the Jaipur district administration has fact-checked some media reports saying that outside of Jaipur airport, there have been no explosions. It seems somebody is copy-pasting and carrying out explosions outside airports. Srinagar, Jaipur, among others.
Well, it's important for all our viewers who are joining us right now to know that you have the Pakistan ISPR, the DG ISPR, putting a lot of people on their payroll. In fact, what they've essentially done is that there is a control room which is being monitored by the Pakistani INB minister, and their single point agenda is to basically peddle fake news. So a lot of it is now finding space, perhaps here too, where you would see that there is an attempt that is now being made to create some sort of a panic, create some sort of a fear among the public. Important to once again reassure everyone who's watching us tonight that our forces have been able to neutralize every threat that is emerging from Pakistan at this point in time. It is important that you know that 26 places where these drone sightings have actually taken place, and our armed forces have been extremely successful in bringing down, shooting down every drone that has come into our airspace, and perhaps they've been brought down. So there is absolutely nothing for the people of this country to be worried about. Unlike the Pakistanis, our air defense system is absolutely agile, and the fact that it is working, and more importantly, unlike the Pakistanis who could not even detect any of the precision strikes that took place in Bahawalpur, Mudrike and various other places, as far as India is concerned, we should be extremely proud of the fact that we've been able to repel every possible attack that has been carried out. That's the latest now coming in. I'll quickly recap before we can also move on. On your screens right now, these are the details of the fact checks that have been done. And now these are Pakistan-based handlers which are also spreading the videos, falsely alleging that strikes on a military base in Amritsar. Now that's on your screens. These are details that have been fact-checked by the PIB. Let's move on to the second fact-checking that has been done. Pakistan-based handlers are sharing an image, and this is an old image, claiming that the Pakistan army has intercepted a UAV drone that fell in Gujranwala in Pakistan. That too has been cleared. That's a false old image that has been doing the round. Third, that's a viral video alert that has been put out by the PIB. Truth behind the aircraft crash that's linked to Operation Sindoor. That too, remember, there was a lot of confusion that was created with regards to certain Indian aircraft perhaps that had crashed, but that's not the case. An old video is also being shared to show a Pakistani attack on an Indian military colony. So remember, as far as our military installations are concerned, they're all absolutely safe. Let's move on. Pakistan-based handlers are also circulating a video chanting, it's claiming that the Pakistan army strikes post-brutal Batal sector in Jammu and Kashmir, and we're given to understand that here the claim was made that about 12 Indian soldiers were killed. That's not true. That's another fact-checking being done by the PIB here. Several Pakistani-based handlers are basically circulating an old image that claims that a Pakistani missile has hit an Indian S-400. That too is untrue because we've not even used the S-400. Social media post falsely claims that India targeted the Neelam Jhelum hydropower project in Pakistan. That's not true once again. Our targets have only been the terror ecosystem or the terror facilities in Pakistan. A social media post that also falsely claims that the Indian military used the Ambala airbase to attack Amritsar and our own citizens. Now, that's a laughable claim that has been made by the Pakistanis right now. A letter is also being shared on social media claiming that the Chief of Army Staff, General V.K. Narayan, has sent a confidential letter regarding the military propaganda to the Army officer of Northern Command. Now, first of all, they've got it completely wrong here. Fake news circulating about a Fidayeen attack on an army brigade in Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir. That's also, again, untrue. No such Fidayeen attack has taken place. Social media posts are also claiming that entry to airports across India banned. Remember, that's not the case. Airports are very much functional right now. these are some of the claims that have been made, and all of them have been fact-checked. An old video is also being shared in social media with the claim that Pakistan has launched a missile attack on India in retaliation. There is nothing of that sort. There is no missile attack that has actually taken place. In fact, as far as missiles are concerned, these are Pakistani duds that have completely failed. Fake video is also being circulated by the Pakistani handles alleging that an Indian post was destroyed by a Pakistani army. That's not the case. In fact, the Pakistanis have suffered massive damages as far as their posts are concerned. The drone strike video from Jalandhar, which is being widely circulated on social media, that too is again completely false. The video that is circulating on social media with the claim that Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked. That's not the case. Our ports are completely safe. And old images also being circulated with false claims of multiple explosions at the Jammu Air Force base in India. That's not true. Well, in fact, as we've been pointing out, that multiple attempts are now being made by the DGISPR in Pakistan are trying to create these false narratives. We, as a responsible media, we've once again put out details that these are all false claims.
Absolutely, and whatever fact checks are being done by way of district administrations or even PIB, we're putting across. But 11 lives lost in Poonch district from barbaric shelling from Pakistan. The explosions have reduced houses to debris and cluttered the lanes with rubble. The situation has led residents to leave the city and move to a safer location. Locks have been put up in the houses, and electric wires and huge craters have come up on the walls. They tell the story of the kind of destruction that has taken place because of the Pakistani ceasefire violations. Rashmi Sudha lost her only child, 13-year-old Aditya, in mortar shelling. The room tells how much the family was in rush to leave the city. Rashmi says she has lost her son, and now Pakistan should be taught a lesson again. Look at the details.
मेरे बेटे ने क्या बिगाड़ा था? मेरा बेटा 13 साल का था, वो शहीद हो गया मेरा बेटा। मैं अपना बेटा कहाँ से लाऊंगी? बस ये है कि उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त तक किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला हम के लिए जो मेरा बेटा मर गया।
13 years old Aditya is no more. The entire family was rushing to reach Jammu when Pakistan guided motor shelling towards the Poonch district and especially towards the city area. There are several civilians who lost their loved ones in the motor shelling from the side of Pakistan.
Exact time मुझे याद नहीं है, 11 बजे का टाइम होगा। तो हम जा रहे थे, पुल से बाहर ही थे, थोड़ा आगे थे, तो पेट्रोल पंप से आ गए थे, तो कुछ पता नहीं है कहाँ से ब्लास्ट हुआ। तो हमारे अंदर मतलब कि पहले मुझे लगी, फिर मेरे बेटे को लगी, तो मेरे जीजा थे, उनके बेटे थे, उनको लगी, मेरे जीजू को लगी, बस मेरे बेटे की ऑन स्पॉट डेथ होगी।
डर का माहौल बहुत ज़्यादा बन गया था कल, जिस वक्त
बहुत ज़्यादा डर बन गया था, बहुत ज़्यादा बन गया था। सब कह रहे थे पुंछ बस खाली करो, पुंछ खाली करो, रात को कुछ भी हो सकता है, यहाँ फायरिंग हो सकती है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, पुंछ खाली करो। बस इस वजह से सब लोग भाग रहे थे, हम भी भाग रहे थे यहाँ से। हमें नहीं पता था कि यहाँ से जाएंगे तो रास्ते में कुछ हो जाएगा। होता ऐसे पता होता घर पे रुक जाते फिर हम। बस जो हुआ कल बहुत गलत हुआ, तो इसके लिए स्टेप उठाना चाहिए कुछ।
When they were in their vehicle, 4-wheeler, it was mother, father, Aditya, along with his uncle, auntie, and his cousin traveling in the 4-wheeler, and they were on their way to Jammu, and they didn't even cross Poonch district. And on their way, when they crossed the main bridge, and that time there was a mortar shell which was dropped heavily on the bridge, and that mortar shell came on the top of their vehicle
and the mortar shell passed through Adit's head. He was hospitalized, but because of brain hemorrhage, when Adit reached hospital, he was declared ब्रॉड डेड।
इस वक्त तक किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला हम के लिए जो मेरा बेटा मर गया। लोकल लोग कितने मरे, कितने बच्चे मरे, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला इस वक्त तक। मेरा बेटा बहुत घबराया था, मम्मा ब्लास्टिंग हो रही है, क्या करेंगे क्या करें। कि मेरे बेटे को ब्लास्ट हुआ तो उसके बाद ब्लास्टिंग बंद होगी, तो किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, कोई स्टेप नहीं उठाया इस वक्त तक किसी ने। मुझे इस चीज़ का बहुत दुख है। स्टेप उठाना चाहिए तो मेरे मन को थोड़ी शांति मिले, मेरे बेटे की आत्मा को शांति मिले। मेरा बेटा बड़ा परेशान था, वो बड़ा डर गया था, मम्मा क्या हो रहा है, मम्मा क्या हो रहा है, ये मम्मा भागो यहाँ से, जम्मू चलो, मम्मा भागो यहाँ से। बस मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कोई एक्शन करनी चाहिए। गवर्नमेंट ने इस वक्त तक कोई एक्शन नहीं किया हुआ है। मुझे इस चीज़ का बहुत दुख है, बहुत दुख है मुझे इस चीज़ का।
The India-Pakistan border is under fire as war escalates across multiple fronts. Indian Air Force jets are conducting continuous precision strikes on terror camps and radar sites across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Artillery and missile exchanges have been reported across Poonch, Rajouri as well as Kupwara, with the Indian forces holding strategic ground. Air sirens have been active in border towns, civilian shelters on alert, and all armed units at full readiness.
वीडियो बना
ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे।
नहीं की
हाँ हाँ, और ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। लेट जाओ ग्राउंड में।
ये कहाँ से छुट्टी लेके निकल जाऊंगा। मैं किस साइड मार रहे हैं?
ग्राउंड पे लेट जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। कहाँ जा रहे हैं चोरी?
आया कहाँ से है ये? अरनी साइड से
गुजरनगर इधरों मारा भी लगा एयरपोर्ट को साले। हाँ, ये मॉक ड्रिल का है यार।
मॉक ड्रिल
घंटा इधर पड़ रहे हैं ये। सायरन बज गए।
चलो निकलते हैं यार।
अभी नहीं निकल कहीं भी बैठा रही। ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे।
नहीं की
हाँ हाँ, और ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। लेट जाओ ग्राउंड में।
ये कहाँ से छुट्टी लेके निकल जाऊंगा। मैं किस साइड मार रहे हैं?
ग्राउंड पे लेट जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। कहाँ जा रहे हैं चोरी?
आया कहाँ से है ये? अरनी साइड से
गुजरनगर इधरों मारा भी लगा एयरपोर्ट को साले। हाँ, ये मॉक ड्रिल का है यार।
मॉक ड्रिल
घंटा इधर पड़ रहे हैं ये। सायरन बज गए।
चलो निकलते हैं यार।
अभी नहीं निकल कहीं भी बैठा रही।
All right, breaking news development coming in. Reports suggest that Indian Navy is active in the Arabian Sea. We are getting this from the Telegraph, but of course we have also reported that Indian Navy is very active in the Arabian Sea. In fact, 26 warships and all of them making sure that there is no misadventure by Pakistan. All right, Major G.D. Bakshi, retired, delivers a fiery breakdown of Operation Sindoor, hailing it as a textbook example of Indian military brilliance. With surgical precision and deception, Indian forces outmaneuvered Pakistan, struck key targets, and reasserted total air and intelligence superiority. Listen to him.
Today, India has struck back at the Pakistani terror camps. 9 of them have been blasted to smithereens. India has struck and struck hard. We have, despite all the warning, achieved total surprise. Our deception plan of having an exercise in the Rajasthan desert, air exercise, and hitting north has worked totally. You know, we have been able to penetrate the Pakistani air defenses. The Pakistani Prime Minister whined that India had used 75 to 80 aircraft. How come your Chinese radars failed to pick up even a single? Your air defenses, mostly Chinese, failed to shoot down even one aircraft, though you made all kind of woolly-headed claims, right? The simple fact is we have hit 9 terrorist camps, 5 in POK, 4 in Pakistan proper, including Muridke, head of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and Bawalpur, head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as also the main camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen. They've all been struck. They've all been struck and obliterated. The Azad Masoor has lost almost his entire family and was wanting to die. What am I living for? He was saying. You know, I hope he now realizes the pain he has inflicted on the families here. I hope he realizes. Now, the Pakistani ISPR was first off the mark and they threatened India with retaliation, with strong retaliation, right? Then it is Pakistan's Prime Minister who was seen, you know, giving a free hand to Asim Munir. And Asim Munir, the man who installed him in office, who put Imran Khan in jail, was vigorously nodding his head up and down, right? What are Pakistan's options? What can Pakistan do? Look, our response was proportional. Our response was calculated and responsible. It was non-escalatory. We had given Pakistan a clear off-ramp that we are calling it off here, providing you behave. But it does not look like Asim Munir is in a mood to act rational, right? He wants to show calculated irrationality and scare the world. The only people he's scaring are the people in Pakistan. Like I said, what is the matrix of Asim Munir's, Mullah Munir's response options? He can fire his ridiculous Hataf series, his Abdali, Shaheen, etc., this series of, you know, cartoon missiles with cartoon names. And let me assure him that we have the S-400. We have one of the best layered air defenses outside of America and Russia and Israel, right? We have the best layered air defenses with the S-400s that can shoot up to 400 kilometers, look up to 600 kilometers, right? We'll shoot these down. We have the Prithvi interceptors, PADs, which can knock out your missiles. And what else can Asim Munir do? He's already hidden his crown jewels well-in-depth areas to keep them safe from the S-400s. So he is left with the J-10Cs and he is left with the J-17s. Half the radars on the J-17s are not working. The missile interception radars as it is were not functional. You know, and we penetrated their air defenses. 75 to 80 jets, as per Pakistan's Prime Minister, penetrated their air defenses. So you have a hope in hell of trying to penetrate India's air defenses. And apart from the layered air defenses, the Trishul, the S-400 Triumphs, the Akashes, the Baraks, the V-Shorads, and the Iglas. And by the way, Russia has just given us the latest emergency consignment of Iglas after Prime Minister Putin spoke to our Prime Minister. That is the way people are supporting us. America has given us the Hawkeye satellite system to detect every single Chinese ship, your ship, or Turkey ship that comes into the Arabian Sea or the IOR. Right? The world is with us. You will have to fight alone. China will make noises, has made noises, will do nothing because it doesn't want to open two fronts. Eastern front with Taiwan, America, Japan, etc. and Western front with India. So they will give you some odd weapons, some bit of ammunition, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance support, which didn't work today, and nothing else, no boots on the ground, no nothing. You'll have to face the wrath of the Indian armed forces alone. So you will use your JF-17s and they will be shot out of the sky like flies from with our air defense network, with our Rafales, with our Su-30s, all with beyond visual range missiles. There will be a turkey shoot of your ridiculous, untested Chinese jet fighters, untested in combat. The Rafale is combat tested. The Su-30 is combat tested in Ukraine, right? And ours are better. Ours are better. You'll get shot out of the skies. They've started, the ISPR said, they have opened artillery fire on the line of control. They claim to have hit one of our brigade headquarters. They claim to have hit one of our posts. It's all arrant nonsense. Mostly they have hit our civilians. That itself is a transgression for which you will be made to pay. We warned you, don't touch, don't dare try anything with the Indian military or the Indian civilian population. Then all bets will be off. We have given you an off-ramp. Take it. It is to your safety and your continued existence as a nation state. You mess with us and all bets will be off. We have responded in a very responsible, calculated, proportionate manner, keeping in view that we want to fight a just war. If Pakistan does not understand that, if it tries to strike at Indian military / civilian targets, then all bets will be off. We will be free then to target the Pakistani military ISI complex, starting with Mullah Munir himself. You will all be legitimate targets of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. Because in truth, the real leaders of the terror orchestra in Pakistan, the terror ecosystem in Pakistan, the terrorists count for nothing. They are expendable cannon fodder, totally expendable for the Pakistan army. That is why they call it a low-cost, no-cost war. If you escalate, we will come for the Pakistani military itself, because that is the root cause of the problem. So think 10 times before you decide to do anything stupid. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Well, the Indian Army confirmed launching Operation Sindoor, hitting a terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The army confirmed striking 9 targets and said that Pakistan's military facilities were not targeted. The army also took pride in its selection of the targets and the method of execution.
लेकिन ऐसा बदला मिलेगा और हमारी फैमिली से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, इसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी। जब हुई तो वी वर शॉक्ड कि भाई इतना बड़ा मौका हमें।
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी
अब यह है कि प्राउड है चीज क्या कि लड़की ने हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये अपने देश के लिए कुछ किया।
सर आपके बारे में बताइए, आपके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
हमारे बारे में अब हम तो उम्र हो गई, ये भी क्या है, बांग्लादेश की लड़ाई लड़े, अब एज हो गई। अब दिमाग में ये आता है अगर हमको अभी मौका दिया जाए तो हम उनको खत्म करें सालों को जाकर के भी, पाकिस्तानियों को।
क्या कहना चाहोगे पाकिस्तान के बारे में, जो
यही है कि इसको खत्म करना चाहिए। वो ये दुनिया के अंदर रहने जो कंट्री नहीं है। नहीं भाई प्राउड है ना कि वो गई, हमारी पैतृकता में है ये। मेरे फादर भी आर्मी में थे, ग्रैंड फादर आर्मी में थे, मैं आर्मी में था, अब वो आर्मी में गई है, वो पैतृकता में है।
क्या कहोगे?
देखिए वो मेरी बड़ी बहन होती है और मेरी आइडल भी है, और जो उन्होंने आज ये मैसेज पाकिस्तान को दिया है उसकी सख्त जरूरत थी। हम बहुत टाइम से इंतजार कर रहे थे कि खून खौल रहा था कब इनका बदला मिलेगा, लेकिन ऐसा बदला मिलेगा और हमारी फैमिली से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, इसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी। जब हुई तो वी वर शॉक्ड कि भाई इतना बड़ा मौका हमें, तो उस समय हमारी गर्व से छाती। इस्लाम एक चीज सिखाता है कि जब भी कोई मुसलमान हो, यानी जो वाहिका भी मानता है, तो सबसे पहले ये सिखाता है कि आपकी देश की सेवा और देश का कानून और देश के लिए मर मिटना, उसके लिए कुर्बान हो जाए, इससे बड़ी कोई कुर्बानी नहीं है। और जब ऐसी ही फैमिली देश के लिए सदियों से, चाहे दादा हो, चाहे मेरे फादर हो, चाहे बहन हो, वो देश की सेवा में लगे हैं, उनके लिए लड़े आ रहे हैं, तो इससे और उसमें ऐसा मौका मिले कि दुश्मन ने हमारे को नुकसान किया उसको मिटा दें, इससे बड़ा प्राउड का मोमेंट कोई नहीं हो सकता।
इस बात के लिए कि जो उन्होंने ये खेल खेला था उसका बदला लिया, और हमारी भाई बहनों का जो सिंदूर हुआ था उसका हमने मुकाबला कर लिया, बदला ले लिया, और इसी तरह से आगे और लेते रहेंगे। वो बचपन में थे, मेरी दोनों बेटियां ट्विंस हैं, एक थोड़ी छोटी बेटी है मेरी, एक ये बड़ी है। पढ़ाई लिखाई से जब वो पढ़ती थी तो उसको बहुत शौक होता था हर चीज़ को कि ये भाई बहुत कोई फायरिंग कर रहा है बच्चों का खेल का, दीवार वाल का, तो मैं भी ऐसे करूंगी, मैं ऐसे मारूंगी। दोनों बहनों में गिर जाती थी, छुप जाती थी, लो हाँ मार दिया मैंने, कोई इस तरह से करते थे। तो उसको बहुत शौक था कि मेरे पापा मेरे दादा सब लोग हैं आर्मी में, तो अब रहेंगे। उनकी दादी भी कहानी सुनाती थी अपनी, तो बोलती मैं बड़ी होंगी तो मैं भी आर्मी में जाऊँगी।
Well, here's a video where Republic's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami highlights India's decisive victory in Operation Sindoor, showcasing Prime Minister Modi's leadership in strengthening India's air defense comparable to Israel's Iron Dome. Take a look.
I have a few comments to make right now, and I will, with your permission, take 1 minute because I put together my thoughts on how we are winning this. We must not assume that we have won this overnight and we have done this without planning. Even the critics, worst critics of the Modi government will have to accept that it is the Modi government which has fortified India's air defense and offensive capabilities. Now, Operation Sindoor has shown the hard work that the Modi government has done to put this through, because 9 terrorist camps were destroyed initially. Pakistan then tried to escalate the tension by launching missile strikes. They thought they will have an edge. They will launch missile strikes and military installations in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Not one of those reached its target. All of them were intercepted. Not one reached the target, which shows that we have built in a sort of rapid, coordinated response. And we are showcasing today the beauty of our air defense system, something which I'm sure when you saw the Iron Dome, when the Iron Dome protected Israel, many people said, do we have something like this? And the best thing is that the Modi government has put together a system that is almost as good. This has been built painstakingly over 11 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It has exposed the hollowness of the Pakistan air defense system. When the military history is written, it will be written that the Integrated Counter Unmanned Aerial System, UAS, Grid, S-400 Triumph systems, Barak 8 missiles, Akash surface-to-air missiles, and then the DRDO's anti-drone technologies came together to seamlessly create an aerial shield for the country which held firm. And this is the same DRDO that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Manmohan Singh wanted to destroy. And when the Prime Minister said, do not give up on the DRDO, I have faith in them. And it is very important that we did not stop at defending. We retaliated then after that with speed and precision. Operation Sindoor has seen a very deep dive into Pakistani territory. We have destroyed the Chinese capability with an indigenous capability. When we put together DRDO's anti-drone technologies, we have that. It was a direct fight between them and the HQ-9 Air Defense Unit, which is in Lahore. HQ-9 Air Defense Unit in Lahore has been destroyed. Radar infrastructure has been destroyed, which proves that our defense capability, our manufacturing ability is superior to the Chinese. This is showing the strengths of our indigenous hard work, and this is not overnight. This is a decade and more. This has not materialized overnight. If you think this has happened overnight, oh, you know, some people would say, oh, we've done it over 75 years. Not, sir. We have done it since 2014. We have systematically spent money upgrading our air defense architecture. We have made key acquisitions. We have put together key developments. When Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi says, Viksit Bharat, you know, it means a lot. It means that you invest money in a 35,000 crore deal for 5 S-400 Triumph squadrons, which are being blessed in every house of this country today. 3 squadrons are operational on the borders of China and Pakistan. 3 and a 4th is about to come. This is hard work. When you say, why do I pay my taxes? You pay your taxes because this government is transparently giving the poor sustenance and giving the army what it needs. It has a Barak 8 medium-range surface-to-air missile, MR SAMs. Then there is a $2.5 billion deal with Israel. All of this is today guarding our border baselines at Bhatinda. When you are seeing this PL-15 fall, for example, when you are seeing them fall from the sky, please remember they have not fallen from the sky. They have been intercepted. Indigenous Akash missile batteries. Atmanirbhar Bharat is being seen today. This is Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is DRDO developed counter drone systems. Be proud today. Be proud. If a young Indian is watching this, what do you want to be? If you say, I want to be a drone scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a space scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a defense technologist, this is reason, because you will make the man-portable counter-drone systems, the MPCDS, which is being used today, which is totally disabling the hostile UAVs. This has been installed last year in 2024. So when we speak about the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, what has Narendra Modi done for the nation? Of course, it is the effort of the forces. Salute the forces completely. But the forces are ineffective without proper political leadership. You need a leader in this country who says there has to be technology in warfare. There has to be Indian technology in warfare, and we have seen the combat debut of loitering munitions this time. What are loitering munitions? Loitering munitions. Loitering munitions are very dangerous, suicidal kamikaze drones ordered in 2021, and I'm not taking names of the company, but these are manufactured in India, somewhere in India. Somewhere in India. You don't know where, but somewhere in India, I know, we are manufacturing these kamikaze drones, and these are the ones which are executing these precision strikes across sectors. The Pakistanis don't know what they are dealing with. This is a country for sale. Whatever left they had, they gave it to the Ukrainians. They have no artillery left right now. And now, additionally, on top of that, here's where diplomacy comes in. Here's where diplomacy comes in. We've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi build a relationship with several world leaders, and he has this habit. Prime Minister Modi, he's together with people through thick and thin. Look at the number of ups and downs that Netanyahu has been in his political career. But the incredible thing about Narendra Modi is that friendship holds. It is on that basis of that friendship, that strategic understanding with our brother nation, with our friends, with our fraternity, with a country we love and stand with, which is Israel, that we have got the Harab drones. These people don't know what has hit them. These Israel origin Harab drones are now locally built as well. These are Israeli drones. But put together in India, these have been deployed. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Karachi. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Lahore. These are very important platforms. These are combined. Now you combine that with the Rafale fighter jets. You combine it with Scalp missiles, Hammer missiles. This shows our ability to project power with surgical precision. It's not only power. How will we become a great power? We become a great power when we use what we have. And when we are proud of what we have, and if you can secure your airspace, then you are fine. In today's day of non-combat warfare, you have to secure your airspace. This is a resilient, multi-layered, Bharatiya, Atmanirbhar ecosystem. I know I'm making a long speech, that we tend to assume that we are a great nation. We've always been a great nation. Civilizationally, we are a great nation. But when we have a tech-driven airspace defense network that can detect, jam, finish, eliminate before they breach, and we've not even brought in our mobilized ground armies. So we are controlling the airspace. And that is a very big achievement for any country. And for that, we have to be grateful and thankful, and also realize the efforts that Narendra Modi's government has done so far. This is all that I wanted to say.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mender here,
These
and
are
most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I
here
can see some.
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, coward Pakistan is using Turkish drones and a Saudi plane as shield. At 9 p.m. tonight, why Shahbaz Sharif is under intense pressure and why he's being called a coward by his own fellow members of parliament in the Pakistan National Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with my status update on the situation right now that we see vis-a-vis Pakistan. And there was a press conference today. It was at 5:30 p.m. And of course, it had the services represented, and it had the Foreign Secretary. Now, what is the main key point out of that press conference? The first and most important news point is that Pakistan has been joined officially, militarily, by Turkey. And Turkey has sent a consignment of drones to launch attacks against India. And therefore, the Turkish government and the Turkish military has entered into a state of war with India. They have exploited a NAS Airlines plane flying from Saudi Arabia as a shield to protect Pakistan from counter strikes by India. But going back to the story about the drone, we are now being told through confirmed sources that the Turkish Asgard Songar drones have been used by the Pakistanis. Ladies and gentlemen, these are very specific drones that have been provided to Pakistan by Turkey. And these drones were used, about 300 to 400 drones were used by Pakistan to attempt infiltration at 36 locations. There was an attempted intrusion, and with visuals that I showed you yesterday, when there was interception from the Indian side, was when these Turkish drones were being flown into Indian territory by Pakistan. In fact, we strongly suspect that the handlers of these drones, because the Pakistani army is not technically qualified to use these drones, we are told that the handlers of these drones, ladies and gentlemen, are also Turkish nationals who are operating from Pakistan. So that's a major escalation by Turkey in this war situation vis-a-vis India. And it puts us at odds with Turkey, and many people are beginning to evaluate whether we need to have any business or other connections with Turkey, whether people should go there at a holiday, whether they should support Turkish tourism, but more importantly, whether Turkish companies should be allowed to operate in India. That's the first big news. But the second big news is even more alarming. Ladies and gentlemen, we were informed today that after Pakistan carried out these drone attacks on India, naturally they were anticipating a major Indian military or Air Force response or Navy response, and hence to protect themselves, they decided to open up their airspace, allow civilian planes to fly, and by allowing these civilian planes to fly from different locations, they were hoping for a situation that if India attacked, then a heat-seeking missile from India would perhaps end up going and targeting a civilian plane flying over the Pakistani airspace. What this means is that the Pakistanis were using civilian aircraft as shields to protect themselves against a possible major counter-attack by India. The proof of this, ladies and gentlemen, is in the detail of this one plane, which is an Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which is a Saudi budget carrier, which originated from Dammam at 5:50 p.m. and landed in Lahore at 21:10 hours, that's 10 minutes after 9 in the night. And the Indian Air Force got to know about this. We got to know that there were these civilian aircraft that were flying, and this data was coordinated, and it was checked and corroborated through Flight Radar 24. Any of you can also go online and check this. So basically, this has never happened before, that a country and a country's army uses a civilian aircraft as a shield. It could have been a very, very dangerous situation, because despite anticipating a potential Indian response, Pakistan chose not to close its airspace, endangered civilian lives, and wanted to create a situation where the Indian Air Force could be accused of bringing down a civilian plane. This is how demonic the thoughts of Pakistan are. This is how desperate Pakistan is at the present time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious and evolving situation. As I bring you this broadcast, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having a very big meeting once again tonight with the Chief of Defence Staff, all the 3 service chiefs and the National Security Advisor. Is something cooking? Certainly it is. Is Operation Sindoor over? Absolutely. Absolutely it's not.
Sirens sounded in Jammu on Thursday night as Pakistan targeted over 24 cities along the western border.
The 16th Corps of the Indian Army, that is White Knight Corps, that looks after the counter-insurgency operation and the line of control in the Jammu region. Their headquarters was also targeted by the drones that came from across the border, but both the threats have been neutralized. Apart from this, we are told that a total of 8 threats that were there at the Rajouri base, that has also been neutralized. All the bases have been secured.
Pakistan firing 400 to 500 armed Turkish Songar drones towards India. The targets chosen were military establishments.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं।
As our air defense systems were activated, Pakistan attempted something that has shocked all civilized nations. Using this Airbus 320 as a human shield in the air, their ploy failed.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights.
India has struck Pakistan hard in its response. Our targets chosen were 4 air bases that were used to launch the drone strikes.
Armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Kandahar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area.
From targeting civilians and religious institutions to using an international flight as a human shield, Pakistan has stooped to an all-time low.
We have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
From Hoshiarpur to Kutch to Bathinda, the proof of Pakistan's misadventure is there for the world to see. Operation Sindoor continues.
On this rapidly evolving situation, of course, I have Samar with me and I have got Deepak Vora joining us. General K.K. Sinha is with us. Commodore Bikramjit Singh, ex-Indian Navy, is with us. General G.D. Bakshi is with us this evening. And first, I'd like to go across to General Bishambar Dayal. General Bishambar Dayal, the press conference today had two very big headlines. One is that Turkey has got officially involved by giving these Assi-Guard drones in very, very large numbers to the Pakistanis. Now, I want to start with that first headline with you. Why have they given all these drones? Have they given lots of other drones? How expensive are these drones? Who's managing the drones? Is it true that these drones are being operated by Turkish experts who are operating out of Pakistani soil? Does this mean Turkey has got involved officially into an armed conflict with India?
Arnab, thank you very much. Firstly, Jai Hind. I think we will start your programs always with Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Bharat Ki Fauj. Right? Jai Hind, sir. So let's come to Turkey. The thing is, from last 5 to 7 years, I have been following Turkey and Pakistani military cooperation. And I am of the opinion that this is not overnight. Turkey has supplied these things since post-COVID. Turkey has supplied different drones to Pakistan. And Turkey has also done training for Pakistani pilots, both in Pakistan as well as in Turkey. So this is, and Turkey has completely, there was some contract of going with us in the shipyards that has been scrapped, I think. But Turkey has been totally aligned with Pakistan, Turkey, Azerbaijan. And ever since the anti-drone systems have succeeded in Azerbaijan, Turkey is on 7th heaven. So what I feel is that this cooperation, military cooperation, we take it, let's not take it to as an alliance that Turkey will come into war openly anywhere. No, Arnab, it will not. Turkey has got larger business interest with India than with Pakistan. But these are sale purchase things. These are normal contracts which have been signed, and training has been part of that. Post-contractual management has been part of that. Spare supplies have been part of that. But if latest they've sent something after the 22nd of April, and our int agencies can then furbish some details, which, believe you me, Arnab, as an Indian, I am myself trying to find out through different, defense industry which is there in Turkey. But till we do not know, we cannot accuse Turkey of aligning. This is sale purchase of military hardware with normal contracts, and training is part of it. And see, the thing is, Arnab, that Turkey drones have also fallen like, peanuts, have also fallen like, weak birds, right? So let's grant the devil where it is due. And one more thing, a lot of us are talking that India opened up everything. India opened up Fest 400, India opened up Akash. No, these have been dealt at lower level. Picture is very clear. These have been dealt at lower level by shoulder-fired missiles, by the point defense of L-70 or Ju-23. These have been dealt there at that end. That's the way it is. And we have completely thwarted his last night assault. I'm sure we will thwart tonight. But Arnab, it is not what he is doing. It is what we should be doing here onwards. Maybe all this delay that you see, like we were discussing earlier, it is also part of deception. The 15 days was part of deception. And instead of reacting strongly in first 2-3 nights, maybe again there is a deception which Indian armed forces and the Indian political military leadership is working towards, and probably they will plan something again a bigger and give a bigger jolt to take back the initiative. It's a matter of time. They may do it tonight, they may do it tomorrow. I think that is where lies that.
Yeah, I think there's a visual of the meeting today.
Required from Indian side.
That's totally true. There is a visual of the meeting today that was held by the Raksha Mantri. If you see the body language of those who were in there, can I play the visual, please, full frame? And you see in that meeting, can I play it full frame for a while? Thank you. So you see everybody's in a relaxed mood. The Navy chief is explaining something. Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, that's his name, and everybody is looking at what he's saying. He's explaining something. Some people read a lot into this meeting saying, oh, this is an explanation Navy is giving about a possible attack on Karachi. As I said early in the morning, that's reading too much deductively. But the fact is that there appears to be no pressure as of now, General Bakshi, on our own service chiefs. We are obviously calibrating a response. And I think the best thing in a conflict situation is when you have the conflict under your control. You do not have to be responding. You can set the pace. This meeting that the Prime Minister is having today gives me a sense that this is very much an ongoing situation. We have not yet dealt the final blow. The intervening night events, the first round of strikes on 9 targets was a major strike. But I think we have got a lot of firepower, strategy and intent which is yet to roll out, sir.
Arnab, you are absolutely on the dot. You have judged the body language in this photograph in a very discernible fashion, right? They're all relaxed, there are smiles on their faces, and they are good. They have done a good job. That is why there are smiles on their faces. Arnab, let me just relate to that briefing today by what our girls told us, right? We have an excellent air defense system which can reach out into Pakistan and destroy their aircraft as they get off the tarmacs. The S-400s, the Akashes, the MR Sams, the Barracks, they have proved to be deadly. They can get inside Pakistani airspace and shoot down their aircraft as they rise. We could have done a turkey shoot. What do the cowardly Pakistanis do? Try to shield their aircraft by flying civilian aircraft, so that they are hoping that, like Ukraine, One of their aircraft, civilian aircraft, will get shot down and they'll go to town like they did the last time, blaming the Russians for shooting down, an aircraft with the returned prisoners of war. You remember that, Arnav?
I remember that well, sir.
You remember that?
I remember that well, sir.
They are trying a very devious game. They are just trying to win the propaganda war. And some of our people here are helping them, right? They're just trying to win the propaganda war because they have lost the war on the ground, in the air and on the sea, even before it is fought, right? So, Arnab, where do we go from here? With your permission, Arnab, let me give out a few scenarios, end game scenarios, right? War gaming. So let's
do the war
end game scenarios. Scenario 1. Coup in the Pakistan army. Asif Munir shot dead or put in prison. Either Nawaz Sharif takes over or there is a public upswell and Imran Khan comes back. Scenario 1. Scenario 2. The IMF refuses the loan of $1 billion. There is panic in Pakistan. The Americans apply pressure. They apply pressure through Saudi Arabia, with whom they have damn good relations, and Saudi Arabia is one of the lenders to Pakistan, right? They apply pressure and they force Pakistan to accept a ceasefire and de-escalation, right? Scenario 3, thinking the unthinkable. Pakistan gets into a suicidal modes, want to escalate the conflict further. Then I think we have all the justification to hit it as hard as possible. We've got them where we want them. Their nuclear bluff has been totally called that India dare not give a conventional response. Is this not a conventional response? You can thump all the tables, you can break all the mics. We'll break your bloody head, right? We have to go for the real perpetrators of all the terror attacks in India. Pakistan's military, Pakistan's ISI.
Yeah. But I just got the statement, this interview that apparently Khwaja Yusuf has given to a...
Pakistan can choose what it wants.
By the way, I want to go across to one of our reporters, but before that, a bit of breaking news. The Pakistani defense minister is saying, we are told, and he's saying, Deepak ji, that we have no option but to go into a full-blown war with India because of India's aggressive actions over the last 4 days. This statement coming in that we have no option but to go into a full-blown war with India because of India's aggressive actions over the last 4 days. I see this as a desperate seeking of a face saver, or probably positioning, or probably pressure from the army. Because the army says that don't hold us back, let's do what we do, let the country go to hell. But it's also an existential crisis for Asif Munir.
Thank you very much. It's a brilliant question that you've asked. And his making this statement doesn't surprise me. He's been changing his stance every 10 minutes, saying something, I want to talk to India, I don't want to talk to India, I'll give this kind of response, I'll give that kind of response.
Back to the man.
Which is absolutely true. So what is bothering me really about this man, that the defense of that country, legally he's supposed to be in charge of the military. In reality, he is lower than the lowest member of the Pakistani military. When the Pakistani army asks him to jump, the only question he asks is, how high should I jump?
Are they being egged on in this by...
Let me tell you, sir. But my understanding is, when you said it's an existential issue is what he's saying for Pakistan because India is responding. When Munir did these funny things, sent all these guys to slaughter innocent victims, tourists in India, he did not expect us to retaliate so forcefully, which we have done. They were still thinking that, we'll do one surgical strike and then we'll keep quiet. But we have gone out at it in a very consistent way, in a comprehensive response. This is bothering Pakistan. So he's being egged on, I believe, by the military itself. And I am not quite sure, sir, that even the British, I'm not quite sure what kind of a role they are playing in this.
Why?
They just don't like what we have done, sir. Sir, Mr. Goswami, the British were the biggest empire builders in the world at one time. You remember that? You're too young, sir. We were the biggest empire busters in the world, sir, because we started the decolonization process. They don't like us, sir. Let's have no illusions about that. I mean, we destroyed the British Empire. So they might just be saying, and Pakistan is their illegitimate child. So they might be trying to egg these guys on, go on, we'll stand by you. My own feeling is, when you said face saving, they have no face left to save, but they're looking for an honorable exit. And that honorable exit would be some pressure. Many people are talking of restraint. That joker who runs a racket called the United Nations is talking also of maximum restraint. They are thinking that this kind of pressure on us, moral pressure, verbal pressure, nobody would put economic pressure, this kind might lead us to say, all right, guys, tell these guys to behave, we'll keep quiet.
All of the Jammu region is on a blackout tonight after the air raid siren warning. We have Gursimran live with us. Gursimran, can I go across to you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gursimran?
Yes, Arnab.
Can you tell me your location, what's happening, whatever you can share? Thank you.
Arnab, right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan line of control. This is the Khod area, and I'll request Sarjivan to show you the nearby areas, that all the areas have been put under intense this blackout. The Jammu region, entire Jammu region that has 10 districts, all the 10 districts, especially the 5 districts close to the line of control and the international border, they have been placed under a complete blackout. Reason being that the air raid sirens have also been activated. This has been activated at 8:16 this evening. In a short while from now, we are told that this assessment is being done by the air traffic control. After their assessment, this order has been issued and the civil defense has come out with the air raids warning and a complete blackout. This will be in place till the time the threat is negated. We are told that yesterday also similar intercepts were picked by the air traffic control, after which this alert was issued, and all the Pakistani drones, the swarm drones that entered the Indian territory,
every minute, Gursimran.
They were totally decimated by the... Yes.
We are watching every minute. You remember, Gursimran, last evening, around this time was the swarm of drone attacks. So basically, viewers, just deconstructing the situation for you. We have systematically enhanced India's defense architecture, but we cannot let our, our guard down. Anything can happen at any time. The Pakistanis are making these sort of declarations. Can I play what Khwaja Asif's latest interview is? I'll just run the relevant clip for news reasons, please. Can I please run that?
ये मेरा ख्याल है कि ये ऑप्शन जो है अब इसके अलावा अब कोई हमें अवेलेबल भी नहीं रही. अब इंडिया ने पिछले 3-4 दिन में बार-बार जो एग्रेसिव मेजर्स अडॉप्ट किए हैं, अगर हम इंतज़ार करते रहे हैं किसी तरह सिचुएशन डी-एस्केलेट हो जाए, लेकिन आई थिंक वो ऑप्शन जो है वो बड़ी मिनिमल.
Now he says this, viewers. I'll play this. Thank you very much. Now he says this in an interview earlier today, when he came before the Pakistan Assembly and he was asked, why have you not used your drones? He came with a rather silly explanation. We have visuals. Before that, I have visuals of Narendra Modi meeting Rajnath Singh and the tri-services chiefs. The visuals are just out. Just out, ladies and gentlemen. In 10 seconds, I will be getting the visuals, viewers. So anyway, I was talking about Khwaja Asif right now. He is, so this is the latest chief visuals, ladies and gentlemen. There's an assessment going on, and the Navy chief there, the Prime Minister having a conversation with the Air Chief, the Army Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Navy Chief, the Raksha Mantri, and of course the National Security Advisor. These visuals just coming in here on Republic through our feeds. And it seems to be a very easy and relaxed conversation. They're sitting in living room style in 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and they're assessing the pros and cons of the present situation. And I think the Prime Minister is also giving his views. Viewers, we don't receive, of course, these feeds with audio, so we can only second guess what's going on. But I look at the video out there, I see the visuals, and I see a sense of calm and composure. I think we are playing a grand strategy game out here. We are not playing for pennies. We have our clear intent on our target, and I think we've got the enemy in our grip. General Bakshi, would you like to comment on what you're seeing here? I'm playing these visuals. I don't know if you're seeing them.
Absolutely.
Full frame, please. Thank you.
No, I can see them. I can see them very clearly. And once again, as you rightly observed, Arnab, there is a very calm atmosphere here. I don't see any tensions, any grim faces. I even see smiles. So we've got them where we want, Arnab. It is up to Pakistan to choose national suicide or an off-ramp. We've given them an off-ramp twice. So the rest of the world, as far as, being in the right or being on the right side of world opinion, I think we've done all that we could.
Okay.
I don't think we should be too concerned about what the Americans or the Europeans or anybody in the world thinks.
Yeah, can we get around?
As was very rightly pointed out by our foreign minister, we need partners, we don't need preachers. The rest of the world, whenever we have been in trouble, has only preached, given us sermons.
Yeah.
We don't want sermons, right?
Yeah.
It is a matter of the defense of our citizens. Every single Indian life matters, Arnab. Every single Indian citizen's drop of blood counts. And let's do what is in our national interest. Let us not try and impress anybody in the United States, the leftist liberals there. They won't be impressed by whatever you do. We don't have to impress Europe. We certainly have to impress the Pakistani military that they are in deep trouble. They want more trouble? Go right ahead.
Lot of shelling right now, which has restarted in Poonch. Our reporter Arawat is in Poonch. I'd like to go to him full frame. Arawat, establish your location for us. You don't have to use the camera light that exposes you to harm. This is a very, very heavy shelling area. We don't have to be on the 6th window on this frame, please, viewers. Now, I'm just going across to you, Arawat. I can hear you. Can you tell me what's going on? What are you hearing? I'm told there's major shelling in the part where you are. What's your location right now?
Yes, absolutely, Arnav. We have seen that the fresh heavy exchange of fire has been started in the Uri sector this time now, and you can hear the big louds of the here in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply here in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that the entire area, we have seen, if you can see here in my background, if it's possible to see there is the flashlights going on where the fire have been started from this very sector, and then after we have seen the entire area is under the chaos, and we have seen that the blackout has been imposed in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, not only here in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the heavy artillery fighting has been started in the Uri sector. Right now, we have been told to follow all the precautions. That's why we are also going to underground bunker here as of now. But we have been seen that the heavy exchange of fire has been just started. Also, the multiple sirens were also activated before the heavy artillery siren. One big bang has just heard in behind me, and this is the entire area where we have seen earlier. We have seen that the properties were also targeted by the Pakistani troopers. Then after, we have seen, as of now, the heavy exchange of fire is from this side, and you can see, if Firdaus can show you exactly, there is the fire right now. You can see.
Can't see. I don't know. I can see. It's like a dot in the distance. Yes.
Right,
what is that?
That's the shell where we have seen in the Uri sector right now, and we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, we have seen that the entire area has been under the blackout. Also, we have been told that this shelling has took place just 15 minutes back here in the Uri sector right now. You can see the red dot there. That's the point where the shelling has started. But we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply from the multiple locations here in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen during the day when we have seen that the evacuation process was underway. We have seen that the administration is on.
So Arawat is in Uri. There is